Chapter 29 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Holly Rushik. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 29. Alice and Barbara. It was weeks before Alice was able to leave her bed. She had been utterly exhausted. On a lovely summer morning, she woke to a sense of returning health. She had been lying like a waste shore at low spring tide, covered with dry seaweeds, withered jellyfishes, and a multitudinous life that gasped for the ocean. At last, the cool, washing throb of the great sea of bliss, whose fountain is the heart of God, had stolen upon her consciousness, and she knew that she lived. She lay in a neat little curtained bed, in a room with a sloping roof on both sides, covered not with tiles or slates, but with warm thatch, thick and sound. Ivy was creeping along the chinks of the ill-fitting window frame, but through the little dormer window itself the sun shone freely, and made shadows of shivering ivy leaves upon the deal floor. It was a very humble room, and Alice had been used to much better furniture, but neither to room nor furniture so clean. There was a wholesomeness and purity everywhere about her, very welcome to the lady eyes with which Alice was born. For it is God that makes ladies, not stupid society and its mawkish distinctions. One brief moment she felt as if she had gained the haven of her rest, for she lay at peace, and nothing gnawed. But suddenly a pang shot through her heart, and she knew that some harassing thought was at hand. Pain was her portion, and had but to define itself to grow sharp. She rose on her elbow to receive the enemy. He came. She fell back with a fainting heart and a writhing will. She had left love and misery behind her to seek help, and she had not found it. She had but lost sight of those for whom she had sought the help. She could not tell how long it was since she had seen her mother and Arthur. She lay covered with kindness by people she had never before seen, and how they were faring she could but conjecture, and conjecture had in it no comfort. Alice had little education beyond what life had given her, but life is the truest of all teachers, however little the results of her teaching may be valued by school enthusiasts. She did not put the letter H in its place except occasionally, but she knew how to send a selfish thought back to its place. She did not know one creed from another, but she loved what she saw to be good. She knew nothing of the Norman conquest, but she knew much of self-conquest. She could make her breakfast off dry bread, that her mother might have hot coffee and the best of butter. She wore very shabby frocks, but she would not put bad work into the seams of a rich lady's dress. She stooped as she walked, and there was a lack of accord between her beautiful eyes and the way she put her feet down. But it was the same thing that made her eyes so large and her feet so heavy, and if she could not trip lightly along the street, she could lay very tender hands on her mother's head when it ached with drinking. She had suffered much at the hands of great ladies, yet she had but to see Barbara to love her. As she lay with her heart warming in that sunshine, in which every heart must one day flash like truest of diamonds, she heard the sound of a horse's hoofs on the road. Her angel came to Alice with no flapping of great wings, or lighting of soft poised heavenly feet on wooden floor, but with the sounds of ringing iron shoes and snorting breath, to be followed by a girl's feet on the stair, whose herald was the smell, now of rosiest roses, now of whitest lilies, in the chamber of her sad sister. Well might Alice have sung, "How beautiful are the feet!" At the music of those mounting feet, death and fear slunk from the room, and Alice knew there was salvation in the world. What evil can there be for which there is no help in another honest human soul? What sorrow is there from which a man may not be some covert, some shadow? Alas, for the true soul which cannot itself save, when it has no notion where help is to be found. "Well, how are you today, little one?" said Barbara, sitting down on the edge of the bed. Alice was older and taller than Barbara, but Barbara never thought about height or age. Strong herself, she took the maternal relation to all weakness. "Ever so much better, miss," answered Alice. "Now none of that," returned the little lady, "or I walk out of the room. My name is Barbara, and we are friends, except you think it cheeky of me to call you Alice." Alice stretched out her thin arms, folded them gently around Barbara, and burst into weeping, which was not at all bitter. "Will you let me tell you everything?" she cried. "What am I here for?" returned Barbara, deep in her embrace. "Only don't think I'm asking you to tell me anything. Tell me whatever you like, whatever will help me know you. Not a thing more." Alice lay silent for an instant, then said, "I wish you would ask me some question. I don't know how to begin." With a moment's hesitation, Barbara said in response, "What do you do all day in London?" "Sew, sit and sew, from morning to night," answered Alice. "No sooner one thing out of your hands than another in them, so that you never feel, for all you do, that you've done anything. The world is just as greedy for your work as before. I sometimes wish," she went on, with a laugh that had a touch of real merriment in it, "that ladies were made with hair like a cat. I am so tired of the everlasting bodice and skirt. Only what would become of us then? It would only be more hunger, for less weariness. It's a downright dreary life, miss." "Have a care," said Barbara solemnly, and Alice laughed. "You see," she said, and paused a moment as if trying to say Barbara, "I'm used to think of ladies as if they were a different creation from us, and it seems rude to call you Barbara." She spoke the name with such lingering sweetness as made its owner thrill with a new pleasure. "It seems," she went on, "like presuming to stroke an angel's feathers." "And much I'd like to give for the angel," cried Barbara, "that wouldn't like having his feathers stroked by a girl like you. He might fly for me and go, where he'd have them singed." "Then I will call you Barbara, and I will answer any question you like to put to me." "And your mother, I dare say, is rather trying when you come home?" said Barbara, resuming her examination and speaking from experience. "Mothers are a good deal." "Well, you see, Miss Barbara, my mother wasn't used to a hard life like us, and Artie, that's my brother, and I have to do our best to keep her from feeling it, but we don't succeed very well. Not as we should like to, that is. Neither of us gets much for our day's work, and we can't do for her as we would. Poor mamma likes to have things nice, and now that the money she is used to have is gone, I don't know how it went. She had it in some bank, and somebody speculated with it, I suppose. Anyhow, it's gone, and the thing can't be done. Artie grows thinner and thinner, and it's no use. Oh, miss, I know I shall lose him, and when I think of it, the whole world seems to die and leave me in a brick field." She wept a moment, very quietly, but very bitterly. "I know he does his very best," she resumed, "but she won't see it. She thinks he might do more for her, and I'm sure he's dying." "Send him to me," said Barbara. "I'll make him well for you." "I wish I could, Barbara. Oh, ain't there a lot of nice things that can't ever be done?" "Does your mother do nothing to help?" "She don't know how. She ain't learned anything like us. She was brought up a lady. I remember her saying once she ought to have been a real lady. A lady they say my lady to." "Indeed! How was it then that she is not?" "I don't know. There are things we don't dare ask Mamma about. If she had been proud of them, she would have told us without asking." "What is your father, Alice?" The girl hesitated. "He was a baronet, Barbara. But perhaps you would rather I said Miss again." "Don't be foolish, child," Barbara returned peremptorily. "I suppose my mother meant that he promised to marry her, but never did. They say gentlemen think no harm of making such promises, without even meaning to keep them. I don't know. I've got no time to think about such things. Only you're forced," supplemented Barbara. "I've been forced to think about them, too. Just once. They're not nice to think about. But so long as they're snakes, it's better to know the sort of grass they lie in." Did he take your mother's money and spend it? Oh, no, not that. He was a gentleman, a baronet, you know, and they don't do such things. Don't they? Said Barbara. I don't know what things gentlemen don't do, but what happened to the money? There may be a way of getting it back. There's no hope of that. I'll tell you how I think it was. My father didn't care to marry my mother, for he wanted a great lady, so he said good-bye to her, and she didn't mind, for he was a selfish man, she said. So she took the money, for of course she had to bring us up, and couldn't do it without, and what they call invested it. That means, you know, that somebody took charge of it. So it's all gone, and she gets no interest on it, and the shops won't trust us a halfpenny more. We can't always pay down for the kind of thing she likes, and must take what we can't pay for or go without, and she thinks we might do better for her if we would, and we don't know how. The other day, I don't like to tell it of her, even to you, Barbara, but I'm afraid she had been taking too much, for she went to Mrs. Harmon and took me away, and said I could get much better wages, and she didn't give me half of what my work was worth. I cried, for I couldn't help it, that I was weak and broken-like, for I had no breakfast that morning, at least not to speak of, and I got up to go, for I couldn't say a word, and wanted my mother out of the place. But Mrs. Harmon, she is a kind woman. She interfered and said my mother had no right to take me away, and I must finish my month. So I sat down again, and my mother was forced to go. But when she was gone, Mrs. Harmon said to me, "The best thing after all," says she, "that you can do, Allie, is to let your mother have her way. You just stop at home till she gets you a place where they'll pay you better than I do. She'll find out the sooner that there isn't a better place to be had, for it's a slack time now, and everybody has too many hands. When her pride's come down a bit, you come and see whether I'm able to take you on again." Now, wasn't that good of her? Said Barbara. It was a slack time. So you went home to your mother? Yes, and it was just as Mrs. Harmon said. There wasn't a stitch wanted. I went from place to place asking. I nearly killed myself walking about. Walking's harder for one not used to it than sitting ever so long. So I went back to Mrs. Harmon and told her. She said she couldn't have me just then, but she'd keep an eye on me. I went home nearly out of my mind. Artie was growing worse and worse, and I had nothing to do. It's a mercy it was warm weather, for when you haven't much to eat, the cold is worse than the heat. Then in summer you can walk on the shady side, but in winter there ain't no sunny side. At last one night as I lay awake, I made up my mind I would go and see whether my father was as hard-hearted as people said. Perhaps he would help us over a week or two, and if I hadn't got work by that time, we should at least be able to bear the hunger. So the next day, without a word to Mother or Artie, I set out and came down here. And you didn't see Sir Wilton? La, miss, who told you? Did I let out the name? No, you didn't, but though there are a good many baronets, they don't exactly crowd a neighborhood. What did he say to you? I ain't seen him yet, Miss Barbara, I mean. I went up to the lodge, and the woman looked me all over, curious-like, from head to foot. And then she said Sir Wilton wasn't at home, nor likely to be. What a lie! Exclaimed Barbara. You know him then, Barbara? Yes, but never mind. I must ask all my questions first, and then it will be your turn. What did you do next? I went away, but I don't know what I did. How I came to be sitting on that stone inside that gate, I can't tell. I think I must have gone searching for a place to die in. Then Richard came. I tried hard to keep him from knowing me, but I couldn't. You knew that Richard was there? Where, miss? At the baronet's place, Mort Grange. Lord, miss, then they've acknowledged him? I don't know what you mean by that. He's there mending their books. Then I oughtn't to have spoken, but it don't matter, to you, Barbara. No, I knew nothing about him being there, or anywhere else, for I'd lost sight of him. It was a mere chance he found me. I didn't know him till he spoke to me. I heard his step, but I didn't look up. When I saw who it was, I tried to make him leave me. Indeed I did, but he would take me. He carried me all the way to the cottage where you found me. Why didn't you want him to know you? What have you against him? Oh, not a thing, miss. He would be a brother to me if I would let him. It's a strange story, and I'm not quite sure if I ought to tell it. Are you bound in any way not to tell it? No, she didn't tell me about it. You mean your mother? No, I mean his mother. I am getting bewildered, said Barbara. No wonder, miss. You'll be more bewildered yet when I tell you all. She was silent. Barbara knew she was feeling faint. What a brute I am to make you talk, she cried, and ran to fetch her a cup of milk, which she made her drink slowly. I must tell you everything, said Alice, after lying a moment or two silent. You shall tomorrow, said Barbara. No, I must now, please. I must tell you about Richard. Have you known him a long time? I call him Richard, said Alice, because my brother does. They were at school together. But it is only of late, not a year ago, that I begun to know him. He came to see Arthur once, and I went in with Arthur to see him and his people. But his mother behaved very strangely to me, and asked me a great many questions that I thought she had no business to ask me. Before that I had noticed that she kept looking from Arthur to Richard, and from Richard to Arthur, in the oddest way. I couldn't make it out. Then she asked me to go to her bedroom with her, and there she told me. She was very rough to me, I thought, but I must say the tears were in her own eyes. She said she could not have Richard keeping company with us, for she knew what my mother was, and who my father was, and we were not respectable people, and it would never do. If she heard Richard going to our house once again, she would have to do something we shouldn't like. Then she cried quite, and said she was sorry to hurt me, for I seemed a good girl, and it wasn't my fault, but she couldn't help it. The thing would be a mischief. And there she stopped, as if she had said too much already. You may be sure I thought myself ill-used, and Arthur worse, for we both liked Richard, though my mother didn't think him at all our equal, or fit to be a companion to Arthur, for Arthur was a clerk, while Richard worked with his hands. Arthur said he worked with his hands too, and turned out far poorer work than Richard, stupid figures instead of beautiful books. And I said I worked with my needle quite as hard as Richard with his tools. But it had no effect on my mother. Her ways of looking at things are not the same as ours, because she was born a lady. Why don't a lady have ladies, Barbara? Never you mind, Alice. Every good woman will be a lady one day. I am sure of that. It was cruel to treat you so. How anybody belonging to Richard could do it, I can't think. He's so gentle and good himself. He's the kindest and best of men, and I love him, said Alice earnestly. But I must tell you, Barbara, I must make you understand that I have a right to love him. When I told poor Arthur, as we went home that night, that he wasn't to see any more of Richard, he could not help crying. I saw it, though he tried to hide it. Of course I didn't let him know I saw him cry. Men are ashamed of crying. I ain't a bit. For Richard was the only schoolfellow ever was a friend to Artie. He once fought a big fellow that used to torment him. By the time we got home, I was boiling over with rage, and told Mamma all about it. Angry as I was, her anger frightened mine out of me. The insolent woman, she cried. But I'll soon have a rod and a pickle for her. I'll have my revenge of her. What you shall soon see. My children weren't good enough for her tradesman fellow, weren't they? She said that, did she? She ain't the only one has got eyes in her head. Didn't you see me look at him as sharp as she did at you? If ever face told tale without meaning to tell it, that's the face of the young man you call Richard. He's a Lestrange, as sure as there's a God in heaven. He's got the mark as plain as Sir Wilton himself. Not a feature the same, I grant, but Lestrange is writ in every one of them. I'll take my oath who was his father. And there she goes, as mim and as prim. No, mamma, I said, that she does not. She looks as fierce as a lioness, I said. What's her name? Asked my mother. Tuke, I answered. Was there ever such a name? She cried. It's fitter for a dog than a human being, but it's good enough for her anyway. What was her maiden name? Who was she? There's the point. But if what you spect be true, mamma, I said, then she had good reason for wishing us parted. She ought to have come to me about it, said my mother. She ought to have left it to me to say what should be done. I'm not married to a dirty tradesman. I'm not telling you exactly what she said, miss, because when she loses her temper, poor mamma don't always quite speak like a lady, though of course she is one, all the same. I said no more, but I thought how kindly Richard always looked at me, and my heart grew big inside me to think that Artie and I had him for our own brother. Nobody could touch that. He had notions I didn't like, for, do you know, Barbara, he believes we just go out like a candle that can never again be lighted any more. He thinks there's no life after this one. He can't have loved anybody much, I fear, to be able to think that. You don't agree with him, I'm certain, miss. But I thought, if he was my brother, I might be able to help change his mind about it. I thought I would be so good to him that he wouldn't like me to die for ever and ever, and would come to see things differently. I had no friend, not one, you see, Miss Barbara, I mean, except Arthur, and he never has much to say about anything, though he's as true as steel, and I thought it would be a bliss to have a man friend. I mean a good man for a real friend, and I knew Richard would be that, though he was a brother. Most brothers are not friends to poor girls. I know 3 whose brothers get all they can out of them and don't care how they have to slave for it, then spend it on treats to other girls. But I was sure Richard was good, though he wasn't religious. So I said to Mamma that now that we knew all about it, there could be no reason why we shouldn't see as much of each other as we liked, seeing Richard was our brother. But she paid no heed to me. She sat thinking and thinking, and I read in her face that she was not in a brown study, but trying to get at something. It was many minutes before she spoke, but she did at last, and what she told us is my secret, Barbara. But I'm not bound to keep it from you, for I know you would not hurt Richard, and you have a right to know whatever I know, for you found my life and wrapped it up in love and gave it back to me, dear Barbara. It was not a pretty story for mother to tell her children, and it's a sore grief not to be able to think everything that's good of your mother. But it's all past now, and it ain't our fault, is it, Barbara? Your fault? Cried Barbara. What do you mean? People treat us as if it were. Never you mind. You've got a Father in heaven to see that. Thank you, Barbara. You make me so happy. Now I can tell you all. I've got it, cried my mother. Bless my soul, what an ass I was not to see through it at once. Now you just listen to me. Sir Wilton was married before he married his present wife. He never thought of getting rid of me for the first one, you understand, for she wasn't a lady, though they do say she was a handsome creature. She was that low, you wouldn't believe, just nobody at all. Her father was, what do you think? A country blacksmith. And though he had me, he would marry her. Oh, the men, they are incomprehensible. It made me mad to think he wouldn't marry me, and he would marry her, and I might have had him myself if I'd only been as hard-hearted and stood out as long. But the fact was, I was in love with your father. No one could help it when he laid himself out to make you. I couldn't anyhow, though I tried hard. But she could. For all her beauty, she was that cold. Ice was nothing to her. He told me so himself. Well, when her time came, she died. Never more than just saw the child, and died. I believe myself she died of fright, for Sir Wilton told me he was the ugliest child ever came into this world. He must, said his father, have come straight from the devil, for no one else could have made him so ugly. Well, what must your father go and do next but marry an earl's daughter? Nobody too good for him after the blacksmiths. And within a month or so, what should his nurse do but walk off with the child? From that day to this, so far as I've heard, there's been no news of him. It's years and years that all the world has given him up for lost. Now, mark what I say, I feel morally certain that this Richard, as you call him, is that same child, and heir to all of the Lestrange property. That woman, Tuke, what a name! She's the nurse that carried him off. And who knows but the man married her for the chance of what the child's succession might bring them. They mean to tell the fellow, when the proper time comes, how they saved him from being murdered by his stepmother, and carried him off at the risk of their own lives. Well, they knew him for a pot of money. You may be certain they've got all the proofs safe. I hate the ugly devil. What right has he to come to an estate and have my children looked down upon by Mrs. Bookbinder? I'll put a spoke in her wheel, though. I'll have one little finger in their pie. They shan't burn their mouths with it. No, not they. I treasured every word my mother said. I was so glad all the while. Think of Richard as the head of the family. I could not help the feeling that I belonged to the family, for was not the same blood in Richard and in us? Alice, my mother said, mark my words. That Richard, as you call him, is heir to the title and estate. But if you speak one word on the subject until I give you leave, to your Richard or to any live soul, I'll tear your tongue out, I will. And you know well what I say, I do. I knew well that poor mamma very seldom did what she said, and I was not afraid of her, but I grew more and more afraid of doing anything to interfere with Richard's prospects. I met him one night in Regent Street, a terrible, stormy night, and was so fluttered at seeing him, and so frightened lest I should get something out that might injure him, that I nearly killed myself by running against a lamp-post in my hurry to get away from him. But to be quite honest with you, Barbara, what I was most afraid of, that he would go on falling in love with me, and when he found out what we were to each other, it would break his heart. I have heard of such a thing, for you see, I durst not tell him. And besides, it mightn't be so, after all, so I had to be cruel to him. He must have thought me a brute. And now, for him to appear, far away from everywhere, just in time to save me from dying of cold and hunger. Ain't it wonderful? But Barbara sat silent. It was her turn to sit thinking and thinking. Why had the strange story come to her ears? There must be something for her to do in the next chapter of it. How much do you think Richard may know about the thing? She asked. I don't believe he has a suspicion that he is anything but the son of the bookbinder, Alice answered. If Mrs. Tuke did take him, I wonder why it really was. What do you think, Barbara? To me, she does not look at all a designing woman. She may be a daring one. I could fancy her sticking at nothing she saw reason for. If she did it, she must have done it for the sake of the child. It was much too great a risk to run for any advantage to herself, assented Barbara. Then they have to provide for him all the time. Have they any children of their own? I don't think any. Then it is possible she took such a fancy to the child she was nursing that she could not bear to part with him. I have heard of women like that, out with us. But what are we to do, Alice? Is it right to leave the thing so? Ought we not to do anything? I don't know. I can't tell a bit, answered Alice. I have thought and thought, lying alone in the night, but never could make up my mind. Supposing you were sure it was so, there is yet the danger of interfering with those who know all about him and can do the best for him. And there's the danger of what my mother might be tempted to do the moment anyone moved in the matter. To hasten the thing might spoil all. Isn't it strange, Barbara, how much your love for your mother seems independent of her character? I don't know. Yes, I think you are right. There is my mother, who has no guile in her, but is ready to burn you to ashes before you know what she is angry about. When you trust her and go to her for help, she is ready to die for you. I love her with all my heart, but I can't say she's an exemplary woman. I don't think Mr. Wingfold, that's our clergyman, would say so either, though he professes quite an admiration for her." Thereupon Barbara told Alice the story of her mother's behavior in church, and how the parson had caught her. "But nobody knows to this day," she concluded, "whether he intended to catch her, or was only teaching his people by a parable, and she caught herself in its meshes. Caught she was, anyhow, and has never entered the church since. But she speaks very differently of the clergyman now." "I feel greatly tempted sometimes," resumed Alice, "to let Richard know, for surely, whatever the projects of other people concerning him, a man has the right to know where he came from." "Yes," answered Barbara, "a man must have the right to know what other people know about him. And yet it would be a pity to ruin the plans of good people who had all the time been working and caring for him. I wonder if he was in danger from Lady Anne. I have heard out there of terrible things done to get one's way. She is a deathlike woman. His nurse might well be afraid of what his stepmother might do. I can quite fancy her making off with him in an agony of terror, lest he should be poisoned or smothered or buried alive. But what if they sent him away with a hint to the nurse that his absence might as well be permanent? What if any search was made for him was nothing but a farce? I wish we knew what ground there is for inquiring whether he may not be the child that was lost, if indeed there was a child lost. I have not heard at the house any allusion to such an occurrence." Much more talk ensued. The girls came to the conclusion that for the present they must do nothing that might let the secret out of their keeping. They must wait and watch. When the right thing grew plain, they would do it. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 30. Barbara Thinks. Barbara rode home with strange things in her mind. Here was a romance brought to her very door. She was nowise hungry after romance, being of the essence of romance her own lovely self, in the simplicity which carried her direct to the heart of things. She was life in such relation to life that her very existence was natural romance. How should there be any romance to equal that of pure being, of existence regarded and encountered face to face, of the voyage forth from the heart of life and the toilsome journey, peril beset, back to the home of that same heart of hearts? Here was one wrapped in a strange cloud. Why should she not pass through the cloud and join her fellow traveller within? Naturally, then, from this time, the thoughts of Barbara rested not a little upon the person and undeveloped history of the man with whose being she was before linked by a greater indebtedness than any but herself could understand. Any enlargement of relation to the unseen world, the world, I mean, of thought and reality, region of recognizable relation or force, is an immeasurably more precious gift than any costliest thing that a mortal may call his own until death, but must then pass on to another. And Richard had thrown open to Barbara the wealthiest regions of the literature of her race. She, on her part, had so much influenced him that he had at least become far less overbearing in the presentment of his unbelief. For Barbara's idea, call it, if you will, her imagination of a god, was one with which none of those things for the hate's sake of which he had become the champion of a negation held fellowship. And he carried himself toward it with so much courtesy that she had begun to hope he was slowly following her out of the desert places, where, little as she yet knew about God, she felt life impossible. The strongest bonds were thus in the process of binding them, and Barbara's feeling toward Richard might very naturally develop into one or other of the million forms to which we give the common name of love. As for Richard, he was already aware that his feeling toward Barbara could be no other than love. But he knew love as only the few know it who give themselves, who cherish no hope, look for no response, dream of no claim. To expect any return of his devotion would have seemed to Richard the simplest absurdity. He did not even say to himself that the thing could not be. Not therefore, however, was he to escape suffering. The seeds of it were already sown in him plentifully, though its first leaves are not to be distinguished from those of other plants, and it sometimes takes long for the flower to appear. Barbara was lovely to Richard, as the Luna of a heavenly sky, descending and talking with him, the Diana of a lower world, bound by her destiny, and without a choice, to return to her heaven, and be once more the far unapproachable Luna. She shone in his eyes like a lovely, mysterious gem, which he might wear for an hour, but which must presently, with its hundredfold shadow and shine, pass from his keeping. He knew that love was his, but he did not know that he was love's. He knew he loved Barbara, but he did not know that her exquisiteness was permeating his whole being with an endless possession. In truth, no man good and free could have kept her soul out of his. She was so delicate, yet so strong, so steady, yet so ready, so original, yet so infinitely responsive. What could he do but throw his doors wide to her? What could he do but love her? And now that Barbara believed she knew more about him than he did himself, now that the road appeared to lie open between them, would she escape falling in love with such a man, whose hands of labor were mastered with a head full of understanding, and whose head was quickened by a heart in which dwelt an imagination at once receptive and productive? Could any true woman despise the love of such a workman? From this time, for some weeks, they saw less of each other. Without knowing it, Barbara had, since the revelation of Alice, grown a little shy of Richard. It came of her truthfulness mainly. As Dante felt ashamed of the discourteous advantage of alone possessing eyesight, in the presence of the poor souls upon the second cornice of the purgatorial mountain, just so Barbara, without altogether defining to herself her feeling, regarded it as unfair to Richard, as indeed taking an advantage of him, to seek his company, knowing about him more than she seemed to know. She felt even deceitful in appearing to know of him only what he chose to tell her, while in truth she more than suspected she knew of him what he did not know himself. She not only knew more than she seemed to know, but she knew more than Richard himself knew. At the same time, she felt that she had no right to tell him what she almost believed. She ought first to be certain of it. If the conjecture were untrue, what harm might it not, believed by him, occasion both to him and his parents? Supposing it true, if those who had cherished him all his life did not tell him the fact, could it be right in her, coming by accident upon it, to acquaint him with it? Whether true or not, it must, if believed by him, change the whole tenor of his way, might perhaps, seeing he had no faith in God, destroy the very tone of his life. Certainly, if untrue, it would cause endless grief to the parents, whom to believe it would be to repudiate. Richard was indeed, she allowed, in less danger of being injured by the suggestion than any other young man she had known, but the risk, a great one, was there. She did not now, therefore, go so often to Mortgrange. Every day she went out for her gallop, unattended, for, accustomed to the freedom of hundreds of leagues of wild country, the very notion of a groom behind her was hateful, and would often find herself making for some point whence she could see the chimneys of the house when the resolve of the day was one of abstinence. But that resolve she never broke. If it was not the drawing-room and Theodora, but the library and Richard, not the hideous flowers that happily never came alive from Lady Anne's needle, but the old books reviving to autumnal beauty under the patient, healing touch of the craftsman that ever drew her all the way, who can wonder? Or who will blame her but such as Lady Anne, whose kind, though slowly, yet surely vanishes, melting, like the grimy snow of our streets, before the sun of righteousness and the coming kingdom. Lady Anne and she were now on the same footing as before their misunderstanding, if indeed their whole relation was anything better than a misunderstanding. For what Lady Anne knew of Barbara she misunderstood, and what she did not know of Barbara was the best of her, while what Barbara knew of Lady Anne she also misunderstood, and what she did not know of Lady Anne was the worse of her. But Barbara had told Lady Anne that she was sorry she had spoken to her as she had, and Lady Anne had received the statement as an expected apology. Their quarrel had indeed given Lady Anne no uneasiness. Daughter of one ancient house, and mother in another, a pillar of society, a live dignity with matronly back flat as any coffin lid, she was of course in the right, and could afford to await the acknowledgment of wrong, due and certain, from an ill-bred and ill-educated chit of the colonies. For how could anyone continue indifferent to the favour of Lady Anne? She was incapable of perceiving the merit of Barbara's apology, or appreciating the sweetness from which it came. For the genial Barbara could not bear dissension. She had seen enough of it to hate it. In just defence of a friend she would fight to the last, but in any matter of her own she was ready to see or even imagine herself in the wrong. Anger in its reaction always made her feel ill, which feeling she was apt to take for a reminder from conscience when she would make haste to apologize. Lady Anne's relations with Barbara were therefore not so much restored as unchanged. The elder lady neither sought nor avoided the younger, gave her always the same cold welcome and farewell, yet was as much pleased to see her as ever to see anybody. She regarded her as the merest of butterflies, with pretty flutter and no stay, a creature of wings and nonsense, carried hither and thither by slightest puff of inclination. It was the judgment of a caterpillar upon a humming-bird. There was more stuff in Barbara, with all her seeming volatility, than in a wilderness of Lady Anne's. The friendship between such a twain could hardly consist in more than the absence of active disapproval. When Barbara went into the library, she would always greet Richard as if she had seen him but the day before, asking what piece of work he was at now, and showing an interest in it as genuine as her interest in himself. If there was anything in it she did not quite understand, he must there and then explain it. So eager was she to know, that he had not seldom to remind her that his minutes were not his own. But now and then he would lay aside his work for a time, never forgetting to make up for the interval afterward, and show her some process from beginning to end. For Barbara, finding now more time on her hands, had begun to try her repairing faculty on some of the old books in the house, hoping one day to surprise Richard with what she had done, and this led to her asking many and far-reaching questions in the art. But Richard continued to give her his more important aid. He was still her master in literature, directing her what to read and what to meditate, and instructing her how to get her mind to rest on things. He was the most capable of teachers, for he followed simply the results of his own experience. Having prepared for her, with his father's help, a manuscript book of handmade paper, bound in Levant morocco, the edges gilded in the rough, he made her copy certain poems into it, attending carefully to every point, and each minutest formality. He would not have her copy whatever she might choose. She could not yet, he said, choose to advantage, for she was of such a keen, clear joyance, that, happy over what was not the best, she would waste her love. But neither would he altogether choose for her. From among the poems he had already brought before her, she must take those she liked best. This, he said, would make her choice a real one, for it would take place between poems already known to her, with regard to which, therefore, she was in a position to determine her own preference. Then the unavoidable brooding over it, caused in the copying of the one chosen, would make it grow in her mind, and assume something of the shape it had in the author's. To Arthur Lestrange, who, notwithstanding the unlikeness between him and Barbara, and notwithstanding the frequent shocks his conventional propriety received from her divine liberty, had been for some time falling in love with her, these interviews, which he never hesitated to interrupt the moment he pleased, could hardly be agreeable. He never supposed that in them anything passed of which he could have complained had he been the girl's affianced lover. But he did not relish the thought that she looked to the workman and not his employer for help in her studies. Nor was it consolation to him to be aware that he could no more give her what the workman gave her than he could teach her his book-binding, at which also the eager Barbara grasped. At Wylder Hall no questions were ever asked as to how she had spent the day. Her mother, although now that her twin was gone she loved her best in the world, never troubled her head about what she did with herself. Although Barbara was now a little more at home than formerly, she and her mother were scarcely together an hour in a week, except at meals. She thought Arthur Lestrange would make a good enough husband for Bab, and having chanced on some sign that her husband cherished hopes of a loftier alliance, grew rather favourable to a match between them. There was, however, a little betterment in Mrs. Wylder, and her ceasing to go to church was only one of the indications of it. She had in her a foundation of genuine simplicity, and was in essence a generous soul. Anyone who wondered at the combination of strange wild charm and honest strength in the daughter would have wondered much less had he gained the least insight into what, beneath the ruin of earthquake and tornado, lay buried in the soul of her mother. The best of changes is slow in most natures, and the main question is, perhaps, whether it goes slowly because of feebleness and instability, and consequent frequency of relapse, or because of the root nature, the thoroughness, and the magnitude of what has been initiated. But Mrs. Wylder was tropical. Any real change in her would soon reach a point where it must become swift as well as comprehensive. Since returning to the trammels of a more civilized life, Mr. Wylder had grown self-absorbed, and from a loud, lawless man had become a sombre, sometimes morose person. One great cause of the change, however, was that the remaining twin, his favourite, had for some time shown signs of a failing constitution. His increasing feebleness weighed heavily on his father. He had had a tutor ever since they came to England, but now they did little or no work together, spending their hours mostly in wandering about the grounds, and in fitful reading of books of any sort in which the boy could be led to take a passing interest. Barbara's heart yearned after him, but he was greatly attached to his nurse, and did not care for Barbara. The dissension between husband and wife about the twins had its origin mainly with the mother, but sprang from the generosity of her nature. The twin she favoured was sickly from infancy. A woman such as Mrs. Wylder might have been expected to shrink from the puny suffering creature, and give her affection and approbation to the other, as did her husband. But it was just here that the true in her, the pure womanly, came to the surface and then to the front. The child had an appealing look, which, when first she saw him, went straight to the heart of the strong mother, and afterward roused, if not enough of the protective, yet all the defensive in her. From herself she did not, and from death she could not, save him. He died rather suddenly, and now the strong one seemed slowly sinking. The mother did not heed him, and the father, for very misery, could scarcely look at him. He was to him like one dead already, only not dead enough to be buried. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by George Emerson. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 31. Wingfold and Barbara. The bickerings between her father and mother had not a little to do with the peculiar features of Barbara's life in the colony. As soon as she saw a cloud rising, having learned by frequent experience what it was sure to result in, she would creep away, mount one of the many horses at her choice, and race from the house like a dog in terror, till she was miles from the spot where her father and mother would by that time be writhing in fiercest wordy warfare. What the object of their wrangling might be, she never inquired. It was plain to her almost from the first that nothing was gained by it beyond the silence of fatigue, and as that silence was always fruitful of new strife, it brought a comfort known to be but temporary. Had she not been accustomed to it from earliest childhood, it would have been terrible to her to see human lives going off in such a foul smoke of hell. Not a sentence was uttered by the one, but was furiously felt as a wrong by the other, to be remorselessly met by wrong as flagrant, rousing in its turn the indignation of injury to a pain unendurable. It is strange that the man who most keenly feels the wrong done him should so often be the most insensible to the wrong he does. So dominant is the unreason of the moment that the injury he inflicts appears absolute justice, and the injury he suffers absolute injustice. Yet such disputes turn seldom upon the main point at issue between the parties. It may not even once be mentioned, while some new trifle is fought over with all the bitterness of the alienation that lies gnawing and biting and burning beneath. War is raging between kingdoms for the possession of a hovel, which possessed, the quarrel were no nearer settlement than before. Hence it came that Barbara paid so little regard to her mother's challenge of the clergyman. Single comment of the sort she seemed to seek was an experience of Barbara's life too often recurrent to be interesting. The thunders of its artillery, near or far, passed over her almost unheeded. She had indeed sufficient respect for the forms of religion to regret that her mother should make her behavior in church the talk of the parish, and to be rather pleased that the clergyman should have had the best of it in his joust of arms with her. But further interest in the matter she scarcely took. On a certain day, Miss Brown, wanting at least one pair of new shoes, and her mistress cherishing the idea of a lesson in shoeing her, for which lesson arrangement had not even yet been made, Barbara, having been all the afternoon in the house, went out toward sunset to have a walk with a book. She was sauntering along a grassy road, which, though within their own park, belonged to the public, when she almost ran against a man similarly occupied with herself, for he also was absorbed in the book he carried. I should like to know what two books brought them thus together. Each started back with an apology, then both burst into a modest laugh, which renewed itself with merrier ring when the first and then the second attempt to pass, with all space for elbow room, failed, and they stood opposite each other in a hopeless mental paralysis. "Fate is opposed to our unneighborliness," said Mr. Wingfold. "She will not allow us to pass and depart in peace. What do you say, Miss Wylder? Shall we yield or shall we resist?" As he spoke, he held out his hand. Now, Barbara was the last person in the world to refuse, without a painfully good reason, any offered hand. She had never seen cause to desire the acquaintance of a man because he was a clergyman, but neither had she any unwillingness because he was a clergyman to make his acquaintance, while to Thomas Wingfold she already felt some attraction. The strong little hand was in his immediately, and felt comfortable in the great honest clasp, which it returned heartily. "I never saw you on your own feet before, Miss Wylder," said the clergyman. "Nor on anybody else's, I hope," she returned. "Oh, yes, indeed, on Miss Brown's many a time." "You know Miss Brown, then? She is my most intimate friend." "I am well aware of that. Everything worth knowing in the parish, and a good deal that is not, comes to my ears." May I hope you count Miss Brown's affairs worth hearing about, then? Of course I do. Does not a lady call her friend, whose acquaintance I have long wished to make? And do I not know that Miss Brown loves her in return? I cannot help sometimes regretting for a moment that four-footed friends in general are so short-lived. Why only for a moment? Said Barbara. Because I remind myself that it must be best for them and us, best for the friendship between us, best for us every way. But indeed I have more to be thankful for in the relation than most people of my acquaintance, for I sometimes drive a pony yet that is over 40. 40 years of age? Yes. I should like to see that pony. You shall see her. Any day you will come to the parsonage. I will gladly introduce her to you, but it is getting rather late to desire her acquaintance. She does not see very well, and is not so good-tempered as she once was. But she will soon be better. How do you mean? She has a process to go through, out of which she will come ever so much the better. Good gracious, you're not going to have an operation performed on her at her age? She is going to have her body stripped off her. Good gracious, cried Barbara again, but with yet greater energy. Then, seeing what he meant, laughed at her mistake. But then, she said, with eager resumption, you must believe there is something to strip her body off. I do. I have always thought so. So have I, and so I do indeed, answered Wingfold. I can't prove it. I can't prove anything. To my own satisfaction, that is. Though I dare say I might to the satisfaction of one who did not love the creatures enough to be anxious about them. I don't think you can prove anything that is worth being anxious about. Then why do you believe it? Asked Barbara, influenced by the talk of the century. Because I can, answered Wingfold. To believe and to be able to prove have little or nothing to do with each other. To believe and to convince have much to do with each other. But, persisted Barbara, with Richard in her mind, how are you to be sure of a thing you can't prove? That's a good question, and this is my answer, said Wingfold. What you love, you already believe enough to put it to the proof of trial. My life is such a proving, and the proof is so promising that it fills me with the happiest hope. To prove with your brains the thing you love would be to deck the garments of salvation with a useless fringe. Shall I search heaven and earth for proof that my wife is a good and lovely woman? The signs of it are everywhere. The proofs of it nowhere. They walked along for a while, side by side, in silence. Which had turned and gone with the other, neither knew. Barbara was beginning already to feel that safety which almost everybody sooner or later came to feel in Wingfold's company. A safety born of the sense that, in the closest talk, he never lay in wait for a victory, but took his companion, as one of his own people, into the end after which he was striving. Then, said Barbara at length, still thinking of Richard, if you believe that even the beasts are saved, you must think it very bad of a man not to believe in a God. I should think anyhow that he didn't care much about the beasts, that he hadn't a heart big enough to take the beasts in. But he couldn't, you know, if he didn't believe in God. I understand. Only, if he loved the poor beasts very much, and thought what a bad time they have of it in the world, I don't know how he could help hoping, at least, that there was a God somewhere who would somehow make up to them for it all. For my own part, I don't know how to be content, except the beasts themselves, when it is all over and the good time come, are able to say, after all, it is well worth it, bad as it was. But what if it was just that suffering that made the man think there could not be a God, or he would put a stop to it? That looks to me very close to believing in God. How do you make that out? If a man believed in a God that did not heed the suffering of the creation, one who made men and women and beasts, knowing that they must suffer, and suffer only, and went on believing so however you set him thinking about it, I should say to him, you believe in a devil, and so are in the way to become a devil yourself. 1,000 times rather would I believe that there was no God, and that the misery came by chance from which there was no escape. What I do believe is that there is a God who is even now doing his best to take all men and all beasts out of the misery in which they find themselves. But why did he let them come into it? That the God will tell them to their satisfaction, so soon as ever they shall have become capable of understanding it. There must be things so entirely beyond our capacity that we cannot now see enough of them to be able even to say that they are incomprehensible. There must be millions of truths that have not yet risen above the horizon of what we call the finite. Then you would not think a person so very, very wicked for not believing in a God? That depends on the sort of God he fancied himself asked to believe in. Would you call a Greek philosopher wicked for not believing in Mercury or Venus? If a man had the same notion of God that I have, or anything like it, and did not at least desire that there might be such a God, then I confess I should have difficulty in understanding how he could be good. But the God offered him might not be worth believing in, might even be such that it was a virtuous act to refuse to believe in him. One thing more, Mr. Wingfold, and you must not think I'm arguing against you or against God, for if I thought there was no God, I should just take poison. Tell me, mightn't a man think the idea of such a God as you believe in too good to be true? I should need to know something of his history rightly to understand that. Why should he be able to think anything too good to be true? Why should a thing not be true because it is good? It seems to me, if a thing be bad, it cannot possibly be true. If you say the thing is, I answer it exists because of something under the badness. Badness by itself can have no life in it. But if the man really thought as you suggest, I would say to him, you cannot know such a being does not exist. Is it possible you should be content that such a being should not exist? If such a being did exist, would you be content never to find him, but to go on forever and ever saying, he can't be, he's so good he can't be? Supposing you find one day that there he is, will your defense before him be satisfactory to yourself? There he is after all, but he was too good to believe in, therefore I did not try to find him. Will you say to him, if you had not been so good, if you had been a little less good, a little worse, just a trifle bad, I could and would have believed in you? But if the man could not believe there was any such being, how could he have heart to look for him? If he believed the idea of him so good, yet did not desire such a being enough to wish that he might be, enough to feel it worth his while to cry out in some fashion or other after him, then I could not help suspecting something wrong in his will, or his moral nature somewhere, or perhaps that the words he spoke were but words, and that he did not really and truly feel that the idea of such a God was too good to be true. In any such case, his Maker would not have cause to be satisfied with him, and if his Maker was not satisfied with what he had made, do you think the man would have cause to be satisfied with himself? But if he was made so, then no good being, not to say a faithful Creator, would blame him for what he could not help. If the God had made his creature incapable of knowing him, then of course the creature would not feel that he needed to know him. He would be where we generally imagine the lower animals, unable, therefore not caring to know who made him. But is not that just the point? A man may say truly, I don't feel I want to know anything about God. I do not believe I am made to understand him. I take no interest in the thought of a God. Before I could answer you concerning such a man, I should want to know whether he had not been doing as he knew he ought not to do, living as he knew he ought not to live, and spoiling himself, so spoiling the thing that God had made that, although naturally he would like to know about God, yet now, through having by wrongdoing injured his deepest faculty of understanding, he did not care to know anything concerning him. What could be done for such a man? God knows. God does know. I think he will make his very life a terrible burden, so that for pure misery he will cry to him. But suppose he was a man who tried to do right, who tried to help his neighbor, who was at least so far a good man as to deny the God that most people seem to believe in. What would you say then? I would say have patience. If there be a good God, he cannot be altogether dissatisfied with such a man. Of course, it is something wanting that makes him like that, and it may be he is to blame, or it may be he can't help it. I do not know when any man has arrived at the point of development at which he is capable of believing in God. The child of a savage may be capable, and a gray-haired man of science incapable. If such a man says, "The question of a God is not interesting to me," I believe him. But if he be such a man as you have last described, I believe also that, as God is taking care of him, who is the God of patience, the time must come when something will make him want to know whether there be a God, and whether he cannot get near him so as to be near him. I would say he is in God's school. Don't be too much troubled about him, as if God might overlook and forget him. He will see to all that concerns him. He has made him, and he loves him, and he is doing and will do his very best for him. "Oh, I am so glad to hear you speak like that," cried Barbara. "I didn't know clergymen were like that. I'm sure they don't talk like that in the pulpit." "Well, you know a man can't just chat with his people in the pulpit as he may when he has one alone to himself. For, you see, there are hundreds there, and they are all very different, and that must make a difference in the way he can talk to them. There are multitudes who could not understand a word of what we have been saying to each other. But if a clergyman says anything in the pulpit that differs in essence from what he says out of it, he is a false prophet, and has no business anywhere but in the realm of falsehood." "Why is he in the church, then?" "If there be any such man in the Church of England, we have to ask first how he got into it. I used to think the bishop who ordained him must be to blame for letting such a man in. But I am told the bishops haven't the power to keep out anyone who passes their examination, provided he is morally decent. And if that be true, I don't know what is to be done. What I know is that I have enough to do with my parish, and that to mind my work is the best I can do to set the church right." "I suppose the bishops, some of them at least, would say, if we do not take the men we can get, how is the work of the church to go on?" "I presume that even such bishops would allow that the business of the church is to teach men about God. That they cannot get men who know God is a bad argument for employing men who do not know him to teach others about him. It is founded on utter distrust of God. I believe the only way to set the thing right is to refuse the bad, that there may be room for God to send the good. By admitting the false, they block the way for the true. But the poor bishops have great difficulties. I am glad I am not a bishop. My parish is nearly too much for me sometimes." Barbara could not help thinking how her mother alone had been almost too much for him. Their talk the rest of the way was lighter and more general, and to her great joy Barbara discovered that the clergyman loved books the same way the bookbinder loved them. But she did not mention Richard. The parson took leave of her at a convenient issue from the park. But before she had gone many steps, he came running after her and said, "By the way, Miss Wylder, here are some verses that may please you. We were talking about our hopes for the animals. I heard the story they are founded on the other day from my friend the dissenting minister of the village. The little daughter of Dr. Doddridge, the celebrated theologian, was overheard asking the dog if he knew who made him. Receiving no reply, she said what you will find written there as the text of the poem." He put a paper in her hand and left her. She opened it and found what follows. Dr. Doddridge's dog. "What? You, Dr. Doddridge's dog, and not know who made you? My little dog, who blessed you with such white toothy pegs? And who was it that dressed you in such a lot of legs? I'm sure he never told you not to speak when spoken to, but it's not for me to scold you. dogs bark, and pussies mew. I'll tell you, little brother, in case you do not know, one only, not another, could make us two just so. You love me? Quiet. I'm proving. It must be God above that filled those eyes with loving. He was the first to love. One day he'll stop all sadness, hark to the nightingale. O blessed God of gladness, come, doggy, wag your tail. That's thank you, God. He gave you of life this little taste, and with more life he'll save you, not let you go to waste. So we'll live on together and share our bite and sup until he says, come hither, and lifts us both high up. Barbara was so much pleased with the verses that she thought them a great deal better than they were. Wingfold walked home thinking how, in his dull parish, where so few seemed to care whether they were going back to be monkeys or on to be men, he had yet found two such interesting young people as Richard and Barbara. He had come upon Richard again at his grandfather's, had had a little more talk with him, and had found him not so far from the kingdom of heaven, but that he cared to deny a false god. And he had just discovered in Barbara, who so seldom went to church, and who came of such strange parents, one in whom the love of God was not merely innate, but keenly alive. The heart of the one recoiled from a God that was not. The heart of the other was drawn to a God of whom she knew little. Were not the two upon converging tracks? What to most clergymen would have seemed the depth of a winter of unbelief seemed to Wingfold a springtime full of the sounds of the rising sap. What man, he said to himself, knowing the care that some men have of their fellow men, even to the spending of themselves for them, can doubt that, loving the children, they must one day love the Father? Who more welcome to the heart of the eternal Father than the man who loves his brother, whom also the unchanging Father loves? Personally, I find the whole matter of religious teaching and observance in general a very dull business, as dull as most secular teaching. If salvation is anything like what are commonly considered its means, it is to me a consummation devoutly to be deprecated. But no one ever found Wingfold dull. For one thing, he scarcely thought about the church, and never mistook it for the kingdom of God. Its worldly affairs gave him no concern, and party spirit was loathsome to him as the very Antichrist. He was a servant of the Church universal, of all that believed or ever would believe in the Lord Christ, therefore of all men, of the whole universe, and first of every man, woman, and child in his own parish. But though he was the servant of the boundless church, no church was his master. He had no master but the one Lord of life. Therefore, the so-called prosperity of the church did not interest him. He knew that the Master works from within outward, and believed no danger possible to the church, except from such of its nominal pastors as know nothing of the life that works leavening from within. The will of God was all Wingfold cared about, and if the church was not content with that, the church was nothing to him, and might do to him as it would. He did not spend his life for the people because he was a parson, but he was a parson because the Church of England gave him facilities for spending his life for the people. He gave himself altogether to the Lord, and therefore to his people. He believed in Jesus Christ as the everyday life of the world, whose presence is just as needful in bank or shop or House of Lords as at what so many of the clergy call the altar. When the Lord is known as the heart of every joy, as well as the refuge from every sorrow, then the altar will be known for what it is, an ecclesiastical antique. The father permitted but never ordained sacrifice. In tenderness to his children, he ordered the ways of their unbelieving belief. So at least thought and said Wingfold, and if he did not say so in the pulpit, it was not lest his fellows should regard him as a traitor, but because so few of his people would understand. He would spend no strength in trying to shore up the church. He sent his lifeblood through its veins, and his appeal to the living one, for whose judgment he waited. The world would not perish if what is called the church did go to pieces. A truer church, for there might well be a truer, would arise out of her ruins. But let no one seek to destroy. Let him that builds only take heed that he build with gold and silver and precious stones, not with wood and hay and stubble. If the church were so built, who could harm it? If it were not in part so built, it would be as little worth pulling down as letting stand. There is in it a far deeper and better vitality than its blatant supporters will be able to ruin by their advocacy, or the enviers of its valueless social position by their assaults upon that position. Wingfold never thought of associating the anxiety of the heiress with the unbelief of the bookbinder. He laughed a laugh of delight when afterward he learned their relation to each other. The next Sunday, Barbara was at church, and never afterward willingly missed going. She sought the friendship of Mrs. Wingfold, and found at last a woman to whom she could heartily look up. She found in her also a clergyman's wife who understood her husband, not because he was small-minded, but because she was large-hearted, and fell in thoroughly with his modes of teaching his people, as well as his objects in regard to them. She never sought to make one in the parish a churchman, but tried to make every one she had to do with a scholar of Christ, a child to his Father in heaven. End of chapter 31. This recording is by George Emerson.
Chapter 32 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 32. The Shoeing of Miss Brown. 2 days after, on a lovely autumn evening, Barbara rode Miss Brown across the fields, avoiding the hard road even more carefully than usual. For Miss Brown, as I have said, was in want of shoes, and Barbara herself was to have a hand in putting them on. The red-faced, white-whiskered, jolly old Simon stood at the smithy door to receive her. He had been watching for her, and had heard the gentle trot over the few yards of road that brought her in sight. With a merry greeting he helped her down from the great mare. It was but the sense that his blackness was not in grain that kept him from taking her in his arms like a child, and lifting her down. So small was she, and so friendly and childlike. She would have shaken hands with him, but he would not with her. It would make her glove, he said, as black as his apron. Barbara pulled off her glove, and gave him her dainty little hand, which the blacksmith took at once, being too much of a gentleman not to know where respect becomes rudeness. He clasped the lovely loan with the sturdy reverence of his true old heart, saying her hand should pay her footing in the trade. "Lord, miss, ain't I proud to make a smith of you," he said. "Only you must do nothing but shoe. I can't let you spoil your hands. You can keep Miss Brown shod without doing that. Here comes Dick for his part. He might have left it to who taught him. Did he think the old man would be rough with Missy? I dare say now he's been teaching you that woman's work of his this long time." "Stop, stop, Mr. Armour," cried Barbara. "When you see me shoe Miss Brown, perhaps you won't care to talk about a woman's work again." Richard came up, took Miss Brown in, and put her in her place. The smith knew exactly what sort and size of shoes she wanted, and had them already so far finished that but a touch or so was necessary to make them an absolute fit. Barbara tucked up her skirt and secured it with her belt, but this would not satisfy Simon. He had a little leather apron ready for her, and nothing would serve but she must put it on to protect her habit. Till this was done, he would not allow her touch hammer or nail. "Come, come, missy," he said, "I'm king in my own shop, and you must do as I tell you." Thereupon Barbara, who had stood out only for the fun of the thing, put on the leather apron with its large bib, and set about her work. Richard did not offer to put on the first shoe. He believed she had so often watched the operation that she must know perfectly what to do. Nor was he disappointed. She proceeded like an adept. Happily Miss Brown was very good. She was neither hungry nor thirsty. She had had just enough exercise to make her willing to breathe a little. Nothing had gone wrong in the way to upset her delicate nerves, for, gentle and loving as she always was, she was apt to be both apprehensive and touchy. Her digestion was all right, for she had had neither too much corn nor too much grass. Therefore she stood quite still, and if not exactly full of faith, was yet troubled by no doubt as to the ability of her mistress to put on her shoes for her, iron though they were, and to be fastened with long sharp nails. Richard was nowise astonished at Barbara's coolness, or her courage, or the business-like way in which she tucked the great hoof under her arm, or even at the accurate aim which brought the right sort of blow down on the head of nail after nail, in true line with its length. But he was astonished at the strength of her little hand, the hardness of her muscles, covered with just fat enough to make form and movement alike beautiful, and the knowing skill with which she twisted off the ends of the nails, the quick turn necessary she seemed to have by nature. In her keen watching, she had so identified herself with the operator, that perfect insight had supplied the place of active experience, and seemed almost to have waked some ancient instinct that operated independent of consciousness. The mare was shod, and well shod, without any accident, and Richard felt no anxiety as he lifted the little lady to her back, and saw her canter away, as if she had been presented with fresh feathery wings instead of only fresh iron shoes. He experienced, however, not a little disappointment. He had hoped to walk a part of her way alongside of Miss Brown. Barbara had in truth expected he would, but a sudden shyness came upon her, and made her start at speed the moment she was in the saddle. Simon and Richard stood looking after her. With a sharp scramble she turned. Richard darted forward, but nothing was wrong with the mare. She came at a quick trot, and they were side by side in a moment. Barbara had bethought herself that it was a pity to get no more pleasure or profit out of the afternoon than just a horseshoeing. "She's all right," she cried. Richard imagined she had but started to put her handiwork to the test. They walked back to the old man, and once more she thanked him in such pretty fashion as made him feel a lord of the world. Then Richard and she moved away together in the direction of Mortgrange, and left Simon praying God to give them to each other before he died. They had not gone far when it became Richard's turn to stop. "Oh, miss," he said, "I must go back. Neither of us has been to see Alice, and I haven't for more than a week. Think of her lying there, expecting and expecting, and no one coming. It's just the history of the world. I must go back." He would not have said so much, but that Barbara sat regarding him without response of word or look, appearing not to heed him. He began to wonder. "Alice can't be dead," he thought with himself. "She was pretty well when I saw her last." "She is gone," said Barbara quietly, and the thought just discarded returned on Richard with a sickening clearness. He stood and stared. Barbara saw him turn white, and understood his mistake, so terrible to one who had no hope of ever again seeing a departed friend. "She went home to her mother yesterday," she said. Richard gave a great sigh of relief. "I thought she was dead," he answered, "and I had not been so good to her as I might have been." "Richard," said Barbara, it was the first time she had called him by his name, "did anybody in the world ever do all he might to make his best friends happy?" "No, miss, I don't think it. There must always be something more he might have done." "Then the better people become, the more lamentations, mourning, and woe, The words had taken hold of her at church the Sunday before. There must always be, because of those they shall never look upon again, those to whom they shall never say, "I am sorry." How comes it that men are born into a world where there is nothing of what they most need, consolation for the one inevitable thing, sorrow and self-reproach? There is consolation, that it will soon be over, that we go to them. "Go to them," cried Barbara. "We do not even go to look for them. We shall not even know that we should find them if we could. We shall not have even the consolation of suffering, of loving on in vain. The whole thing is the most wrongful scorn, the most insulting mockery, the laughter of a devil at all that is noble and tender, only there is not even a devil to be angry with and defy." Barbara spoke with an indignation that made her eloquent. Richard gave her no answer. There was no logic in what Barbara said, nothing to reply to. Why should life not be misery? Why should there be anyone who cared? There was no ground for thinking there might be one. The proof was all the other way. The idea was too good to be true. Richard had said so to himself 1,000 times. But was the world indeed on such a grand scale that to believe in anything better or other than it seemed was to believe too much, was to believe more than, without proof, which was not to be had, Richard would care to believe? The nature of the case grew clearer to him. As a man does not fear death while yet it seems far away, so a man may not shrink from annihilation while yet he does not realize what it means. To cease may well seem nothing to a man who neither loves much, nor feels the bitterness of regret for wrong done, the gnawing of that remorse whose mother is tenderness. He was beginning to understand this. The silence grew oppressive. It was as if each was dreaming of the other dead. To break the pain of presence without communion, Richard spoke. "Can you tell me, miss," he said, "why Alice went away without letting me know? She might have done that." "She had a good reason," answered Barbara. "I can't think what it could be," he returned. "I never was so long without seeing her before, but surely she could not be so much offended at that. You see, miss, I knew you went every day, and I knew I should like that better than having anyone else come to see me, so I gave myself no trouble. I never thought of her going for a long time yet. Did her mother send her money?" "Not that I know of." "Perhaps my grandfather lent her some. She couldn't have any herself. I wonder why she dislikes me so much." He was doubting whether she would have taken money from him if he had been in time to offer it. He did not like to ask Barbara if she had helped her. And then what was she to do when she got home? Barbara had let him talk, delighted to look in at the windows his words went on opening. In particular it pleased and attracted her that he was so unconscious of the goodness he had shown Alice. Barbara and he made a rare conjunction of likeness. So many will do a kindness who are not yet capable of forgetting it. Barbara could not tell him that Alice was afraid to bid him good-bye, lest in her weakness she should render an explanation necessary. She did not in the least doubt Richard was her brother, and her heart was full of him. How often, as she lay alone, building her innocent and not very wonderful castles, had she not imagined herself throwing her arms about him and kissing him at her will? What if she should actually do so when he came to bid her good-bye? Then she would have to tell him he was her brother, and so perhaps might ruin everything. She must go without a word. "She is far from disliking you," said Barbara. "Why then did she not tell me, that I might have given her money for her journey?" "There was no need of that," returned Barbara. "She is my sister now, and a sovereign or two is nothing between us." "Oh, thank you, miss. Then she will have a little over when she gets home. But I'm afraid it will be long before she is able to work again. It would be of no use to tell my mother, for somehow she seems to have taken a great dislike to poor Alice. I am positive she does not deserve it. My mother is the best woman I know, but she is very stiff when she takes a dislike. Have you got her address, miss? Arthur would take money from me, I think, but I don't know where he is. I was always meaning to ask her, and always forgot." "I will see she has everything she wants," answered Barbara. "Bless your lovely heart, miss," exclaimed Richard. but I fear nothing much will reach them so long as their mother is alive. She eats and drinks the flesh and blood of her children. Nobody could help seeing it. There's Arthur, cold and thin and miserable, without a greatcoat in the bitterest weather, and Alice with hardly flesh enough for setting to her great eyes, and Mrs. Manson well dressed, and eating the best butter, and drinking the best bottled stout that money can buy. If only their mother was like mine! If one of her family had to starve, she would claim it as her right. Such women as Mrs. Manson have no business to be mothers. Why were they made, if people are made? Perhaps they will be made something of yet, suggested Barbara. If you're right, miss, and there be a God, either he's not so good as you would be if you were God, or else somebody interferes and won't let him do his best. Shall I tell you what our clergyman said to me the other day? Returned Barbara. Yes, if you please, miss. I don't mind what you say, because the God you would have me believe in is like yourself, and if he be, and be like you, he will set everything tight as soon as ever he can. What Mr. Wingfold said was this, that it was not fair, when a man had made something for a purpose, to say it was not good before we knew what his purpose with it was. I don't like, he said, even my wife to look at my verses before they're finished. God can't hide away his work till it is finished, as I do my verses, and we ought to take care of what we say about it. God wants to do something better with people than people think. Is he a poet? Said Richard. But when I think how he looked at the sunrise, of course he is. That man don't talk a bit like a clergyman, miss. He talks just like any other man, only better than I ever heard man talk before. I couldn't help liking him from the first, and wishing I might meet him again. But I think I could put him a question or two yet that would puzzle him. I don't know, answered Barbara, but one thing I am sure of, that if you did puzzle him, he would say he was puzzled, and must have time to think it over. That is to behave like a man, and after all, clergymen are men, and there must be good men among them. But do you think, miss, you could get Arthur's address from Alice? The office is not where it used to be. I dare say I could. You see, miss, I shall have to go back to London. There was a tone and tremble in his words, to which, not to the words themselves, Barbara made reply. Will anyone dare to say, she rejoined, that we shall not meet again? The sort of God you believe in, miss, would not say it, he answered, but the sort of God my mother believes in would. I know nothing about other people's gods, rejoined Barbara. Indeed, she added, I know very little about my own. But I mean to know more. Mr. Wingfold will teach me. Take care he don't over-persuade you, miss. You have been very good to me, and I couldn't bear you to be made a fool of. Only he can't be just like the rest. He will persuade me of nothing that doesn't seem to me true. Be certain of that, Richard. And if it please God to part us, I will pray and keep on praying to him to let us meet again. If I have been good to you, you have been much better to me. Richard was not elated. He only thought, how kind of her. End of chapter 32. Recording by Hannah Mary.
Chapter 33 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Holly Ruschick. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 33. Richard and Vixen. Barbara turned her mare across the road and sent her at the hedge. Miss Brown cleared it like a stag and took a bee-line along the grass for Wylder Hall. Richard stood astonished. A moment before she was close beside him, and now she was nearly out of his sight. The angel that ascended from the presence of Manoah could scarcely have more amazed the Danite. Though Richard could shoe a horse, he could no more have stuck to Miss Brown over that hedge than he could have ascended with the angel. He watched till she vanished, and then watched for her reappearance at a point of hope beyond. Only when he knew that distance and intervention rendered it impossible he should see her more, did he turn and take his way to Mortgrange. He was as much in love with Barbara as a man could be who indulged no hope whatever of marrying her, who was not even tempted to build the humblest castle for her in the air of possibility. But so far was his love from causing him any kind of selfish absorption that his heart was much troubled at Alice's leaving him without a farewell. Her behavior woke in him his first sense of the inexplicable. He little thought of its being but the first visible vapor of a mystery that involved both his past and his future. All he knew was that the sister of his friend had, in a stormy night in London, fled from him as a wild beast, and that now, on a quiet morning in the country, she was gone from his grandfather's house without a word of farewell to him who had called him to her aid. There must be a reason for everything, he said to himself, but some reasons are hard to find. The next day, in the forenoon, Richard was busy as usual in the library. Doors and windows were shut against draughts, for he was working with gold leaf on the tooling of an ancient binding. A door opened, and in came the goblin of the house. Perceiving what Richard was about, she came bounding, lithe as a cat, and making a wilful wind with her pinafore, blew away the leaf as he was dividing on the cushion, and knocked a book of gold leaf to the floor. The bookmender felt very angry, and put an extra guard on himself, caught her in a firm grasp, and proceeded to expel her. She threw herself on the floor and began to scream. Richard took her up, laid her down in the hall, and closed and locked the door by which she had entered. Vixen lay where he had laid her, and went on screaming. By and by her screaming ceased, and a few moments after the handle of the door was tried. Richard took no notice. Then came a peremptory knock. Richard called out, "Who's there?" But no answer came except a repetition of the knock, to which he paid no heed. The knock was twice repeated, but Richard went on with his work and gave no sign. Suddenly another door, which he had not thought of securing, burst open, and in sailed Miss Wylder, the governess, tall and slight, with the dignity she put on for her inferiors, to whom she was as insolent as those above her she was cringing. True superiority she was incapable of perceiving. Real inferiority would have been hard to find. "Man," she exclaimed, the moment her wrath would allow her to speak, "what do you mean by your insolence?" "If you allude to my putting the child out of the room," answered Richard, "I meant that she is rude, and that I will not be annoyed with her." "You shall be turned out of the house!" "In the meantime," rejoined Richard, who had not an unnatural repugnance to Miss Wylder, and was now thoroughly angry, "I will turn you too out of the room, and for the same reason." Richard felt, with every true gentleman, that the workman has a claim to politeness as real as that of any gentleman. The man who cannot see it is a cad. "I dare you!" cried Miss Wylder, giving rein to her innate coarseness. Before he blames Richard, my reader must think how he might himself have behaved, that he had been brought up among the people. I would have him reflect also that the woman who presumes on her sex undermines its claim. Richard laid the tool he was using quietly aside and approached her deliberately. Trusting, like King Claudius, in the divinity that hedged her, and not believing he would presume to touch her, the woman kept her ground defiantly until his hands were on the point of seizing her. Then she uttered a shriek and fled. Richard closed the door behind her, made it also fast, and returned to his work. But he was not to be left in peace. Another hand came to the door, and a voice demanding entrance followed the foiled attempt to open it. He recognized the voice as Lady Anne's, and made haste to admit her. But her ladyship stood motionless on the doormat, erect and cool. Anger itself could not warm her, for that she was angry was plain only from the steely sparkle in her gray eyes. "You forget yourself. You must leave the house," she said. "I have done nothing, my lady," answered Richard, "but what was necessary to do. I did not hurt the child in the least." "That is not the point. You must leave the house." "I should obey you at once, my lady," rejoined Richard, "but I am not at liberty to do so. Sir Wilton has the command of my time till the month of May. I am bound to be at his orders, whether I choose or not, except he tell me to go." Lady Anne stood speechless and stared at him with her icicle eyes. Richard turned away to his work. Lady Anne entered and shut the door behind her. Richard would have to search long to discover the cause of her peculiar behavior. It was this. In his anger, he had flashed on her a look which she knew but could not identify, and which somehow frightened her. She must shape and identify the reminiscence. Familiar enough with the expression of her husband's face when he was out of temper, she had yet failed to identify with it the look on the face of his son. Had she known Richard's mother, she would probably have recognized him at once, for there was more of her as well as of his father in his expression when he was angry. There must have been a good many wrathful passages between the two. In the face of their child, the expression of the mother so modified that of the father that Lady Anne could not isolate and verify it. She must therefore go on talking to him, keeping to the point, but not pushing it so as to bring the interview to an end too speedily for her purpose. "Mr. I don't know your name," she resumed. "No respectable house could harbor such behavior. I grant Sir Wilton is partly to blame, for he ought not to have allowed the library to be turned into a workshop. That, however, makes no difference. This kind of thing cannot continue." Richard went on with his work and made no reply. Lady Anne looked in vain for a revival of the expression that had struck her. For a moment she thought of summoning Miss Mylder to do what she would not condescend to do herself, namely, enrage him, that she might have another chance with the suggested likeness. But something warned her not to risk. She did not know what. At the same time, the resemblance might be to no person at all, but to some animal, or even perhaps some piece of furniture or china. "You must not imagine yourself of importance in the house," she resumed, "because a friend of the family happens to be interested in the kind of thing you do. Very neatly, I allow, but—" She stopped short. At this allusion to Barbara, Richard's rage boiled up with the swelling heave in a full cauldron on a great furnace. Lady Anne turned pale even for her, murmured something inaudible, put her hand to her forehead, and left the room. Richard's wrath fell. He thought with himself, "I have frightened her. Perhaps they will leave me alone now." He closed the door she had left open behind her, unlocked the other, and fell once more to his work. For the time the disturbance was over. When Miss Mylder and Vixen, lingering near, saw Lady Anne walk past, holding her hand to her forehead, they also turned pale with fear. What a terrible man he must be who had silenced my lady in her own house, and had his own way with her. Vixen dared not go near him again for a long time. But Lady Anne's perturbation did not last. She said to herself that she was a fool to imagine such an absurdity. She remembered to have heard, though, at the time, it had no interest for her, that the bookbinder had relatives in the neighborhood. Such a likeness might meet her at any turn. The kind of thing was of constant occurrence about estates. It improved the breed of the lower orders, and was no business of hers. A child had certainly been lost, with a claim to the succession. But was she, therefore, to be appalled at every resemblance to her husband that happened to turn up? As to that particular child, she would not believe that he was alive. He could not be. That, after so many years, she, an earl's daughter, would have to give way to a woman lower than a peasant. It was preposterous. It must be remembered that she knew nothing of the relation of the nurse to the child she had stolen, knew of no source whence light could fall upon their disappearance. Old Simon himself knew nothing of the affair till years after the feeble search for the child had ceased. Lady Anne had a strong hope that his birth had not been registered. She had searched for it, with what object I will not speculate, but had not found it. She was capable of a good deal in some directions, for she came as of a low breed as her husband, with more cunning and less open defiance in it. There was not much she would have blenched at, with society on her side, and a good chance of foiling in safety the low-born woman who had popped her child in between the heritage and her hopes. It might be wrong, but it would be for the sake of right. Ought not imposture to be frustrated, however legalized? Would it not be both intrusion and imposture for a man of low origin to possess the ancient lands of Mortgrange, ousting a child of the family, born of her person, and bred in the highest beams of the sun's social? I can well imagine her coming to reason thus. For the present, unnecessary as she was determined to think it, she yet resolved to do all that was left her to do. She would watch, and while she watched, she would take care that the young man was subjected to no annoyance, lest in his wrath his countenance should suggest to another, as to herself, the question of his origin. Thus it came that Richard heard nothing more of his threatened expulsion from Mortgrange. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Holly Rushik. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 34. Barbara's Duty. The same afternoon appeared Barbara, as none knew when she might not appear, before the front windows of the house, perched upon her huge yet gracious Miss Brown. Arthur was in general upon the outlook for her, but today he was not, being more vexed with her than usual for withholding the encouragement he desired, and indeed imagined he deserved. Not exactly from vanity, yet no less from an overweening sense of his own worth. It is an odd delusion to which young men are subject, that because they admire, perhaps even love a woman, they have a claim on her love. Arthur was confident that he loved Barbara as never man had loved, as never woman had desired to be loved, and counted it not merely unjust, but cruel of her to show him no kindness that savored of like attraction. He did not know or suspect that a fortnight of the London season would go far to make him forget her. He was not a bad sort of fellow, had no vice, was neither snob nor cad. His worst fault was pride in himself because of his family, pride in everything he had been born to, and in a good deal he fancied he had been born to, in which his having was small enough. He was not jealous of Barbara's pleasure in Richard's company. The slightest probe of such a feeling toward a man so infinitely beneath him, he would have felt degrading. To think of the two together would have been to insult both Barbara and himself. To think himself and the bookbinder for one briefest moment of comparison would have been to insult all the Lestranges that ever lived. Tuke had no raison d'etre but work for the library that would one day be Arthur's, and by its excellence add to the honor of Mortgrange. He forgot that Richard had opened his eyes to its merit, and imagined himself the discoverer of its value. Did he not pay the man for his work? And is not what a man pays for his own? Does not a purchaser of a patent purchase also the credit of the invention? That the workmen in the library knew as much more than he about the insides as about the outsides of the books gave him no dignity in his eyes. None but a university man at least must gain honor by knowledge. The fact, however, did make him more friendly, and after he got used to Richard, he seldom stiffened his jelly to remind him that their intercourse was by the sufferance of a humane spirit. Barbara's behavior to him had nothing to humble him, for humiliation is at best but a poisoned and a poisonous humility. Little Vixen ran out to Barbara and made herself less unpleasant than usual. The monkey was preparing her, by what blandishment she was mistress of, to receive a complaint against the man in the library, which would injure him in her favor. Might Vixen but see motion and commotion, turmoil and passion around her, she did not care how it arose, or which of the persons involved got the worse in it. She accompanied Barbara to the stable, and as they walked back together, gave her such an account of what had taken place, that Barbara, distrusting the child, yet felt anxious. She knew the spirit of Richard, knew that he would never show her ladyship the false respect a tradesman too often shows, and feared lest he should have to leave the house. She must give Lady Anne the opportunity of saying what she might please on the matter. It must be remembered that Barbara was under no pledge of secrecy to Alice or anyone. She was free to do what might seem for the best, that is, for the good of Richard. It was the part of every neighbor to take care of the blind man, particularly when there was special ground for caution unknown to him. "I am sorry to find you so poorly, dear Lady Anne," she said, with her quick sympathy for suffering. Vixen had told her that the horrid man had made her mamma quite ill, and Barbara found her with her boudoir darkened and a cup of green tea on a Japanese table by the side of the couch on which she lay. "It is only one of my headaches, child," returned Lady Anne. "Do not let it disturb you." "I am afraid from what Victoria tells me that something must have occurred to annoy you seriously." "Nothing at all worth mentioning. He is an odd person, that workman of yours." "He is peculiar," granted Barbara, doubtful of her own honesty because of the different sense in which she used the word from that which it would be taken. "But I am certain he would not willingly vex anyone." "Children will be troublesome," drawled her ladyship. "Particularly Victoria," returned Barbara. "Mr. Tuke cannot bear to have his work put in jeopardy." "Very excusable in him." Barbara was surprised at her consideration, and thought she must somehow be pleased with Richard. "It would astonish you to hear him talk sometimes," she said. "There is something remarkable about the young man. He must have a history somewhere." She had been thinking whether it was fair to Sir Wilton and his family to conceal the momentous fact she alone of their friends knew. Were they not those, next to Richard himself, most concerned in it? Should Lady Anne be allowed to go on regarding the property as the inheritance of her son, when at any instant it might be swept from his hold? Had they not a right to some preparation for the change? If there was another son, and he the heir, ought she not at least to know that there was such a person? She had resolved that very morning to give Lady Anne a hint of the danger to which she was exposed. But there was another reflection, more potent yet, that urged Barbara to speak. Since learning Alice's secret, she had found herself more swiftly drawn toward Richard. Nor could she escape the thought that he might one day ask her to be his wife. It would be painful then to know that she had made progress in regard by being imagined his superior, when she knew she was not. Incapable of laying a snare, was she not submitting to the advantage of an ignorance? The misconception she was thus risking in the future had already often prevented her from going to Mort Grange. Richard, she was certain, knew her better than ever to misjudge her, but she shrank from the suspicion of anyone that she had hidden what she knew for the sake of securing Richard's preference before their relations were altered, when, on a level with the choice of society, he might well think differently of her. Barbara was one of those to whom concealment is a positive pain. She had a natural hatred, most healthy and Christian, to all secrets as such, and to take any advantage of one would have seemed to her a loathsome thing. She constantly wanted to say all that was in her, and when she must not, she suffered. "He may have good blood in him on one side," suggested Lady Anne. "He was rude to me, but I dare say it was the child's fault. He seems intelligent." "He is more than intelligent. I suspect him of being a genius." "I should have thought him a tradesman all over." "But wouldn't genius by and by make a gentleman of him?" "Not in the least. It might make him grow to look like one." "Isn't that the same? Isn't it all in the look?" "By no means. A man must be a gentleman, or he is nothing. A gentleman would rather not have been born than not be a gentleman," said Lady Anne. She spoke to an ignorant person from the colonies, where they could not be supposed to understand such things, and never suspected the danger she and her false importance were in with the little colonial girl. "But if his parents were gentlefolk?" suggested Barbara. "Birth predetermines style, both in body and mind, I grant," said Lady Anne. "Education and society must do their parts to make any man a gentleman, and where all has been done, I must confess to having seen remarkable failures. Bad blood must of course have got in somehow." "I wish I knew what makes a gentleman," sighed Barbara. "I have all my life been trying to understand the thing. Tell me, Lady Anne, To be a gentleman, must a man be a good man? I am sorry to say, she answered, it is not in the least necessary. Then a gentleman may do bad things, and be a gentleman still? Yes, that is, some bad things. Do you mean not many bad things? No, I mean certain kinds of bad things. Such as cheating at cards? No, if he were found doing that, he would be expelled from any club in London. May he tell lies, then? Certainly not. It is a very ungentlemanly thing to tell lies. Then, if a man tells a lie, he is not a gentleman? I do not say that. I say that to tell lies is ungentlemanly. Does that mean he may tell some lies, and yet be a gentleman? Lady Anne was afraid to go on. She saw that to go on answering the girl from the colonies with her troublesome freedom of thought and question might land her in a bog of contradictions. How many lies may a gentleman tell in a day? Pursued the straight-going Barbara. Not any, answered Lady Anne. Does the same rule hold for ladies? Yes, I should say so, replied her ladyship with hesitation, for she suspected being slowly driven into some snare. She knew she was not careful enough to speak the truth. So much she confessed to herself, the fact being that, to serve any purpose she thought worth gaining, she would lie without a scruple, taking care, however, to keep the lie as like the truth as consisted with success, in order that, if she were found out, it might seem she had mistaken. Barbara noted the uncertainty of the sound her ladyship's trumpet gave, and began to be assured that the laws of society were no firm stepping-stones, and that society itself was a morass, where one must spend her life in jumping from hump to hump, or be swallowed up. She had been wondering how far, if Richard proved heir to a baronetcy, his education and manners would decree him no gentleman, but it was useless to seek light from Lady Anne. As they talked, however, the feeling came and grew upon her that she was not herself acting like a lady, in going so much to her house, and being received by her as a friend, when all the time she knew something she did not know, something it was important for her to know, something she had a right and a claim to know. She would herself hate to live on what was not her own, as Lady Anne would be left to do when Sir Wilton died, if the truth about Richard remained undisclosed. It was very unfair to leave them unwarned for this reason besides, so that the fact might at last find them, for lack of preparation, without resource. I want to talk to you about something, Lady Anne, she said. You can't but know that a son of Sir Wilton's was stolen when he was a baby and never found. It was the first time for many years that Lady Anne had heard the thing alluded to, except once or twice by her husband. Her heart seemed to make a somersault, but not a visible muscle moved. What could the girl be hinting at? Were there reports about? She must let her talk, the more freely the better. Everyone knows that, she answered. It is but too true. It happened after my marriage. I was in the house at the time. What of it, child? There can be little hope of his turning up now, after 20 years. I believe he has turned up. I believe I know him. Lady Anne jumped to the most natural, most mistaken conclusion. It's the bookbinder, she said to herself. He has been telling her a pack of lies. His being in the house is part of the plot. It must be nipped in the bud. If it be no lie, if he be the very man, he must be nipped all the same. Good heavens! If Arthur should not marry her, or someone, before it is known? It may be so, she answered quietly, but it hardly interests me. I don't like talking of such things to a girl, but innocence cannot always be spared in this wicked world. The child you speak of was born in this house, and stolen out of it, but his mother was a low woman. She was not the wife of Sir Wilton. Everybody believed her his wife, faltered Barbara. Very possibly, very likely. She may even have thought so herself. Such people are so ignorant, said Lady Anne with the utmost coolness. He may even have married her after the child was born, for anything I know. Sir Wilton must have made her believe she was his wife, cried Barbara, her blood rising at the thought of such a wrong done to Richard's mother. Possibly, admitted Lady Anne with a smile. Then a baronet may tell lies, though a gentleman may not? Said Barbara, as if speaking to herself. Lady Anne was not indignant. She had hesitated to say a lady might lie, but did not hesitate to lie the moment the temptation came. Nor for that would doubt herself a lady. She knew perfectly that the woman was the wife of her husband as much as she herself was, and that she died giving birth to the heir. She had no hope that any lies she could tell would keep the child out of the property if he were alive and her husband wished him to have it. But a lie well told to Barbara might help to keep her for Arthur. Gentlemen think they may tell lies to a woman, she returned with calmness, and just a tinge of regret. How are they gentlemen, then? Cried Barbara. Or where is the good of being a gentleman? Is it that he knows better how to lie to a woman? A knight used to be every woman's castle of refuge. A gentleman now, it seems, is a pitfall in the bush. It is a matter they settle among themselves, answered Lady Anne, confused between her desire to appear moral and to gain her lie credit. I think I shall not call myself a lady, said Barbara after a moment's silence. I prefer being a woman. I wonder whether in heaven they say woman or lady. I suppose they are all sorts as well there as here, answered Lady Anne. How will the ladies do without gentlemen? Suggested Barbara. Why without gentlemen? There will be as many, surely, of the one sex as of the other. No, said Barbara, that cannot be. Gentlemen tell lies, and I am sure no lie is told in heaven. All gentlemen do not tell lies, returned Lady Anne, herself at the moment full of lying. But all gentlemen may lie, persisted Barbara. So there can be no gentleman in heaven. I am sorry I had to mention the thing, returned Lady Anne, but I was afraid your sweet romantic nature might cherish an interest where was nothing on which to ground it. Of course I know whence the report you allude to comes. Any man, bookbinder or blacksmith, may put in a claim. He will find plenty to back him. They will very likely get up a bubble company for speculation on his chance. His own class would be sure to take his part. Now that those that ought to know better have taught them to combine, the lower orders stick at nothing to annoy their superiors. But thank heaven, the estate is not entailed. If you imagine Mr. Tuke told me he was heir to Mort Grange, Lady Anne, you are mistaken. He does not know himself that he is even supposed to be. Are you sure of that? Who told you? Is it likely his friends have got him into the house under the eye of his pretended father, and he himself know nothing of the maneuver? How do you know it was he I meant, Lady Anne? You told me so yourself. No, that I did not. I know I didn't, Lady Anne. What made you fix on him? Lady Anne saw she had committed herself. If you did not tell me, she rejoined, your peculiar behavior to the man must have led me to the conclusion. I have never concealed my interest in Mr. Tuke, but— You certainly have not, interrupted her ladyship, who both suffered in temper and lost in prudence from annoyance at her own blunder. Pray hear me out, Lady Anne. What I want to say is that my friendship for Mr. Tuke had begun long before I learned the fact concerning what I thought I ought to warn you. Friendship? Ah, well, scarcely decorous. But as to what you call fact, I would counsel a little caution. I repeat that if the man be the son of the woman, which may be difficult to prove, it is of no consequence to anyone. Sir Wilton was never married to his mother. Properly married, I mean. I am sorry he should have been born out of wedlock. It is anything but proper. At the same time, I cannot be sorry that he will never come between my Arthur and the succession. Here Lady Anne saw a sudden radiance light up the face of Barbara and change its expression. From that of a lady rightfully angry and a little scornful, to that of a child angel. Entirely concerned hitherto with Richard's loss and pain, if what Lady Anne said should be true, it now first occurred to her what she herself would gain, if indeed he was not the heir. No one could think she had been his friend because he was going to be a rich man. If he was the wronged man her ladyship represented him, and her ladyship ought to know, She might behave to him as she pleased without suspicion of low motive. Little she knew what motives such persons as Lady Anne were capable of attributing, as little how incapable they were of understanding any generous motive. Barbara had an insuperable, a divine love of justice. She would have scorned the thought of forsaking a friend because the very mode of his earthly being was an antenatal wrong to him. The righteousness that makes a man visit the sins of a father upon his children is the righteousness of a devil, not the righteousness of God. When God visits the sins of a father on his children, it is to deliver the child from his own sins through yielding to inherited temptation. Barbara rejoiced that she was free to approach Richard and make some amends to him for the ass judgment of the world. I do not know that she said to herself, "Now I may love him as I please," but her thought went in that direction. It did not take Lady Anne long to interpret the glow on Barbara's face to her own satisfaction. The report she heard and believed had kept Barbara back from encouraging Arthur, and made her pursue her unpleasant intimacy with the bookbinder. The sudden change in her countenance indicated the relief of finding that Arthur, and not this man, was indeed the heir. How could she but prefer her Arthur to a man smelling of leather and glue, a man without the manners or education of a gentleman? He might know a few things that gentlemen did not care to know, but even those he got only out of books. He could not do one of the many things her Arthur did. He could neither ride, nor shoot, nor dress, nor dance. He was tall, but he was clumsy. No doubt he was a sort of vulgar handsome, but when out of temper, he was ugly enough. That Lady Anne condescended to such comparison was enough to show that she believed the story at least half, the girl remaining silent. "You will oblige me, dear Barbara," she said, "by not alluding to this report. It might raise doubt, where it could not do serious harm." "There are others who not only know but believe it," answered Barbara. "Who are they?" "I do not feel at liberty to tell their names. I thought you had a right to know what was said, but I have no right to mention where I heard it." Lady Anne grew thoughtful again, and as she thought, grew convinced that Barbara had not spoken the truth, and that it was Richard who had told her. It is so easy for those who lie to believe that another is lying. It is impossible indeed for such to imagine that another, with what they would count strong reason for lying, would not lie. Gain is the crucial question for vile souls of any rank. She believed also, for they that lie doom themselves to believe lies as well as disbelieve truths, that Richard had got into the house in order to learn things that might serve in the establishing of his claim. "It would be much better you should keep silent concerning the report," she said. "I do not want the question stirred. If the young man, any young man, I mean, should claim the heirship, we must meet the thing as it ought to be met. Till then, promise me you will be silent." She would fain have time to think, for she feared in some way compromising herself. And in any case, the longer the crisis could be postponed, the better for her prospects on the issue. "I will not promise anything," answered Barbara. "I dread promising." "Why?" asked Lady Anne, raising her eyebrows. "Because promises have to be kept, and that is sometimes very difficult. And because sometimes you find you ought not to have made them, and yet you must keep them. It is a hard thing to have to keep a promise you don't like keeping, especially if it hurts anybody." "But if you ought to make the promise," suggested Lady Anne, "then you must make it. But where there is no ought, I think it wrong to bind yourself. What right have you, when you don't know what may be wanted of you, to tie your hands and feet? There may come an earthquake or a fire. Does friendship demand nothing? You are our guest." It was not in lying only that Lady Anne was not a lady. "One's friends may have conflicting interests," said Barbara. Lady Anne was convinced that Richard was at the root of the affair, and she hated him. What if he were the heir, and it could be proved? The thought was sickening. It was with the utmost strain that she kept up her apparent indifference before the mocking imp honest Barbara seemed to her. For heaven is the devil's hell, and the true are the devils of it. How was she to assure herself concerning the fellow? How discover what he was, what he knew, and how much he could prove? She could not even think with that little savage sitting there, staring out of her wide eyes. "My sweet Barbara," she said, "I am so much obliged to you for letting me know. I will not ask my promise from you. Only you must not heedlessly bring trouble upon us. If the thing were talked about, some unprincipled lawyer would be sure to take it up, and there would be another claimant case, with the people in a hubbub, and thousands of ignorant honest folk duped out of their money to enrich the rascality. I heard a distinguished judge once say that even if the claimant were the real Sir Roger, he had no right to the property, having so long neglected the duties of it as to make it impossible to be certain of his identity. Such people put the country to enormous expense, and are never of any service to it. It is a wrong to all classes when a man without education succeeds to property. For one thing, he will always side with the tenants against the land. And what service can any such man render his country in Parliament? Without a suitable training, there can be no genuine right." She was on the point of adding, "And then there are hopes and services and just expectations of a lifetime to go for nothing," but checked herself and was silent. To all this Barbara had been paying little heed. She was revolving whether she ought to tell Richard what she had just heard. Neither then, nor as she rode home, however, could she come to a conclusion. If Richard was not the heir, why should she trouble him? But he might be the heir, and what then? She must seek counsel. But of whom? Not of her mother, as certainly not of her father. She had no ground for trusting the judgment of either. Having got rid of Miss Brown, she walked to the parsonage. But she did not find there such a readiness to give advice as she had expected. "The thing is not my business," said Wingfold. "Not?" returned the impetuous Barbara. "I thought you were so much interested in the young man. He told me the other day that he had seen you again and had a long talk with you, and that you thought the popular idea of the inspiration of the Scriptures the greatest nonsense." "Did he tell you that I said it was much nearer the truth, after all, than the fancy that the Bible had no claim beyond any other book?" "Yes, he did." "That's all right. Tell me then, Miss Wylder, are you interested in the young man because he is possibly heir to a baronetcy?" "Certainly not," answered Barbara with indignation. "Then why should I be?" pursued the parson. "What is it to me? I am not a country magistrate even." "I cannot understand you, Mr. Wingfold," protested Barbara. "You say you are there not for yourself but for the people, yet you will not move to see right done." "I would move a long way to see that Mr. Tuke cared to do right. That is my business. It is not much to me, and nothing to my business, whether Mr. Tuke be rich or poor, a baronet or a bookbinder. It is everything to me whether Mr. Tuke will be an honest fellow or not." "But if he should prove to have a right to the property?" "Then he ought to have the property. But it is not my business to discover or to enforce the right. My business is to help the young man to make little of the matter, whether he find himself the lawful heir or a much injured man through his deceived mother. Tell me whose servant I am." "You are the servant of Jesus Christ." "Who said the servant must be as his master. Do you remember how he did when a man came asking him to see justice done between him and his brother? He said, 'Man, who made me a judge and a divider over you? Take heed and beware of covetousness.' It may be your business to see about it. I don't know. I scarcely think it is. My advice would be to keep quiet yet a while, and see what will come. There appears no occasion for hurry. The universe does not hang on the question of Richard's rights. Will it be much whether your friend go into the other world as late heir, or even late owner of Mort Grange, or as the son of Tuke, the bookbinder? Will the dead be moved from beneath to meet the young baronet at his coming? Will the bookbinder go out into dry places, seeking rest and finding none?" End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 35. The Parson's Counsel. It was a happy thing for both Richard and Barbara that Barbara was now under another influence besides Richard's. The more she saw of Mr. and Mrs. Wingfold, the more she felt that she had come into a region of reality and life. Both of them understood what a rare creature she was, and spoke as freely before her as if she had been a sister of their own age and standing. Barbara, on her side, knew no restraint with them, but spoke in like freedom, both of her past life and the present state of things at home, which was indeed no secret, being manifest to the servants, and, therefore, known to all the county, in forms more or less correct, as it had been to all the colony before they left it. She talked almost as freely as Richard, and of the great desire she had to get him to believe in God. It was a dangerous relation between two such young people, some of my readers will remark. Yes, I answer, dangerous, as every true thing is dangerous to him or her who is not true, as every good thing is dangerous to him or her who is not good. Nothing is so dangerous as religious sentiment without truth in the inward parts. Certain attempts at what is called conversion, but are writhings of the passion of self-recommendation, gapings of the greed of power over others, swellings of the ambition to propagate one's own creed and proselytize victoriously, hungerings to see self reflected in another convinced. In such efforts lies dangers as vulgar as the minds that make them, and love the excitement of them. But genuine love is far beyond such grovelling delights, and the peril of such a relation is in inverse proportion to the reality of those concerned. Barbara was one who, so far as human eyes could see, had never acquired conversion. She had but to go on, recognize, and do. She turned to the light by a holy will as well as a holy instinct. She needed much instruction, and might yet have fierce battles to fight, but to convert such as Barbara must be to turn them the wrong way, for the whole energy of her being was in the direction of what is right, that is, righteousness. She needed but to be told a good thing. I do not say told that a thing was good, and at once she received it, that is, obeyed it, the only way of receiving a truth. She did the thing immediately demanded upon every reception of light, every expansion of true knowledge. She was, essentially, of the truth, and therefore, when she came into relation with a soul such as Wingfold, a soul so much more developed than herself, so much farther advanced in the knowledge of realities as having come through difficulties unknown, and indeed at present unknowable, to Barbara, she met one of her own house, and her life was fed from his and began to grow faster. For he taught her to know the eternal man who bore witness to his Father in the face of his perverse children, to know that his heart was the heart of a child in truth and love, and the heart of a God in courage and patience. And Barbara became his slave for very love, his blessed child, the inheritor of his universe. Happily, her life had not been loaded to the ground with the degrading doctrines of those that cower before a God, whose justice may well be satisfied with the blood of the innocent, seeing it consists but in the punishing of the guilty. She had indeed heard nothing of that brood of lies, until the unbelieving Richard, not far from believing he who but rejected such a God, gave her to know that such things were believed. From the whole swarm she was protected, shame that it should have to be said, by pure lack of what is generally regarded as a religious education, such being the mother of more tears and madness in humble souls, and more presumption in the proud and selfish, than perhaps any other influence out of whose darkness God brings light. Neither ascetic, nor mystic, nor doctrinist of any sort, caring nothing for church or chapel, of observance of any kind as observance, she believed in God, and was now ready to die for Jesus Christ, in the eternal gladness that there was such a person as God, and such a person as Jesus Christ. Their being was to her the full and only pledge of every bliss, every childlike delight. She believed in the God of the whole earth, not in a puritanical God. She never imagined it could be wrong to dance. Merry almost in her very nature, she now held it a duty to be glad. Fond of sweets, she would have thought it wrong to refuse what God meant her to like, but she had far more pleasure in giving than in receiving them. She got into a little habit of thanking God for Miss Brown every time she felt herself on her back. She saw, the moment she heard it, that whatever was not of faith was sin. "The idea," she said, Of taking a thing from God without thinking love back to him for it? She shuddered at the thought of unnecessarily hurting, yet would punish sharply. She would whip her dog when he deserved it, but sat up all night with him once when he was ill. She understood something of the ways of God with men. Wingfold never sought to moderate her ardour for the good of her workman friend. He only sought to strengthen her in the truth. One day, when they were all three sitting together in the twilight before the lamp was lit, for Helen Wingfold was one of those happy women able to let their hands lie in their laps, he said to his pupil, "Now, pray, Miss Wylder, don't try by argument to convince the young man of anything. That were no good, even if you succeeded. Opinion is all that can result from argument, and his opinion concerning God, even if you got it set right, would not be knowledge of God, and would be worth nothing. While, if a man knows God, his opinion is either right, or on the nearest way to be right. The notion in Richard's brain of the God he denies is but another form of the Molech of the Ammonites. There never was and never could be such a God. He in whom I believe is the God that says, 'This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased.' It is as if he said, 'Look at that man, I am just such. No other likeness of me is a true likeness. Heed my Son, heed nobody else. Know him, and you know me, and then we are one for ever. Talk to Richard of the God you love, the beautiful, the strong, the true, the patient, the forgiving, the loving, the one childlike eternal power and Godhead, who would die himself and kill you, rather than have you false and mean and selfish. Let him feel God through your enthusiasm for him. You can't prove to him that there is any God. A God that could be proved would not be worth proving. Make his thoughts dwell on such a God as he must feel would be worth having. Wake the notion of a God, such as will draw him to wish there were such a God. There are many religious people who will tell you there is no such God, as I mean. But God will love you for believing that he is as good and true as you can think. Throw the notions of any who tell you otherwise to the winds of hell. God is just, said a carping theologian to me the other day. Yes, I answered, and he cannot be pleased that you should call that justice which is injustice, and attribute it to him. There are many who must die in ignorance of their Father in heaven, because they will not, of their own selves, judge what is right. Such never get beyond the weak and beggarly elements. Set in Richard's eye a God worth believing in, a God like the Son of God, and he will go and look, if happily such a God may be found. He will call upon him, and the God who is will hear and answer him. What good would it be, what could it bring, but the more condemnation, that a man should be sure there was a God, if he did not cry to him? But although a man may never doubt and never cry, I cannot imagine any man sure there is a God, without his first having cried to him. God is God to us, not that we may say he is, but that we may know him, and when we know him, then we are with him, at home, at the heart of the universe, the heirs of all things. All this is foolishness, I know, to the dull soul that cares only for the things that admit of being proved. The unprovable mystery, out of which come the things provable, has for them no interest, they say, because it is unprovable. They take for granted that therefore it is unknowable. Would they be content it should be unknowable, if things were all as they should be within them? When the eyes of those who have made themselves at home in the world of the senses, and care for no other, are opened, I imagine them saying, Yes, he was, after all, but none the less were you fools to believe in him, for you had no proof. Then I seem to hear the children laugh and say, We had himself, and did not want it. That the unprovable is necessarily the unknowable, 1,000 beliefs deny. You cannot prove to me that you have a father, says the blind sage, reasoning with the little child. Why should I prove it? Answers the child. I am sitting on his knee. If I could prove it, that would not make you see him. That would not make you happy, like me. You do not care about my father, or you would not be standing there disputing. You would feel about until you found him. If a thing be true in itself, it is not capable of proof. and that man is in the higher condition who is able to believe it. In proportion as a man is a fool, he is unable to believe what in itself is true. If intellect be the highest power, then the men of proof are the wisest. If there be something deeper than intellect, causing and including it, if there be a creative power of which our intellect is but a faint reflex, then the child of that power, the one who acknowledges and loves and obeys that power, will be the one to understand it. If a man say, I cannot believe, I was not made to believe what I could not prove, I reply, do you really say it is not true because you have no proof? Ask yourself whether you do not turn from the idea because you prefer it should not be true. You accept 1,000 things without proof, and 1,000 things may be perfectly true and have no proof. But if you cannot be sure, why, therefore, do you turn away? Is the thing assuredly false? Then you ought, of course, to turn away. Can you prove it false? You cannot. Again, why do you turn away? That a thing is not assuredly true cannot be reason for turning from it, else farewell to all theory and all scientific research. Is the thing less good, less desirable, less worth believing in itself, that you cannot thus satisfy yourself concerning it? The very chance that such a thing may be true, the very fact that it cannot be disproved, is large reason for an honest and continuous and unending search. Do you hold any door in your nature open for the possibility of a God having claim on you? The truth is, as I hinted before, that you are not drawn to the idea, do not like it, and it is therefore you turn away, and not because you have no proof. If the man then shifted his ground and said, he seemed to me not a good being, and I said therefore he cannot exist, I should reply, there you were right. But a thing that cannot be cannot render impossible a thing that can be, a thing against whose existence there are no such arguments as have rightly shown that the other cannot be. In right logical balance, you must admit that a created being who is good may exist. But the final question is always this: have you acted, or rather, are you acting according to the conscience, which is the one guide to truth, to all that is?
But, said Barbara, perhaps the man would say that we see such suffering in the world, that the being who made it, if there be one, cannot possibly be both strong and good, otherwise he would not allow it.
Say, then, that he might be both strong and good, and have some reason for allowing, or even causing it, which those who suffer will themselves one day justify, ready, for the sake of it, to go through all the suffering again. Less than that would not satisfy me. If he say, what reason could justify the infliction of such suffering? Then tell him what I am now going to tell you. A year ago, continued Wingfold, my little boy displeased me horribly. I will not tell you what he did. When the boy grows up, he will find it as impossible to understand how he could have done the thing as I find it now. People say, children will be children, but I see little consolation in that. Children must be children, and ought to be good children. They are made to be good children, just as much as men are made to be good men. All I will say is, that he did a mean thing. You see, his mother can hardly keep from crying now at the thought of it. Thank God she was of one mind with me. I took him, and, bent on making him feel, if not how horrid the thing was in itself, for what imperfect being can ever know the full horror of evil, at least how horrid I thought it, broke out in strong language. I told him I must whip him, that I could not bear doing it, but rather than he should be a damned, mean, contemptible little rascal, I would kill him and be hanged for it. I dare say it sounds very improper, but—
Not in the least, cried Barbara. I like a man to curse what is bad, and go down on his knees to what is good.
Well, what do you think the little fellow said? Don't kill me, Papa, he cried. I will be good. Don't please be hanged for my naughtiness. Whip me, and that will make me good.
And then
You couldn't do it? asked Barbara anxiously. I cried, said Wingfold, and almost cried again as he said it. I'm not much in the habit of crying. I don't look like it, do I? But I couldn't help it. The child took out his little pocket-handkerchief and dried my eyes, and then prepared himself for the whipping. And I whipped him as I never did before, and I hope in God shall never have to do again. The moment it was over, while my heart was like to burst, he flung his arms round my neck and began kissing me. I will never make you cry again, Papa, he said. He has kept his word, and since then I have never wondered at the suffering in the world. I have puzzled my metaphysical brains to the last gasp about the origin of evil. I don't do that now, for I seem to understand it. But since then I have never troubled myself about the origin of suffering. I don't like pain a whit better than another, and I don't bear it nearly so well as Helen, but I vex neither my brain nor my heart as to God's sending it. I knew, after whipping my boy, that the tears the Lord wept over Jerusalem were not wept by him only, but by the Father as well. Whoever says God cannot suffer, I say he does not understand. God can weep, and weeps more painful tears than ours, for he is God, and we are his little ones. That boy's trouble was over with the punishment, but my heart is sore yet. It comes to this, that the suffering you see around you hurts God more than it hurts you, or the man upon whom it falls, but he hates things that most men think little of, and will send any suffering upon them rather than have them continue indifferent to them. Men may say, we don't want suffering, we don't want to be good, but God says, I know my own obligations, and you shall not be contemptible wretches, if there be any resource in the Godhead. I know well that almost all the mothers in my congregation would, hearing what I have just told you, call me a cruel father. They would rather have me a weak one, loving my child less. They would rather their child should be foul in the soul than be made clean through suffering. I know they would. But I know also that they do not see how ugly evil is. And that again is because they are not clean enough themselves to value rightness above rubies. Tell the tale your own way to your workman friend, and may God help him to understand it. The God who strikes is the God whose Son wept over Jerusalem. I am so glad you whipped the darling, said Barbara, scarcely able to speak. I shall love him more than ever. You should see how he loves his father, said Helen. His father is all his talk when we are alone together. He sees more of me than of him now, but by and by his father will take him about with him. And then, said Barbara, all his talk will be of you. Yes, it is the way of the child. And of the whole family in heaven and earth, rejoined the parson. Barbara rose. You will be on the watch, said Wingfold, for any chance of me serving your mother? I will, replied Barbara. The next morning she got on Miss Brown and rode to the forge, where Simon made her always welcome. It was sunshine to his heart to see her, he said. She knew that Richard was to be there. They left Miss Brown in the smithy, and went for a walk together, during which Barbara was careful to follow the parson's advice. Their talk was mostly about her life in New Zealand. Now that she knew God more, and believed more in him, she was more able to set forth her history. Feelings long vague had begun to put on shapes definite and communicable. She understood herself better, and was better able to make Richard understand her. And Richard, by degrees, through the sympathy of affection, was growing the notion of a God in whom it would not be hard to believe. He ought not to believe, as he had not believed in the supposed being hitherto presented to him as God. Now he saw the shape of God in whom, if he existed, he ought to believe. But he had not yet come to long that he should exist, to desire him, or to cry out in the hope that he would hear him. His hour was not yet come. But when the day of darkness arrived, when he knew himself helpless, there would be in his mind a picture of the God to whom he must cry in his trouble, a God whose existence would then be his only need, the one desire of his soul. To wake the sense of this eternal need, present though unrecognized under every joy, was the final cause of every sorrow and pain against which Richard rebelled. Most naturally rebelled. knowing neither the plague of a heart that would but could not be lord over itself, nor of a nature hatefully imperfect and spotted, yea, capable of what itself could not but detest. Naturally, his manners were growing more refined from his intercourse with the gracious, brave, sympathetic, unconventional creature, so strong yet so gentle, so capable of indignation, so full of love. He was gradually developing the pure humanity that lay beneath the rough artisan. He was, in a word, becoming what in the kingdom of heaven every man must be, a gentleman, because more than a gentleman. All this time Barbara was pulled two ways. For Richard's sake, she would have him heir to the baronetcy. For her own, she would be rid of the shadow of having sought the baronet in the bookbinder. But more and more the asseveration of Lady Anne gained force with her, that Richard was not the heir. She had greatly doubted her, but now she said to herself, she could hardly be mistaken, and she cannot have lied. The consequence was that she grew yet more free, more at home with Richard. She listened to all he had to tell her, learning of him with an abandon of willingness that put him on his honour to learn of her again. And he did learn, as I have said, a good deal, went farther than he knew in the way of true learning. They strolled together in the field behind the smithy, within sight of the cottage, for an hour or so, then, hearing from the smithy the impatient stamping of Miss Brown, and fearing she might give the old man trouble, hastened back. Richard brought out the mare. Barbara sprang on a big stone by the door, and mounted without his help. She went straight for Wylder Hall. As they were walking up and down the field, Arthur Lestrange passed on foot, saw them, and went home indignant. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 36. Lady Anne Meditates. It would have been difficult for Arthur himself to say whether in his heart rage or contempt was the stronger, when he saw the lady he loved walking in a field, turning and returning, in close talk with the bookbinder fellow. Never had she so walked and talked with him. She preferred the bookbinder's society to his, and made it no secret that she did, for, although evidently desirous of having their interview uninterrupted, they walked in full view of the high road. What did Barbara mean by it? He could not treat her as a child and lay the matter before Richard. If a lady showed favour to a man, the less worthy he was, the less he could be expected to see the unfitness of the thing. Besides, to acknowledge thus any human relation between Richard and either of them would be degrading. It was scorn alone that kept Arthur from hating Richard. For Barbara he attributed her disregard of propriety, and the very possibility of her being interested in such a person, to the modes of life in the half-savage country where she had been born and reared. Educated, he remarked to himself, he could not say. But what did she mean by it? The worst of his torment was, that the thought, unreasonable as it was, would yet come, that Richard was a good-looking fellow, and admiration, which in any English girl would have been rendered impossible by his vulgarity, might have a share in her enjoyment of his shop-talk about books. The idea was simply disgusting. What was he to do? What could anyone do? The girl was absolutely uncontrolled. Was it likely she would prove controllable? Would she mind him, when she cared no more for his stately mother than for the dairy-woman? How could such a bewitching creature so lack refinement? The more he thought, the more inexplicable and self-contradictory her conduct appeared. Such a jewelled humming-bird to make friends with a grubbing rook! The smell of the leather, not to mention the paste and glue, would be enough for any properly sensitive girl. Universally fascinating, why did she not correspond all through? Brought out in London, she would be the belle of the season. If he did not secure her, some poor duke would pounce on her. But again, what was he to do? Must he bring scorn on himself by appearing jealous of a tradesman or must he let the fellow go on casting his greasy shadow about the place? As to her being in love with him, that was preposterous. The notion was an insult. Yet half the attention that she gave the bookbinder would be paradise to him. He must put a stop to it. He must send the man away. It would be a pity for the library. It was beginning to look beautiful, and would soon have been the most distinguished in the county. Lord Chow's was nothing to it. But there were other bookbinders as good as he, and what did the library matter? What did anything matter in such a difficulty? She might take offence. She would be sure to suspect why the fellow was sent packing. She would know she had the blame of ruining the library, and the bookbinder as well, and would never enter the house again. He must leave the thing alone, for the present, but he would be on his guard, against what he did not plainly tell himself. While the son was thus desiring a good riddance of the man he had brought into the house, and to whom Barbara was so much indebted, the mother was pondering the same thing. Should the man remain in the house or leave it, was the question with her also. And if leave it, on what pretext? She was growing more and more uncomfortable at the possibilities. The possession of the estate by one born of another woman, and she of low origin, the subjection in which they would all be placed to him as the head of the family, a man used to the low ways of a trade, a man dirty and greasy, hardly in his right place at work in the library, the grandson of a blacksmith with brawny arms and smutty face, the ideas might well be painful to her. Then first the thought struck her that it must be his grandfather's doing that he was in the house, and there he was at their very door, eager to bear testimony to the bookbinder as his grandson and heir to Mortgrange. Alas, the thing must be a fact, a horrible fact. All was over. But she would do battle for her rights. She would not allow that the child was found. The thing was a conspiracy to supplant the true heir. How ruinous were the low tastes of gentlemen! If Sir Wilton had but kept to his own rank, and made a suitable match, nothing of all this misery would have befallen them. If her predecessor had been a lady, her son would have been a gentleman, and there would have been nothing to complain of. To Lady Anne, her feeling had the force of a conviction that the son of Rowena Amour could not, in the nature of things divinely ordained, have the same rights as her son. Lady Anne's God was the head of the English aristocracy. There was nothing selfish that Lady Anne was not capable of wishing. There was nothing selfish she might not, by degrees, become capable of doing. She could not at that moment commit murder. Neither could Lady Macbeth have done so when she was a girl. The absurd falsity of her notions as to her rights came from lack of love to her neighbour, and consequent insensibility to his claims. At the same time she had not keen. She had only absorbing feelings of her rights. There was nothing keen in Lady Anne, neither sense nor desire, neither hope nor fear, neither joy nor sorrow, neither love nor hate. Beyond her own order, beyond indeed her own circle in that order, the universe hardly existed. An age-long process of degeneration had been going on in her race, and she was the result. She was well-born and well-bred, for feeling nothing. There is something fearful in the thought that through the generations the body may go on perfecting, while the heart goes on degenerating. That, while the animal beauty is growing complete in the magic of proportion, the indescribable marvel that can give even charm to ugliness is as steadily vanishing. Such a woman, like Branca d'Oria in the Inferno, is already damned, and only seems to live. Lady Anne was indeed born capable of less than most, but had she attempted to do the little she could, one would not have been where she was. She would have been toiling up the hill of truth, with a success to be measured, like the widow's mite, by what she had not. All her thoughts were now occupied with the rights of her son, and through him of the family. Sir Wilton had been for some time ailing, and when he went, they would be at the mercy of any other heir than Arthur, just as miserably, whether he were the true heir or an impostor. The one was as bad as the other from her point of view. For the right, Lady Anne cared nothing, except to have it or to avoid it. The law of the land was to be respected, no doubt, but your own family, most of all when land was concerned, was worthier still. It were better to rid the place of the bookbinder. But how? As to whether he was the legal heir or not, she would rather remain ignorant, only that, assured on the point, she would better understand how to deal with his pretension. But she could not consult Sir Wilton, because she suspected him of a lingering regard for the dead wife, which would naturally influence his feeling for the live son, if live he were. No doubt he had enjoyed the company of the low-born woman more than hers, for she, a woman of society, knew what was right. She had reason, therefore, to fear him prejudiced for any pretender. Arthur and he got on quite as well as could be expected of father and son. Their differences never came to much, but on the other hand, Sir Wilton had a demoniacal pleasure in frustrating. To make a man he disliked furious was honey and nuts to Sir Wilton, and she knew a woman whose disappointment would be dearer to him than that of all his enemies together. It was better, therefore, that he should have no hint, and especially from her, of what was in the air. Lady Anne thought herself a good woman, because she never felt interest enough to be spiteful like Sir Wilton. Yet, very strangely, not knowing in herself what repentance meant, she judged him capable of doing her the wrong of atoning to his first wife for his neglect of her, by being good to her child. Thinking over her talk with Barbara, she could not, after all, feel certain that Richard knew, or that he had incited Barbara to take his part. But in any case, it was better to get rid of him. It was dangerous to have him in the house. He might be spending his nights in trumping up evidence. At any moment he might appeal to Sir Wilton as his father. But at the worst he would be unable to prove the thing right off, and if her husband would but act like a man, they might impede the attempt beyond the possibility of its success. One comfort was, that she was all but confident the child was not already baptized when stolen from Mortgrange. Neither were such as would steal children likely to have them baptized. Therefore, the God who would not allow the unbaptized to lie in his part of the cemetery would never favour his succession to the title and estate of Mortgrange. The fact must have its weight with Providence, whom Lady Anne always regarded as a good churchman. He would never take part of one that had not been baptized. Besides, the fellow was sure to turn out a socialist, or anarchist, or positivist, or radical, or something worse. She would dispute his identity to the last, and assert his imposture beyond it. Her duty to society demanded that she should not give in. Suddenly she remembered the description her husband had given her of the ugliness of the infant. This man was decidedly handsome. Then she remembered that Sir Wilton had told her of a membrane between certain of his fingers. Horrible creature! She must examine the impostor. Arthur was very moody at dinner. His mother feared some echo of the same report as caused her own anxiety had reached him, and took the first opportunity of questioning him. But neither of Lady Anne's sons had learned such faith in their mother as to tell her their troubles. Arthur would confess to none. She, in her turn, was far too prudent to disclose what was in her mind. The folly of his youth might take the turn of an unthinking generosity. The notion of an elder brother might even be welcome to him. In another generation, no questions would be asked. Any estates were in illegal possession. There was a claim superior to the legal. Theirs was a moral claim. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 37. Lady Anne and Richard. The same afternoon, Richard was mending the torn title of a black-letter copy of Fox's Book of Martyrs. Vixen had forgotten her former fright, and her evil courage had returned. Opening the door of the library so softly that Richard heard nothing, she stole up behind him and gave his elbow a great push, just as, with the sharpest of penknives, he was paring the edge of a piece of old paper to patch the title. The penknife slid along the bit of glass he was paring upon and cut his other hand. The blood spouted, and some of it fell upon the title, which made Richard angry. It was an irremediable catastrophe, for the paper was too weak to bear any washing. He laid hold of the child, meaning once more to carry her from the room and secure the door. Then first Vixen saw what she had done, and was seized with horror, not because she had hurt the bear, but because of the blood, the sight of which she could not endure. It was a hereditary weakness on Sir Wilton's side. One of the strongest men of his family used to faint at the least glimpse of blood. There was a tradition to account for it, not old or thin enough to cast no shadow, therefore seldom alluded to. It was not, therefore, an ordinary childish dismay, but a deep-seated congenital terror that made Vixen give one wavering scream and drop on the floor. Richard thought she was pretending a faint in mockery of what she had done, but when he took her up, he saw that she was insensible. He laid her on a couch, rang the bell, and asked the man to take the child to her governess. The man saw blood on the child's dress, and when he reached the schoolroom with her, informed the governess that she had an accident in the library. Miss Mylder, with one of her accomplished shrieks, dispatched him to tell Lady Anne. Coming to herself in a few minutes, Vixen told a confused story of how the bear had frightened her. Lady Anne, learning that the blood was not that of her child, came to the conclusion that Richard had played upon her peculiarity to get rid of her, for Vixen, incapable of truth, did not tell that she was herself the cause of the wound whence the blood had made its appearance. Miss Mylder, who would hardly have been sorry had Vixen's throat been cut, rose in wrath, and would have swooped down the stair upon Richard. "Leave him to me, Mylder," said Lady Anne, and, rising, went down the stair. But the moment she entered the library, and saw Richard's hand tied up in his handkerchief, she bethought herself of the happy chance of satisfaction as to whether or not he was web-fingered. The absence of the peculiarity would indeed prove nothing, but the presence of it would be a warning of the worst danger. He might have had it removed, but could not have contrived to put it there. "What have you done to yourself, Mr. Tuke?" she said, making a motion to take the wounded hand, from which at the same time she shrank with inward disgust. "Nothing of any consequence, my lady," answered Richard, who had risen and stood before her. "I was using a very sharp knife, and it went into my hand. I hope Miss Victoria is better." "There is nothing much the matter with her," answered her ladyship. "The sight of blood always makes her faint." "It is a horrid sight, my lady," rejoined Richard, wondering at her ladyship's affability and ready to meet any kindness. "When I was at school I was terribly affected by it. One boy used to provoke me to fight him, and contrive that I should make his nose bleed, after which he could do what he liked with me. But I set myself to overcome the weakness, and succeeded." Lady Anne listened in silence, too intent on his hands to remark at the moment how the fact he mentioned bore on the question that absorbed her. "Would you mind showing me the wound?" she said. "I am something of a surgeon." To her disappointment, he persisted that it was nothing. Because of the peculiarity she would gladly have missed in them, he did not like showing his hands. His mother had begged him not to meddle with the oddity until she gave her consent, promising a good reason for the request when the right time should arrive, but he was sensitive about it, probably from having been teased because of it. His comfort was that a few slits of a sharp knife would make him like other people. Lady Anne was foiled, therefore more eager. Why should the man be so unwilling to show his hands? "Your work must be very interesting," she said. "I am fond of it, my lady," he answered. "If I had a fortune left me, I should find it hard to drop it. There is nothing like work and books for enjoying life." "I dare say you are right. But go on with your work. I have heard so much about it from Miss Wylder that I should like to see you at it." "I am sorry, my lady, but I shall be fit for next to nothing for a day or two because of this hand. I dare not attempt going on with what I am now doing." "Is it so very painful? You ought to have it seen to. I will send for Mr. Hurst." As she spoke, she turned to go to the bell. Richard had tried to interrupt her, but she would not listen. He now assured her that it was his work, not his hand, that he was thinking of, and said that, if Mr. Lestrange had no objection, he would take a short holiday. "Then you would like to go home?" said her ladyship, thinking it would be so easy then to write and tell him not to come back, if only Arthur could be got to do it. "I should like to go to my grandfather's for a few days," answered Richard. This was by no means what Lady Anne desired, but she did not see how to oppose it. "Well, perhaps you had better go," she said. "If you please, my lady," rejoined Richard, "I must see Mr. Lestrange first. I cannot go without his permission." "I will speak to my son about it," answered Lady Anne, and went away, feeling that Richard would be a dangerous enemy. She did not hate him, she only regarded him as what might possibly prove an adverse force to be encountered and frustrated because of her family and because of the right way of things. That those, namely, who had nothing, should be kept from getting anything. In the meantime, the only clear thing was that he had better be got out of the neighbourhood. It was well Sir Wilton had hardly seen the young man. If there was anything about him capable of rousing old memories, it were well it should not have the chance. Sir Wilton was not fond of books, and it could be no great pleasure to him to have the library set to rights. He was annoyed at being kept out of it, for he liked to smoke his cigar there, and shuddered at the presence of a working man, except in the open air. She was certain he would feel nowise aggrieved if the design were abandoned midway. The only person she feared would oppose Tuke's departure was Arthur. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 38. Richard and Arthur. She went to find him, told him what had happened to the young man, and, feeling her way, proposed that he should go to his grandfather's for a few days. Arthur started. Send him where he and Barbara would be constantly meeting? Must he forever imagine them walking up and down that field, among the dandelions and daisies? He had discovered, he believed, all that was between them, but was not therewith satisfied. She had found out, he said to himself, that the fellow was an infidel, did not believe in God or resurrection, was so low that he did not care to live forever, and she was trying to convert him. Arthur would rather he remained unconverted than that she should be the means of converting him. Nor indeed would he be much injured by having the growth of such a faith as Arthur's prevented in him. Arthur prided himself in showing due respect to the deity by allowing that he existed. But the fellow was too clever by half, he said, and would be much too much for her. Any theory wild enough would be attractive to her, who never cared a pinhead what the rest of the world believed. She had indeed a strong tendency to pantheism, for she expected the animals to rise again, a most unpleasant notion. Doubtless it was that she sought his company. A fellow like that could not presume to seek hers. He was only laughing at her all the time. What could an animal like him care about the animals? He had not even a dog to love. He would not have him go to his grandfather's. He would 1,000 times rather give up the library. There should be no more bookbinding at Mortgrange. He would send the books to London to him. It would be degrading to allow personal feeling to affect his behaviour to such a fellow. He should have the work all the same, but not at Mortgrange. So he answered his mother that he was rather tired of him, and thought they had had enough of him. The work seemed likely to be spun out ad infinitum, and this was a good opportunity for getting rid of him. He was sorry, for it was the best way for the books, but he could send them to him in London and have them done there. The man, he understood, had been making himself disagreeable too, and he did not want to quarrel with him. He was a radical, and thought himself as good as anybody. It was much best to let him go. He had at first liked him, and had perhaps shown it more than was good for the fellow, so that he had come to presume upon it, setting it down to some merit in himself. Happily he had retained the right of putting an end to the engagement when he pleased. This was far better than Lady Anne had expected. Arthur went at once to Richard, and, speaking, as he thought, unconcernedly, told him they found it inconvenient to have the library used as a workshop any longer, and must make a change. Richard was glad to hear it, thinking he meant to give him another room, and said he could work just as well anywhere else. He wanted only a dry room with a fireplace. Arthur told him he had arranged for what would be more agreeable to both parties, namely, that he should do the work at home. It would cost more, but he was prepared for that. He might go as soon as he pleased, and they would arrange by letter how the books should be sent, so many at a time. Richard spied something more under his dismissal than the affair with Miss Vixen, but he was too proud to ask for an explanation. Mr. Lestrange was in the right of their compact. He felt aggrieved notwithstanding, and was sorry to go away from the library. He would never again have the chance of restoring such a library. He did not once think of it from the point of gain. He could always make his living. It was to him a genuine pleasure to cause any worthy volume look as it ought to look, and to make a whole straggling library of books wasted and worn, put on the complexion, uniform, and discipline of a well-conditioned company of the host of heaven, was at least an honourable task. For what are books but an army corps of the Lord of hosts, at whose command are troops of all natures, after the various regions of his indwelling? Even the letter is something, for the dry bones of books are every hour coming alive to the reader in whose spirit is blowing the better spirit. Richard himself was one of such, though he did not yet know there was a better spirit. Then again, there were not a few of the books with which individually he was sorry to part. He had also a fine opportunity for study, of which he was making good use, and the loss of it troubled him. He had read some books he would hardly otherwise have been able to read, and had largely extended his acquaintance with titles. He was sorry, too, not to see more of Mr. Wingfold. He was a clergyman, it was true, but not the least like any other clergyman he had seen. Richard had, indeed, known nothing of any other clergyman out of the pulpit, and I fear most clergymen are less human, therefore less divine, in the pulpit than out of it. Many who out of their pulpit appear men are in it little better than hawkers of old garments, the worse for their new patches. Of the forces in action for the renovation of the world, the sale of such old clothes is one of the least potent. They do, however, serve a little, I think, even as the rags of a Neapolitan for the olives of Italy, as a sort of manure for the young olives of the garden of God. But his far worst sorrow was leaving Miss Wylder. That was a pain, a keen pain in his heart. For, that a woman is miles above him, as a star is above a marsh-light, is no reason why a man should not love her. Nay, is it not the best of reasons for loving her? The higher in soul, and the lowlier in position he is, the more imperative and unavoidable it is that he should love her, and the absence of any thought in the direction of marriage leaves but the wider room for the love infinite. In a man capable of loving in such a fashion, there are no bounds to the possibilities, no limit to the growth of love. Richard thought his soul was full, but a live soul can never be full. It is always growing larger, and is always being filled. Like one that hath been stunned, he went about his preparations for departure. "You will go by the first train in the morning," said Arthur, happening to meet him in the stable-yard, whither Richard had gone to look if Miss Brown was in her usual stall. "I have told Robert to take you and your tools to the station in the spring-cart." "Thank you, sir," returned Richard. "I shall not require the cart. I leave the house to-night, and shall send for my things to-morrow morning. I have them almost ready now." "You cannot go to London to-night." "I am aware of that, sir." Then where are you going? I wish to know." "That is my business, sir." "You have no cause to show temper," said Arthur, coldly. "I should not have shown it, sir, had you not presumed to give me orders after dismissing me," answered Richard. "I have not dismissed you. I mean to employ you still, only London instead of here," said Arthur. "That is a matter for fresh arrangement with my father," rejoined Richard, and left him. Arthur felt a shadow cross him, almost like fear. He had but driven Richard to his grandfather's, and had made an enemy of him. Nor could he feel satisfied with himself. He could not get rid of the thought that what he had done was not quite the thing for a gentleman to do. His trouble was not that he had wronged Richard, but that he had wronged himself, had not acted like his ideal of himself. He did not think of what was right, but of what befitted a gentleman. Such a man is in danger of doing many things unbefitting a gentleman. For the measure of a gentleman is not a man's ideal of himself. His uneasiness grew as day after day went by, and Barbara did not appear at Mortgrange. He was not aware that Richard saw no more of her than himself. He knew that he was at his grandfather's. He had himself seen him at work at the anvil, but he did not know that the hope in which he lingered there was vain. Richard waited a week, but no Barbara came to the smithy. He could not endure the thought of going away without seeing her once more. He must once thank her for what she had done for him. He must let her know why he had left Mortgrange. He would go and say good-bye to the clergyman. From him he might hear something of her. Wingfold caught sight of him approaching the house, and himself opened the door to him. Taking him to his study, he made him sit down and offered him a pipe. "Thank you, sir. I don't smoke," said Richard. "Then don't learn. You are better without it," answered Wingfold, and put down his own pipe. "I came," said Richard, "to thank you for your kindness to me, and to ask about Miss Wylder. Not having seen her for a long time, I was afraid she might be ill. I am going away." There was a tremor in Richard's voice, of which he was not himself aware. Wingfold noted it, pitied the youth because of the fuel he had stored for suffering, and admired him for his straightforwardness. "I am sorry to say you are not likely to see Miss Wylder," he answered. "Her mother is ill." "I hardly thought to see her, sir. Is her mother very ill?" "Yes, very ill," answered Wingfold. "With anything infectious?" "No. Her complaint is as little infectious as complaint could be. It is just exhaustion. Absolute prostration, mental and nervous. She is too weak to think. She can't even feed herself. I fear her daughter will be worn out waiting on her. She devotes herself to her mother with a spirit and energy I never but once knew equalled. She never seems tired, never out of spirits. I heard a lady say she couldn't have much feeling to look cheerful when her mother was in such a state, but the lady was stupid. She would wait on her own mother almost as devotedly as Miss Wylder, but with such a lugubrious countenance that her patient might well seek refuge from it in the grave. But it is no wonder she should be in good spirits. It is the first time in her life, she says, that she has been allowed to be of any use to her mother. Then she is not suffering pain, and that makes a great difference. But more than all, her mother has grown so tender to her, and so grateful, following her constantly about the room with her eyes, that the girl says she feels in a paradise of which her mother is the tutelar divinity, raying out bliss as she lies in bed. Also, her father is kinder to her mother. Little signs of tenderness pass between them, a thing she has never known before. How could she be other than happy? But what is this you tell me about going away? The library cannot be finished." Wingfold had dilated on the worth of Miss Wylder, and let Richard know of her happiness, out of genuine sympathy. He knew that, next to the worship of God, the true worship of a fellow creature, in the old meaning of the word, is the most potent thing for deliverance. "No, sir," answered Richard. "The library is left in mid-ocean of decay. I don't know why they have dismissed me. The only thing clear is that they want to be rid of me. What I have done I can't think. There is a little girl of the family." Here he told how Vixen had, from the first, behaved to him, and what things had happened in consequence, the last more particularly. "But," he concluded, "I do not think it can be that. I should like to know what it is." "Then wait," said Wingfold. "If we only wait long enough, every reason will come out. You know, I believe we are not going to stop, but are meant to go on and on forever, and I believe the business of eternity is to bring grand hidden things out into the light, and with them will come of necessity many other things as well, even some, I dare say, that we count trifles. But I am sorry you're going." "I don't see why you should be, sir," answered Richard, his look taking from the words their seeming rudeness. "Because I like you, and feel sure we should understand each other, if only we had time," replied the parson. "It's a grand thing to come upon one who knows what you mean. It's so much of heaven before you get there. If you think I'm talking shop, I can't help it, and I don't care, so long as you believe I mean it. I would not have you think it the Reverend Thomas, and not Thomas himself, that was saying it." "I should never say you talk shop, sir, and I don't think you would say I was talking shop if I expatiated on the beauties of a Grolier binding. You would see I was not talking from love of gain, but love of beauty. Thank you. You are a fair man, and that is even more than an honest man. I don't speak from love of religion. I don't know that I do love religion. I don't understand you now, sir. Look here. I am very fond of a well-bound book. I should like all my new books bound in Levant Morocco, but I don't care about it. I could do well enough without any binding at all. Of course you could, sir, and so could I, or any man that cared for the books themselves. Very well. I don't care about religion much, but I could not live without my Father in heaven. I don't believe anybody can live without him. I see, said Richard. He thought he saw, but he did not see, and could not help smiling in his heart as he said to himself, I have lived a good many years without him. Wingfold saw the shadow of the smile, and blamed himself for having spoken too soon. When do you go? He asked. I think I shall go tomorrow. I am at my grandfather's. If I can be of use to you, let me know. I will, sir, and I thank you heartily. There's nothing a man is so grateful for as friendliness. The obligation is mutual, said Wingfold. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 39. Mr., Mrs. and Miss Wylder. A new experience had come to Mrs. Wylder. Her passion over the death of her son, her constant and prolonged contention with her husband, her protest against him whom she called the Almighty, the public consequence of the same, these, and the reaction from all these, had resulted in a sudden sinking of the vital forces, so that she who had been like a burning, fiery furnace, was now like a heap of cooling ashes on a hearth, with the daylight coming in. She had not only never known what illness was, she did not even know what it was to feel unfit. Her consciousness of health was so clear, so unmixed, so unencountered, that she had never had a conception, a thought, a notion of what even that health was. Power and strength had so constantly seemed a part of her known self, that she had never thought of them. They were never far enough from her to be seen by her. She did not suspect them as other than herself, or dream that they could be disjoined from her. She could think only in the person of a strong woman. She was aware only of the being of a strong woman. Even after she had been some time helpless in bed, as often as she thought of anything she would like to do, it was the act of trying to get up and do it that made her aware afresh that she was no more the woman corresponding to her consciousness of herself. For her consciousness had never yet presented her as she really was, but always through the conditional and non-essential, so that by accidents only was she characterized to herself. Now she was too feeble even to care for the loss of her strength. Her weakness went too deep to be felt as an oppression, for it met with no antagonism. Her inability to move was now no prison, and her attendant was no slave with tardy feet, but an angel of God. For her Bab was now the mother's one delight. Her love for her lost twin had been in great part favoritism, partisanship, defence, opposition. Her love for Barbara was all tenderness and no pride. In her self-lack she clung to her, as lordly dame who had taken her castle for part of herself, and impregnable, but its walls crumbling under the shot of the enemy, found herself defenceless before her captors, might turn and clasp her little maid, suppliant for protection. Good is it that we are not what we seem to ourselves in our hours of ease, for then we should never seek the Father. The loss of all that world counts first things is 1,000-fold repaid in the mere waking to a higher need. It proves the presence of the divine in the lower good, that its loss is so potent. A man may send his gaze over the clear heaven and suspect no God. When the stifling cloud comes down, folds itself about him, shuts him from the expanse of the universe, he begins to long for a hand, a sign, some shadow of presence. Mrs. Wylder had not gone so far as this yet, but she had sought refuge in love. And what is the love of child, or mother, or dog, but the love of God shining through another being, which is a being just because he shines through it? This was the one important result of her illness, that, finding refuge in the love of her daughter, she loved her daughter. The next point in her eternal growth would be to love the God who made the child she loved, and whose love shone upon her through the child. By nature she was a strong woman whom passion made weak. It sucked at her will, till first it hardened it to a more selfish determination, then pulped it to a helpless obstinacy. The persistence that goes with inclination has its force only from the weakness of pride and the mean worship of self. It is the opposite of that free will which is the reflex of the divine will, and the ministering servant power to all freedom, which resists and subdues the self of inclination, and is obedient only to the self of duty. Where the temple of God has no windows, earthquake must rend the roof, that the sunlight may enter. Barbara's mother lay broken on her couch, that the spirit of the daughter might enter the soul of her mother, and with it the spirit of him who, in the heart of her daughter, made her that which she was. Her illness had lasted a month, when one day her husband, at Barbara's prayer coming to see her, she feebly put out her hand asking for his, and for a moment the divine child in the man opened its heavenly eyes. He took the offered hand kindly, faltered a gentle-sounding commonplace or two, and left her happier, with the strange little bird fluttering in its own bosom. There are eggs of all the heavenly birds in our bosoms, and the history of man is the incubation and hatching of these eggs. She began to recover, but the recovery was a long one. As soon as she thought her well enough, Barbara told her that Mr. Wingfold had been to inquire after her almost every day, and asked whether she would not like to see him. Mrs. Wylder was in a quiescent condition, non-combatant, involving no real betterment, occasioned only by the absence of impulse. But such a condition gives opportunity for the good, the gentle, the loving, to be felt and so recognized. The sufferer resembles a child that has not been tempted, whose trial is yet to come. With recovery, fresh claim will be put in by the powers of good. This claim will be resisted by old habit, resuming its force in the return of physical and psychical health. And then comes the tug of war. For no one can be saved, as he who knows his master would be saved, without the will being supreme in the matter, without the choosing to fulfill all righteousness, to resist the wrong, to do the right. Wingfold never built much on bed repentance. The aphorism of the devil sick and the devil well is only too true. But he welcomed the fresh opportunity for a beginning. He knew that pain and sickness do rub some dirt from the windows toward the infinite, and that things of the old unknown world whence we came do sometimes look in at them, a moment now and a moment then, waking new old things that lie in every child born into the world. I seem to see the great marshes where the souls go wandering about after the bog fires. A kiss blown from the walls of the city comes wavering down among them. It flits hither and thither with the dead lights. It finds a soul with a spot on, which it can alight. It settles there and kisses it alive. God is the God of patience, and waits for the child who keeps him waiting and will not open the door. Wingfold went to see her, but took good care to press nothing upon her. He let her give him the lead. She spoke of her weakness, and the parson drew out her moan. She praised her Barbara, and the parson praised her again in words that opened the mother's eyes to new beauties in her daughter. She mentioned her weariness, and the parson spoke of the fields, and the soft wind, and the yellow shine of the buttercups in the grass. Her heart was gently drawn to the man whose eyes were so keen, whose voice was so mellow and strong, and whose words were so lovely sweet, saying the things that were in her own heart but would not come out. One day he proposed to read something, and she consented. I will not say what he read, for I would avoid waking controversy as to fitness. He thought he knew what he was about. The good in a true book, he would say, is the best protection against what may not be so good in it. Its wrong, as well as its right, may wake the conscience. The thoughts of a book accuse and excuse one another. In saying so, he took the true reader for granted. To an untrue reader, the truth itself is untrue. The general sense of honour, he would say, has been stimulated not a little by the story of the treachery of Jael. Nor was it any wonder he should succeed in interesting Mrs. Wylder, for she had a strong brain as well as a big heart. More than half her faults came of an indignant sense of wrong. She had passionately loved her husband once, but he had soon ceased even the show of returning her affection. And to be wroth with one we love doth work like madness in the brain. After a fierce struggle against the lessons life would have her taught, a struggle continued to her 40th year, she was now at length a pupil in another school, where the schoolroom was her bed, the book of quiet her first study, her 2 attendants a clergyman and her own daughter, and her one teacher, God himself. In that schoolroom the world began to open to her a little. Among men who could, without seeming to aim at it, make another think, I have not met the equal of Wingfold. His mode was that of the open-hearted apostle, who took men by guile. He called out the thoughts lurking in their souls, and set them dealing with those thoughts. Not with him. They were slow to discover that he was a divine musician, playing upon the holy strings of their hearts. They thought the tunes came alive in their own air, as indeed they did, only another hand woke them. To work thus, he had to lay bare not a little of his own feeling, but where it was brotherly to show feeling, he counted it unchristian to hide it. Feeling by itself, however, that came and went without correspondent action, he counted not only weak and mawkish, but tending to the devilish. Barbara was happy all day long. Life seemed about to blossom into a great flower of scarlet and gold. She had learned from the parson that the bookbinder was gone, but was at the time too busy and too anxious to question him as to the cause of his going. Till her mother was well, it was enough to know that Richard had wanted to see her, doubtless to tell her all about it. She often thought of him, what he had done for her, and what she had tried to do for him, and was certain he would one day believe in God. She did not suspect any quarrel with the people at Mortgrange. She thought perhaps the secret concerning him had come out, and he did not choose to remain in a house of the head of which, if Lady Anne's tale was true, had so bitterly wronged his mother. As soon as she was able, she would go and hear of him from his grandfather. There was no hurry. She would certainly see him again before long, and he would be sure to write. It did not occur to her that a man in his position would hardly venture to approach her again, without some renewed approach on her part, and for a long time she was nowise uneasy. The hope alive in Wingfold made him a true consoler, and the very sight of him was a strength to Barbara. She regarded him with profound reverence, and his wife as most enviable of women. Could she not learn from his mouth the rights of a thing, the instant she opened hers to ask them? Barbara did not know how much the sympathy, directness, and dear common sense of Helen had helped to keep awake, support, and nourish the insight of her husband. She did not know, good and powerful as Wingfold must have been had he never married, how much wiser, more useful, and more aspiring he had grown because Helen was Helen, and his wife, sent as certainly as ever angel in the old time. The one fault she had in the eyes of her husband was, that she was so indignant with affectation or humbug of any sort, as hardly to give the better thing, that might coexist with it, the needful chance. So long as evil comes to the front, it appears an interminable, unconquerable thing. But all the time there may be a change, positive as inexplicable, at the very door. How is it that a child begins to be good? Upon what fulcrum rests the knife-edge of alteration? As undistinguishable is the moment in which the turn takes place, equally perplexing to keenest investigation the part of the being in which the renovation commences. Who shall analyze repentance, as a force or as a phenomenon? You cannot see it coming. Before you know, there it is, and the man is no more what he was. His life is upon other lines. The wind hath blown. We saw not whence it came, or whither it went, but the new birth is there. It began in the spiritual infinitesimal, where all beginnings are. The change was begun in Mrs. Wylder, but the tug of her war was to come. Lady Anne had not once been to see her, since first calling when she arrived. Naturally, she did not take to her. In the eyes of Lady Anne, Mrs. Wylder was insufferable, a vulgar, arrogant, fierce woman, purse-proud and ignorant. But a keen moral eye would have perceived Lady Anne vastly inferior to Mrs. Wylder in everything right womanly. Lady Anne was the superior by the changeless dignity of her carriage, but her self-assured pre-eminence was offensive, and her drawling deliberation far more objectionable than Mrs. Wylder's abrupt movements, or the rough-and-ready speech that accompanied her eager dart at the gist of a matter. Even the look that would kill a man if it could, never roused such hate as sprang to meet the icy stare of her passionless ladyship. Many a man with no admiration of the florid would have sought refuge in Mrs. Wylder's plump face, vivid with an irritable humanity, from the moveless pallor of Lady Anne's delicately formed cheek, and the pinched thinness of her fine, poverty-stricken nose. Oh, those pinched nostrils, the very outcry of inward meanness, will they ever open to the full tide of surging breath? What vital interweaving of gladness and grief will, at length, make strong and brave and unselfish the heart that sent out those nostrils? Less than a divine shame will never make it the heart of a fearless, bountiful, redeeming woman. Mrs. Wylder was nowise annoyed that Lady Anne did not call a second time. She did not care enough to mind, and preferred not seeing her. They had in common as near nothing as humanity permitted. "Stuck-up kangaroo!" she cried her. "I'll lay you my best sapphire," she said to her daughter, in the hearing of Wingfold, whose presence she had forgotten, "that for the last 300 years not a woman of the family has suckled her own young." Neither mother nor daughter had shown the least deference to Lady Anne's exalted position. The first movement of her dislike to Mrs. Wylder was caused by her laughing and talking as unrestrainedly in her presence as in that of the doctor's wife, who happened to be in the room when Lady Anne entered. But now that danger, not to say ruin, appeared in the distance, she must, for the sake of her son, wronged by his father's having married another woman before his mother, neglect no chance. Arthur had been to Wylder Hall repeatedly, but Barbara had not seen him. She must go herself and pay some court to the young heiress. She was anxious also to learn whether any chagrin was concerned in her continuous absence from Mortgrange. Barbara received her heartily, and they talked a little, Lady Anne imagining herself very pleasing. She rarely condescended to make herself agreeable, and measured her success by her exertion. She found Barbara in such good spirits that she pronounced her heartless, not to her son, or to any but herself, who would not have come near her but for the money to be got with. She begged her, notwithstanding, for the sake of her complexion, to leave her mother an hour or two now and then, and ride over to Mortgrange. Incessant watching would injure her health, and health was essential to beauty. Barbara protested that nothing ever hurt her, that she was the only person she knew fit to be a nurse, because she was never ill. When her ladyship, for once oblivious of her manners, grew importunate, Barbara flatly refused. "You must pardon me, Lady Anne," she said. "I cannot, and I will not leave my mother." Then Lady Anne thought it might be wise to make a little more of the mother to whom she seemed so devoted. She had imagined the daughter of the coarse woman must feel toward her as she did, and suspected a coarser grain in the daughter than she had supposed, because she was not disgusted with her mother. She did not know that eyes of love see the true being, where other eyes see only its shadow, and shadows differ a good deal from their bodies. But meeting Mr. Wylder in the avenue as she returned, and stopping her carriage to speak to him, Lady Anne changed her mind, and resolved to curry favour with the husband instead of the wife. For hitherto she had scarcely seen Mr. Wylder, and knew about him only by unfavourable hearsay, but she was charmed with him now, and drew from him a promise to go and dine at Mortgrange. Bab went singing back to her mother, who was never so ill that she did not like to hear her voice. She could not always bear it in the room, but outside she was never tired of it. So Bab went about the house singing like a mavis. But she never passed a servant, male or female, without ceasing her song to say a kind word, and her mother, who, now that she had got on a little, lay listening with her keenest of ears, knew by the checks and changes of Bab's song something of what was going on in the house. If one asked Bab what made her so happy, she would answer that she had nothing to make her unhappy, and there was more philosophy in the answer than may at first appear. For certainly the normal condition of humanity is happiness, and the thing that should be enough to make us happy is simply the absence of anything to make us unhappy. Everything, she would answer another time, is making me happy. I think I am happiness, she said once. How could she naturally be other than happy, seeing she came of happiness? Il lieto fator, says Dante. Whose happy making sight, says Milton. Mr. Wylder went and dined with Sir Wilton and Lady Anne. The latter did her poor best to please him, and was successful. It had always been an annoyance to Mr. Wylder that his wife was not a lady. In the bush he did not feel it, but now he saw, as well as knew, wherein she was inferior, and did not see wherein she excelled. It was the more consolation to him that Lady Anne praised his daughter, her beauty, her manners, her wit, praised her for everything, in short, that she thought hers, and for some things she thought were not hers. But she hinted that it would be of the greatest benefit to Barbara to have the next season in London. The girl had met nobody, and might, in her ignorance and innocence, being such an eager, impetuous, warm-hearted creature, with her powers of discrimination of course but little cultivated, make unsuitable friendships that would lead to entanglement, while, well chaperoned, she might become one of the first ladies in the county. She took care to let her father know at the same time, or think he knew, that, although her son would be only a baronet, he would be rich, for the estates were in excellent condition and free from encumbrance, and hinted that there was now a fine chance of enlarging the property, neighbouring land being in the market at a low price. Mr. Wylder had indeed hoped for a higher match, but Lady Anne, being an earl's daughter, had influence with him. The remaining twin was so delicate that it was very doubtful if he would succeed. If he did not, and land could be had between, to connect the two properties of Mortgrange and Wylder, the estate would be far the finest in the county, when, as Lady Anne hinted, means might be used to draw down the favour of Providence in the form of a patent of nobility. To Lady Anne, London was the centre of love-making, and Arthur, she said to herself, would show to better advantage there than in the country. The place where she had herself been nearest to falling in love was a ballroom. The heat apparently had half thawed her. Mr. Wylder thought Lady Anne was right, and the best thing for Barbara would be to go to London. Lady Anne would present her at court, and she would doubtless be the belle of the season. Her chance would be none the worse of making a better match than with Arthur Lestrange. It may seem odd that a like reflection did not occur to Lady Anne. Far more eligible men than her son might well be drawn to such a bit of sunshine as Barbara. But just what in Barbara was most attractive, Lady Anne was least capable of appreciating. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 40. In London. It was into the first of the London fogs of the season that Richard, after a slow parliamentary journey, got out of his third-class carriage at the great, dim station. He took his portmanteau in one hand, and his bag of tools in the other, and went to look for an omnibus. How terribly dull the streets were, and how terribly dull and commonplace all inside him. Into the far dark, the splendour of life, Barbara had vanished. Various memories of her, now this look, now that, now this attire, now that, a certain button half torn from her riding habit, the feeling of her foot in his hand as he lifted her to Miss Brown's back, would enter his heart like the proclamation of a queen on a progress through her dominions. the way she drove the nails into her mare's hoof, the way she would put her hand on his shoulder as she slid from the saddle, the commanding love with which she spoke to the great animal, and the way Miss Brown received it, the sweet coaxing respect she showed his blacksmith grandfather, the tone of her voice when she said God. 1,000 attendant shadows glided in her queen procession, one after the other, in single file, through his brain and his heart and his every power. He forgot the omnibus, and went tramping through the dreary streets with his portmanteau and small bag of tools. He had sent home his heavier things before, thinking ever of Barbara, and not scorning himself for thinking of her, for he thought of her as a true lady herself would never scorn to be thought of by honest man. No genuine, unselfish feeling is to be despised, either by its subject or its object. That Barbara was lovely was no reason why Richard should not love her. That she was rich was no reason why he should forget her. She came into his life as a star ascends above the horizon of the world. The world cannot say to it, "Go down, star." Yea, Richard's star raised him as she rose. In her presence he was at once rebuked and uplifted. She was a power within him. He could not believe in God, but neither could he think belief in such a God as she believed in degrading. He said to himself that everything depended on the kind of God believed in, and that the kind of God depended on the kind of woman. He wondered how many ideas of God there might be, for everyone who believed in him must have a different idea. Some of them must be nearer right than others, he said to himself, nor perceived that he was beginning to entertain the notion of a real God. For he saw that the notions of the best men and women must be convergent, and was not far from thinking that such lines must point to some object, rather than an empty centre. The idea of the best men and women must be a believable idea, might be a true idea, might therefore be a real existence. He had not yet come to consider the fact that the best of men said he knew God, that God was like himself, only greater, that whoever would do what he told him should know that God, and know that he spoke the truth concerning him, that he had come from him to witness of him, that he was truth and love. Richard had indeed started on a path pointing thitherward, but as yet all concerning the one necessary entity was vaguest speculation with him. He did feel, however, that to give in to Barbara altogether would not make him a believer such as Barbara. On the other hand, he was yet far from perceiving that no man is a believer, let him give his body to be burned, except he give his will, his life, to the Master. No man is a believer with whom he and his Father are not first. No man, in a word, who does not obey him, that is, who does not do what he said and says. It seems preposterous that such definition should be necessary, but thousands talk about him for one that believes in him. Thousands will do what the priests and scribes say he commands, for one who will search to find what he says that he may do it, who will take his orders from the Lord himself, and not from other men claiming either knowledge or authority. A man must come up to the Master, hearken to his word, and do as he says. Then he will come to know God, and to know that he knows him. When he stopped thinking of Barbara, all was dreary about Richard. But he did not once say to himself, "She does not love me," did not once ask, "Does she love me?" He said, "She cares for me. She is good to me. I wish I believed as she does, that I might hope to meet her again in the house of the one Father." It was Saturday night, and he had to go through a weekly market, a hurrying, pushing, loitering, jostling crowd, gathered thick about the butchers' and fishmongers' shops, the greengrocers' barrows, and the trays upon wheels with things laid out for sale. Suddenly a face flashed upon him and disappeared. He was not sure that it was Alice's, but it suggested Alice so strongly that he turned and tried to overtake it. Impeded by his luggage, however, which caught upon hundreds of legs, he soon saw the attempt hopeless. Then, with pain, he remembered that he had not her address, and did not know how to communicate with her. He longed to learn why she had left him without a word, what her repeated avoidance of him meant. Far more he desired to know where she was, that he might help her, and how she fared. But Barbara was her friend. Barbara knew her address. He would ask her to send it to him. He hardly thought she would, for she was in the secret of Alice's behaviour. But, joy to think, it would be a reason for writing to her. His heart gave a bound in his bosom. Who could tell but she might please to send him the fan-wind of a letter now and then, keeping the door, just a chink of it open, between them, that the voice of her slave might reach her on the throne of her loveliness. He walked the rest of the way with a gladder heart. He was no longer without a future. There was something to do, and something to wait for. Days are dreary unto death which wrap no hope in their misty folds. His uncle and aunt received him with more warmth than he had ever known them show. They were in good spirits about him, for they had all the time been receiving news of him and Barbara, with not a word of Alice, from old Simon. Jane's heart swelled with the ambition that her boy should, as a working man, gain the love of a well-born girl, and reward her by making her my lady. I do not think Mrs. Tuke could have loved a son of her own body more than this son of her sister, but she was constantly haunted with a vague uneasiness about the possible consequences to herself and her husband of what she had done, and the obstacles that might rise to prevent his restoration, and this uneasiness had its share both in repressing the show of her love, and in making her go to church so regularly. Her pleasure in going was not great, but she was not the less troubled that Richard did not care about going. She was still in the land of bullocks and goats. She went to church with the idea that she was doing something for God in going. It is always the way. Until a man knows God, he seeks to obey him by doing things he neither commands nor cares about, while the things for the sake of which he sent his Son, the man regards as of little or no consequence. What the Son says about them, he takes as a matter of course for him to say, and for himself to neglect. Mrs. Tuke noted, the next day, that, as almost often as he was still, a shadow settled on Richard's face, and he looked lost and sad. But it only occurred to her that of course he must miss Barbara, never that he cherished no hope such as she would have counted hope. She took it almost as an omen of final success, when in the evening he asked her if she would not like him to go to church with her. He felt as if in church he would be nearer Barbara, for he knew that now she went often. But alas, while there he sat, he felt himself drifting farther and farther from her. The foolish utterances of the parson made him deeply regret that he had gone. While he believed, or at least was willing to believe, that they misrepresented Christianity, they awoke all his old feelings of instinctive repulsion, and overclouded his discrimination. Almost as little could he endure the unnature as the untruth of what he heard. It had no ring of reality, no spark of divine fire, no appealing radiance of common sense, little of any verity at all. There was in it, as nearly as possible, nothing at all to mediate between mind and mind, between truth and belief, between God and his children. The clergyman was not a hypocrite, far from it. He was in some measure even a devout man. But in his whole presentation of God and our relation to him, there was neither thought nor phrase germane to sunrise or sunset, to the firmament, or the wind, or the grass, or the trees, nothing that came to the human soul as having a reality true as that of the world, but higher, as holding, with the life lived in it, with the hopes and necessities of the heart and mind. If the hope of the glory of God must be fashioned in like sort, then were the whole affair of creation and redemption both dull and desperate. There was no glow, no enthusiasm in the man, neither could there be with the notions he held. His God suggested a police magistrate, and not a just one. Richard would gladly have left the place and wandered up and down in the drizzle until the service over his mother should appear, but for her sake he sat out the misery. The man, he said to himself, does not give us one peg on which to hang the love of God that he tells us we ought to feel. Love a God like that? If he were as good as my mother, I would love him. But we have all to look out to protect ourselves from him. Mr. Parson, there's no such being as you jabber about. Puzzles me to think what my mother gets from you. He had written his letter to Barbara, and when they came out he posted it. A long, long time of waiting followed, but no waiting brought any answer. Lady Anne had dropped a hint, and Mr. Wylder had picked it up, a hint delicate but forcible enough to make him do what he had never done before, keep an outlook on the letters that came for his daughter. When Richard's arrived, it did not look to him that of a gentleman. The writing was good, but precise. It was sealed with red wax, but the impression was sunk. A proper seal had not been used. Especially where his own family was concerned, Mr. Wylder was not the most delicate of men. He opened the letter, and in it found what he called a rigmarole of poetry and theology. "Confound the fellow!" he said to himself. Lady Anne did well to warn him. There should be no more of this. The scatterbrain took after her mother. He would give it her hot. But he neither gave it her hot, nor gave her the letter. He did not say a word. He feared the little girl he pretended to protect, and knew that if he entered the lists with her she would be too much for him. But he did not understand that the mean in him dared not confront the noble in his child. So Richard's letter only had it hot. It went into the fire, and Bab never read the petition of her poor friend. The next morning Richard went to the shop, and fell to the first job that came to his hand. He acquainted his father with Lestrange's proposal in regard to the library. Mr. Tuke would have him accept it. "You shall have all it brings," he said. "I don't want the money," returned Richard. "But I want the honour of the thing," replied his uncle. "You answered the young gentleman sharply. You had better let me write." Richard made no objection. He would gladly keep the door open to any place where the shadow of Barbara might fall, and was willing, therefore, to pocket the offence of his causeless dismissal. But no notice was taken of Tuke's letter, and a gulf of negation seemed to yawn between the houses. Thus was initiated a dreary time for Richard. Now first he began to know what unhappiness was. The seeming loveless weather that hung over the earth and filled the air was in joyless harmony with his feelings. But had his trouble fallen in a more genial season, it would have been worse. He had never been with Barbara in the winter, and it did not seem so unnatural to be without her now. Had it been summer, all the forms of earth and air would have brought to him the face and voice and motion of Barbara, and yet the soul would have been gone from them. The world would have been worse dead than now in the winter. Barbara had been the soul of it, more than a son to it. He could not, however, dead as the world seemed, remain a moment indoors after his work was done. Whatever sort the weather, out he must go, often on the Thames, heedless of cold, or wind, or rain. His mother grew anxious about him, attributed his unrest to despair, and feared she might have to tell him her secret. She recoiled from setting free what she had kept in prison for so many years. In her own mind she had settled his coming of age as the term of his humiliation, and she would gladly keep to it. She shrunk from losing him, from breaking up the happiness that lay in seeing him about the house. But that her husband had insisted on accustoming themselves to live without him, she would hardly have consented to his late absence. She shrunk also from the measures necessary to reinstate him, and from the commotion those measures must occasion. It was so much easier to go on as they were doing, and delay could not prejudice his right. In fact, most of the things that made her take the baby were present still, making her desire to keep the youth. A day would come when she must part with him, but that day was not yet. She dreaded uncaging her secret, because of the change it must work, whether immediate action were taken or not. She never suspected that anyone knew or surmised it but herself, or that she had to beware of any tongue but her own. Her husband left the matter entirely to her. It was her business, he said, from the first, and he would let it be hers to the last. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 41. Nature and Supernature. But Richard soon began to recover, both from the separation and from his disappointment in regard to his letter. He was satisfied that, whatever might be the cause of her silence, it came from no fault in Barbara. Nothing ever shook his faith in her. And soon he found that he looked now upon the world with eyes from which a veil had been withdrawn. Barbara was gone. Mother Earth came nigh to comfort her child. He had always delighted in the beauty of the world. in what shows of earth and air were to be seen in London. The sunset that filled, as with a glowing curtain, the end of some street where he walked, would go on glowing in his heart when it left the street. Even in winter he would now and then go out to see the sunrise, and see it, and from the street might now and then, at rare times, he beheld a dappling and streaking, a mottling and massing of clouds on the blue. The fog of the London valley, and the smoke of the London chimneys, did not always, any more than the cares and sorrows and sins of its souls, blot out its heaven as if it had never looked on the earth. But he had learned much since he went to the country. He had gone nearer to nature, and seen that in her lap she carried many more things than he knew of. And now that Barbara was gone, the memories of nature came nearer to him. He remembered her and was glad. Soon he began to find that, both as regards nature and those whom we love, absence is, for very nearness, often better than presence itself. He had been used to think and talk of nature either as an abstraction, or as the personification of a force that knew nothing, and cared for nothing, was nobody, was nothing. Now it gradually came to him, and gained upon him ere he knew, first that the things about him wore meanings, and held them up to him, then that something was thinking, something was meaning the things themselves, and so moving thoughts in him, that came and went unforeseen, unbidden. Thoughts clothed in things were everywhere about him, over his head, under his feet, and in his heart. And as often as anything brought him pleasure, either through memory or in present vision, it brought Barbara too, and she seemed their maker, when she was but one of the fair company, the lady of the land. Everything beautiful turns his face to the more beautiful, more precious, diviner Barbara. With each new sense of loveliness she floated up from where she lay, ever ready to rise, in the ocean of his heart. She was the dweller of his everywhere. He knew that Barbara did not make these things. It only seemed as if she made them, because she was the better joy of them. Did not the fact show how the fiction of a god might have sprung up in the minds that had no Barbara to look like the maker of the loveliness? But Barbara was there already, known and loved. The mind did not invent Barbara. And again, why should the mind want anyone to look like a maker, an indweller, an ingenieur, to use a word of Shakespeare's invention? Yet again, why should the thought of Barbara suggest a soul, that is, a causing, informing presence to these things? Was there a meaning in them? How did they come to have that meaning? Could it be that, having come out of nothing, the mind of man, and all the things out of the same nothing, they responded enough to each other for the man to find his own reflex wherever he pleased to look for it? Only, if man and nature came both out of nothing, why should they not be nothing to each other? Why should not man be nothing to himself? As it was, one nothing, having no thought, meant the same the other nothing meant, having thought, and hence came all the beauty of the world? And once again, if these things meant nothing but what the mind put into them, its own thought, namely of them, did they not really mean anything? They were only imagined to mean it. And why should he, if, but for a moment, imagine Barbara at the root of nothing? And why should he not, seeing she was herself nothing? Or was he content to be fooled, and act as if there was something, where he knew there was nothing? The truth of Richard's love appeared in this, that he was more able now to see the other side of a thing, to start objection to his own idea from the side of one who thought differently. "I feel," he would say to himself, "as if these things meant something, and conclude that they only mean me, being the body to me, who am the soul of them, and still more if I conclude that the sum of them is the blind cause of me. Then, when I grow sick of myself, finding no comfort, no stay in myself for myself, and know that I need another, say another self, then the seeming sympathy that nature offers me is the merest mockery. It is only my own self, myself gone behind and peeping round a corner, grinning back sympathy at me from its sickening death mask. Why should man need another if he came from nothing? But if he came from a father and a mother, man needed the woman. Will not that explain the thing? No, for even the relation itself needs to be comforted and sustained and defended. Why was there so much, and most of all in himself, for which, as Richard was beginning to understand, even a Barbara could not suffice? Why also did her sufficiency depend so much on her faith in an all-sufficient? And why was there so often a gulf betwixt the two that seemed made for each other? Ah, they were made for each other only in the general. For the individual nature did not care, she had no time. Then how was it that he cared for nature? If nature meant anything, was an intelligence, a sort of God, why should he, the individual, who loved as an individual, was a blessing or curse to himself as an individual, why should he care anything for one who loved only in the general? Could a man love in general? Yes, he himself loved his kind and sought to deliver them from superstition, but that was because he could think of them as a multitude of individuals. If he had never loved father, mother, or friend, would he have loved in the general? Would crowds of men and women have awaked love in him? If so, then the bigger crowd must always move the greater love. No, it is from the individual we go to the many. Love that was only in the general, that cared for the nation, the race, and let the individual perish, could not be love. He would be no God who cared only for a world or a race. The live, conscious individual man could not love or worship him. And if no individual worshipped, where would be the worship of the crowd? Still less could a vague creator of masses, that knew nothing of individuals, being himself not individual, be worthy to be called God. Demon bee might be, never God. But if God were a person, an individual, and so loved the individual, then indeed Barbara believed that such a God lived all about and in us. Mr. Wingfold said he was too great to prove, too near to see, but the greater and the nearer, the more fit to be loved. There were things against it. Nature herself seemed against it, for, lovely as she was, she did awful things. Could nature have come from one source, and God be another source from which came man? He was too near nature, too much at home with her, to believe it. Could it be one nature that made all the lovely things, and another nature that decreed their fate? That also he could not believe. They and their fate must be from one hand, or heart, or will. He could but hope there might be some way of reconciling the terrible dissonance between nature and Barbara's God. If there was such a way, if their contradiction was only in seeming, then the very depth of their unity might be the cause of their seeming discord. Something in this way the mind of Richard felt, and thought, and saw, and doubted, and speculated. Then he would turn to the ancient story, still because Barbara said. The God Barbara believed in was like Jesus Christ, not at all like the God his mother believed in. Jesus was the one that could be loved. He could not have come to reveal such a God as his mother's, for he was no revelation of that kind of a God. He was gentle and cared for the individual, and he said he loved the Father. But he was his son, and a good son might love a bad father. Yes, but could a bad God have a good son? No, the Son of God must be the revelation of his Father, such as the Son is. Just such, and no other must the Father be. There cannot but be harmony between the beings of the two. In very truth, there must appear schism in nature, yea, schism in God himself, until we see that the ruling Father and the suffering Son are of one mind, one love, one purpose, that in the Father the Son rules, in the Son the Father suffers, that with the Son the other children must suffer and rise to rule. To Richard's eyes there was schism everywhere, no harmony, no right, no concord, no peace. And yet all science pointed to harmony, all imagination thirsted for it, all conscience commanded it, all music asserted and prophesied it, all progress was built on the notion of it. All love, the only thing yielding worth to existence, was a partial realization of it. So that the schism came even to this, that harmony itself was divided against itself, asserting that the thing that was not, and could not be, yet ought to be. Nothing but harmony has a real, a true, an essential being, yet here were thousands of undeniable things which seemed to exist in very virtue of their lack of harmony. There were shocks and recoils in every part of every thinking soul, in every part of the object world. And yet in certain blissful pauses, unlooked for, uncaused by man, certain sudden silences of the world, an eternal harmony would for one moment manifest itself behind the seething conflicting discords that filled the atmosphere of the soul, straightway to vanish again, it is true, but into the heart of hope that saves men. If harmony was not at one with itself in its harmony, neither was discord at one with itself in its discordancy. Now and then all nature seemed on the point of breaking into a smile and saying, "Ah, children, if you but knew what I know!" Why did she not say what she knew? Why would she hide the thing that would make her children blessed? The thought, halfway to an answer, did not come to Richard then. What if we are not yet able to understand her secret, therefore not able to see it, although it lies open before us? What if the difficulty lies in us? What if nature is doing her best to reveal? What if God is working to make us know, if we would but let him, as fast as ever he can? There is one thing that will not be pictured, cannot be made notionally present to the mind by any effort of the imagination, one thing that requires the purest faith, a man's own ignorance and incapacity. It is impossible to think of the object of our ignorance. How then realize the ignorance whose very centre is a blank, a negation? When a man knows, then first he gets a glimpse of his ignorance as it vanishes. Ignorance, I say, cannot be the object of knowledge. We must believe ourselves ignorant. As for that, we must be humble of heart. When our world seems clear to the horizon, when the constellations beyond look plainest, when we seem to be understanding all within our scope, then we have yet to believe that, unseen, formerly unsuspected, beyond, lies that which may wither out many forms of our belief, and must modify every true form in which we hold the truth. For God is infinite, and we are his little ones, and his truth is eternally better than the best shape in which we see it. Jesus is perfect, but is our idea of him perfect? One thing only is changeless truth in us, and that is obedient faith in him and his Father. Even that has to grow, but with a growth which is not change. That there is a greater life than that we feel, yea, a life that causes us, and is absolutely and primarily essential to us. Of this truth we have a glimpse, but no man will arrive at the peace of it by struggling with the roots of his nature to understand them, for those roots go down and out and down, infinitely into the infinite. It is by acting upon what he sees and knows, hearkening to every whisper, obeying every hint of the good, following whatever seems light, that the man will at length arrive. Thus obedient, instead of burying himself in the darkness about its roots, he climbs to the tree-top of his being, and looking out thence on the eternal world in which its roots vanish and from which it draws its nourishment, he will behold and understand at least enough to give him rest. And how much more, let his hope of the glory of God stand at its window and tell him. For in his climbing, the man will, somewhere in his progress upward, the progress of obedience, of accordance to the law of things, awake to know that the same spirit is in him that is in the things he beholds, and that his will, his individuality, his consciousness, as it enfolds, so it must find the spirit, that root of himself, which is infinitely more than himself, that one God and Father of all, who is above all, and through all, and in you all. When he is known, then all is well. Then is being, and in it the growth of being, laid open to him. God is the world, the atmosphere, the element, the substance, the essence of his life. In him he lives and moves and has his being. Now he lives indeed, for his origin is his, and this rounds his being to eternity. God himself is his, as nothing else could be his. The serpent of doubt is gagged with his own tail and becomes the symbol of the eternal. Dissatisfaction is but the reverse of the medal of life. So long as a man is satisfied, he seeks nothing. When a fresh gulf is opened in his being, he must rise and find wherewithal to fill it. Our history is the opening of such gulfs, and the search for what will fill them. But Richard was far yet from having his head above the cloudy region of moods and in the blue air of the unchangeable. As the days went by and brought him no word from Barbara, the darkness again began to gather around him. There are as many changes in a lover's weather as in that of England. The sad consolations of nature by degrees forsook him. They grew all sadness and no consolation. The winter of his soul wept steadily upon him, laden with frost and death. He went back to his stern denial of a God. He thought he had no need of any God, because he had no hope in any. Strangely, but in accordance with his nature, while he denied God, he denied him resentfully. "If there were a God," he said, "why should I pray to him? He has taken from me the one good his world held for me." Not an hour would he postpone judgment of him. Not one century would he give the God of patience to justify himself to his impatient child. He lost his love of reading. A book was to him like a grinning death's head. He ministered to it no longer with his mind, but only with his hands. He hated the very look of poetry. The straggling lines of it were loathsome to his eyes. Where, in such a world as he now lived, could live a God worth being? Where, indeed? Richard made his own weather, and it was bad enough. Happily, there is no law compelling a man to keep up the weather, or the world he has made. Never will any man devise or develop mood, or world, fit to dwell in. He must inhabit a world that inhabits him, a world that envelops and informs every thought and imagination of his heart. In Richard's world, the one true, the one divine thing was its misery, for its misery was its need of God. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 42. Yet a Lower Deep. But while thus Richard suffered, scarce knew, and cared nothing, how the days went and came, he did his best to conceal his suffering from his father and mother, and succeeded wonderfully. As if in reward for this unselfishness, it flashed into his mind what a selfish fellow he was. His trouble had made him forget Alice and Arthur. He must find them. He knew the street where the firm employing Arthur used to have its offices, but it had removed to other quarters. He went to the old address, and learned the new one. The next day he told his father he would like to have a holiday. His father making no objection, he walked into the city. There he found the place, but not Arthur. He had not been there for a week, they said. No one seemed to know where he lived, but Richard, regardless of rebuffs, went on inquiring, until at length he found a carman who lived in the same street. He set out for it at once. After a long walk he came to it, a wretched street enough, in Pentonville, with its numbers here obliterated, there repeated, and altogether so confused that for some time he could not discover the house. Coming at length to one of the dingiest, whose number was illegible, but whose door stood open, he walked in, and up to the second floor, where he knocked at the first door on the landing. The feeble sound of what was hardly a voice answered. He went in. There sat Arthur, muffled in an old rug, before a wretched fire, in the dirtiest, rustiest grate he had ever seen. He held out a pallid hand, and greeted him with a sunless smile, but did not speak. "My poor dear fellow," said Richard, "what is the matter with you? Why didn't you let me know?" The tears came into Arthur's eyes, and he struggled to answer him, but his voice was gone. To Richard he seemed horribly ill, probably dying. He took a piece of paper from his pocket, and a pencil conversation followed. "What is the matter with you?" "Only a bad cold." "Where is Alice?" "At the shop. She will be back at 8 o'clock. "Where's your mother?" "I do not know. She is out." "Tell me anything I can do for you." "What does it matter? I do not know anything. It will soon be over." "And this," reflected Richard, "is the fate of one who believes in a God." But the thought followed close. "I wish I were going too." And then came the suggestion, what if someone cares for him, and is taking him away because he cares for him? What if there be a good time waiting for him? What if death be the way to something better? What if God be going to surprise us with something splendid? What if there come a glorious evening after the sad morning and fog-sodden night? What if Arthur's dying be in reality a waking up to a better sunshine than ours? We see only one side of the thing. He may see the other. What if God could not manage to ripen our life without suffering? If only there were a God that tried to do his best for us, finding great difficulties, but encountering them for the sake of his children. How dearly I should love such a God, thought Richard. He would hold by him to the last. He would do his best to help him. He would fight for him. He would die for him. His hour was not yet come to know that there is indeed such a God, doing his best for us in great difficulties, with enemies almost too much for him. The falsehood, namely, the unfilialness of his children, so many of whom will not be true, priding themselves on the good he has created in them, while they refuse to make it their own by obeying it when they are disinclined. If even he might but hope that with his last sigh Arthur would awake to a consciousness justifying his existence, let him be the creation of a living power, or the helpless product of a senseless, formless, ens non ens, he would be content. For then they might one day meet again, somewhere, somewhen, somehow, together encounter afresh the troubles and dissatisfactions of life, and perhaps work out for themselves a world more endurable. But with that came the thought of Barbara. No, he said to himself, let us all die utterly. Why should we grumble at our poor life when it means nothing, is so short, and gives such a sure and certain hope of nothing more? Who would prolong it in such a world, with which every soul confesses itself disappointed, of which every heart cries that it cannot have been made for us? When they grow old, men always say they have found life a delusion, and would not live it again. From the first, things have been moving toward the worse. Life has been growing more dreary. Men are more miserable now than when they were savage. How can we tell that a world was not started at its best, to go downhill for ever and ever, with a God to urge its evil pace, for surely there is none to stop it? What if the world be the hate contrivance of a being whose delight it is to watch its shuddering descent into the gulf of extinction, its agonized slide into the red foam of the lake of fire? But he must do something for the friend by whose side he had sat speechless for minutes. I will come and see you again soon, Arthur, he said. I must go now. Would you mind the loan of a few shillings? It is all I happen to have about me. Arthur shook his head and wrote, Money is of no use, not the least. Don't you fancy anything that might do you good? I can't get out to get anything. Your mother would get it for you. He shook his head. But there's Alice. Arthur gave a great sigh and said nothing. Richard laid the shillings on the chimney-piece and proceeded to make up the fire before he went. He could see no sort of coal-scuttle, no fuel of any kind. With a heavy heart he left him, and went down into the street, wondering what he could do. As he drew near the public-house that chiefly poisoned the neighbourhood, it opened its hell-jaws and cast out a woman in frowsy black, wiping her mouth under her veil with a dirty pocket-handkerchief. She had a swollen red face, betokening the presence of much drink, walked erect, and went perfectly straight, but looked as if, were she to relax the least of her state, she would stagger. As she passed Richard, he recognized her. It was Mrs. Manson. Without a thought, he stopped to speak to her. The same moment he saw that, although not dead drunk, she could by no tropical contortion be said to be sober. She started and gave a snort of indignation. You here, she cried. What the big devil do you want? Coming here to insult your betters? You, the son of the bookbinder. You're no more John Tuke's son than I am. You're the son of that precious rascal, my husband. Go to Sir Wilton. Don't come to me. You're a base-born wretch. Oh, yes, run to your mother. Tell her what I say. Tell her she was lucky to get hold of her tradesman. She had told her son and daughter that Richard was the missing heir, and in what she now said she may have meant only to reflect on the humble birth of his mother and abuse his aunt, but it does not matter much what a drunkard means. At the same time the poison of asps may come from the lips of a drunkard, as from those of a sober liar. As the woman staggered away, Richard gave a stagger too, and seemed to himself to go reeling along the street. He sat down on a doorstep to recover himself, but for a long way after resuming his walk went like one half stunned. His brain, nevertheless, seemed to go on working of itself. The wretched woman's statement glowed in him with a lurid light. It seemed to explain so much. He had often felt that his father, though always just, did not greatly care for him. Then there was his mother's strangeness, the hardness of her religion, the gloom that at times took possession of her whole being, her bursts of tenderness, and her occasional irritability. His mother! That his mother should have made him an outcast. The thought was sickening. It was horrible. Perhaps the woman lied. But no. Something questionable in the background of his life had been unrecognizably showing from the first of his memory. All was clear now. His mother's cruel breach with Alice, and her determination that there should be no intercourse between the families, was explained. Had Alice and he fallen in love with each other, she would have had to tell the truth to part them. He must know the truth. He would ask his mother straight out the moment he got home. But how could he ask her? How could any son go to his mother with such a question? Whatever their answer to it, he dared not. There was but one alternative left him, either to kill himself or to smother his suffering, and let the miserable world go on. Why should he add to its misery by making his own mother more miserable? Such a question from her son would go through her heart like the claws of a lynx. How could she answer it? How could he look upon her shame? Had she not had trouble enough already? Poor mother! It would be hard if her God assailed her on all sides, beset her behind and before. Poor mother indeed, if her son was no better than her God. He must be a better son to her than he had been. The child of her hurt must heal her. Must he as well as his father be cruel to her? But alas, what help was in him? What comfort could a heart of pain yield? What soothing stream flow from a well of sorrow? Truly, his mother needed a new God. But even this horror held its germ of comfort. He had his brother Arthur, his sister Alice, to care and provide for. They should not die. He had now the right to compel them to accept his aid. He thought, and saw that, in order to help them, to do his duty by them, he must make a change in his business relations with Mr. Tuke. He must have the command of his earnings. He could do nothing for his brother and sister as things were. To ask for money would wake inquiry, and he dared not let his mother know that he went to see them. If he did, she would be compelled to speak out, and that was a torture he would rather see her die than suffer. He must have money concerning which no questions would be asked. Poor, poor creatures! Oh, that terrible mother! It was good to know that his mother was not like her. The first thing, then, was to ask his father to take him as a journeyman, and give him journeyman's wages. His work, he knew, was worth much more, but that would be enough. His father was welcome to the rest. Out of his wages he would pay his share of the housekeeping, and do as he pleased with what was left. Buying no more books, he would have a nice little weekly sum free for Alice and Arthur. To see his brother and sister half-starved was unendurable. He would himself starve first. But how was his money to reach them in the shape of food? That greedy, drunken mother of them swallowed everything. Like old Saturn, she devoured her children. She ate and drank them to death. Sport of a low-consuming passion, thought Richard. What matter whether she came of God or devil or nothing at all? Redemption, salvation from an evil self, had as yet no greater part in Richard's theories than in Mrs. Manson's thoughts. The sole good, the sole satisfaction in life, the woman knew, was to eat and drink, if not what she pleased, at least what she liked. If there were an eternity in front, thought Richard, and she had her way in it, she would go on forever, eating and drinking, craving and filling, to all the ages unsatisfied. He would not have his hard-earned money go to fill her insatiable maw. It was not his part in life to make her drunk and comfortable. Wherever he came from, he could not be in the world for that. So what was he to do? He seemed now to understand why Barbara had not written. She had known him as the son of honest tradespeople, and had no pride to make her despise him. but learning from Alice that he was base-born, she might well wish to drop him. It might not be altogether fair of Barbara, for how was he to blame? Almost as little was she to blame, brought up to count such as he disgraced from their birth. Doubtless her religion should have raised her above the cruel and false prejudice, for she said it taught her to be fair, insisted that she should be just. But, with all the world against him, how could one girl stand up for him? True, he needed fair play just so much the more, but that was the way things went in this best of possible worlds. No two things in it, meant to go together, fitted. He fought hard for Barbara, strained his strength with himself to be content beforehand with whatever she might do, or think, or say. One thing only he could not bear, to think less of Barbara. That would kill him, paralyze his very soul. Of a man make him a machine, a beast outright at best. In all the world Barbara was the likest to God she believed in. If she, the idea of her that was, were taken from him, he must despair. He could stand losing herself, he said, but not the thought of her. Let him keep that. Let him keep that. He would revel in that, and defy all the evil gods in the great universe. With his heart like a stone in his bosom, he reached the house, a home to him no more, and by effort supreme, in which, to be honest, for Richard was not yet a hero, he was aided by the consciousness of doing a thing of praise, managed to demean himself rather better than of late. The surges of the sea of troubles rose to overwhelm him. His courage rose to brave them. Let them do their worst. He would be a man still. True, his courage had a cry at the heart of it, but there was not a little of the stoic in Richard, and if it was not the stoicism of Epictetus or of Marcus Aurelius, there was yet some timely, transient help in it. He was doing the best he could without God, and sure the father was pleased to see the effort of his child. To suffer in patience was a step toward himself. No doubt self was potent in the patience, and not the best self, for that forgets itself, yet the better self, the self that chooses what good it knows. The same night he laid his request for fixed wages before his father, who agreed to it at once. He believed it no small matter in education that a youth should have money at his disposal, and his wife agreed, with a pang, to what he counted a reasonable sum for Richard's board. But she would not hear of his paying for his lodging. That was more than the mother heart could bear. It would be like yielding that he was not her very own child. The trouble remained that a long week must elapse before he could touch any wages, and he dared not borrow for fear of questions. There was no help. At night, the moment his head was on the pillow, the strain of his stoicism gave way. Then first he felt alone, utterly alone, and the loneliness went into his soul and settled there, a fearful entity. The strong stoic, the righteous unbeliever, burst into a passion of tears. Sure they were the gift of the God he did not know. Say rather, of the God he knew a little, without knowing that he knew him. And they somewhat cooled his burning heart. But the fog of a fresh despair streamed up from the rain, and its clouds closed down upon him. What was left him to live for? What to keep his heart beating? What to make life a living thing? Sunned and showered too much, it was faded and colourless. Why must he live on, as in a poor dream, without even the interest of danger? For where life is worth nothing, danger is gone, and danger is the last interest of life. All was grey. Nothing was but the damp and chill of the grave. No cloak of insanest belief, of dullest mistake, would henceforth hide any more the dreary nakedness of the skeleton, life. The world lay in clearest, barest, coldest light, its hopeless deceit and its misery all revealed. It was well that a grumous fog pervaded the air, each atom a spike in a vesicle of darkness. It was well that no summer noon was blazing about the world. At least there was no mockery now. The world was not pretending to be happy, was not helping the demon of laughter to jeer at the misery of men. Oh, the hellish thing, life! Oh, this devilish thing, existence! A mask with no face behind it, a look with no soul that looked, a bubble blown out of lies with the breath of a liar. Words, words, words! Lies, lies, lies! All of a sudden he was crying, as if with a loud voice from the bottom of his heart, though never a sound rose through his throat. "Oh, thou who didst make me, if thou art anywhere, if there be such a one as I cry to, unmake me again, undo that which thou hast done, tear asunder and scatter that which thou hast put together. Be merciful for once and kill me. Let me cease to exist, rather let me cease to die. Will not plenty of my kind remain to satisfy thy soul with torment?" Up towered a surge of shame at his poltroonery. He prayed for his own solitary release, and abandoned his fellows to the maker of their misery. "No," he cried aloud, I will not pray for that. I will not fare better than my fellows. O God, pity, if thou hast any pity, or if pity can be born of any prayer, pity thy creatures. If thou art anywhere, speak to me, and let me hear thee. If thou art God, if thou livest, and carest that I suffer, and wouldst help me if thou couldst, then I will live, and bear, and wait. Only let me know that thou art, and art good, and not cruel. If I had but a friend that would stand by me, and talk to me a little, and help me. I have no one, God, to speak to, and if thou wilt not hear, then there is nothing. Oh, be, God, I pray thee exist. Thou knowest my desolation, for surely thou art desolate, with no honest heart to love thee. He thought of Barbara and ceased. She loved God. A silence came down upon his soul. Ere it passed he was asleep, and knew no more till the morning waked him, to sorrow indeed, but from a dream of hope. On a few keyed fingerboard, yet with multitudinous change, life struck every interval betwixt keen sorrow, lethargic gloom, and greyest hope, and the days passed and passed. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 43. To be redeemed, one must redeem. The moment he received his wages from his father at the end of the week, Richard set out for Elverilda Street, Clerkenwell, a little anxious at the thought of encountering the dreadful mother, but hoping she would be out of the way. When he reached the place, he found no one at home. He could not go back with his mission unaccomplished, and hung about, keeping a sharp watch on each end of the street, and on the approaches to it that he passed in walking to and fro. He had not waited long before Arthur appeared, stooping like an aged man, and moving slowly. He was in the same shabby muffler as of old. His face brightened when he saw his friend, but a fit of coughing prevented him for some time from returning his salutation. "When did you have your dinner?" asked Richard. "I had something to eat in the middle of the day," he answered feebly. "And when Alice comes she will perhaps bring something with her, but we don't care much about eating. We've got out of the way of it somehow," he added, with an unreal laugh. "It's no wonder you can't get rid of your cold," returned Richard. "Come along and have something to eat." "I can't have Ally come home and not find me," objected Arthur. "You shall put something in your pocket for her," suggested Richard. He seemed to yield, but his every motion was full of indecision. Richard took his arm. "Do you know any place near," he asked, "where we could get some supper?" "No, I'm afraid I don't," answered Arthur. "Then you go in and rest, while I go and see," returned Richard. He searched for some time, but came upon no place where a man could even sit down. At last he found a coffee shop, and went to fetch Arthur. He found him stretched on his bed, but he rose at once to accompany him, with the more difficulty that he had yielded to his weariness and lain down. They managed, however, to reach their goal, and the sight of food waking a little hunger, the poor fellow did pretty well for one who looked so ill. As he ate, he revived, and by began to talk a little. He had never been much of a talker, had never had food enough for talking. "It's very good of you, Richard," he said. "I suppose you know all about it." "I don't. What is it? Anything new?" "No, nothing. It's all so miserable." "It's not all miserable," answered Richard. so long as we are brothers." The tears came into Arthur's eyes. Their mother had repented telling them the truth about Richard, and pretended to have discovered that, while Sir Wilton was indeed Richard's father, Mrs. Tuke was, after all, his mother. "Yes, that is good," he said, "though it be only in misfortune. But I am a wretched creature, and no good to anybody. You are a strong man, Richard. I shall never be worth calling your brother." "You can do one great thing for me." "What is that?" "Live and grow well." "I wish I could. That's just what I can't do. I'm on my way home." "I would gladly go with you." "Why?" Richard made no answer, and silence followed. Arthur got up. "Ally will be home," he said, "and thinking me too ill to get along." "Let's go then," said Richard. When they entered Evelrilda Street, they saw Alice on the doorstep, looking anxiously up and down. The moment she caught sight of them, she ran away along the street. Richard would have followed her, but Arthur held him and said, "Never mind her tonight, Richard. She don't know that you know. I will tell her. When you come again, you will find her different. Go now, and come as soon as you can. At least, I mean, as soon as you like." "I will come tomorrow," answered Richard. "Do you want me to go now?" "It will be better for Alice. I will go to the end of the street, and she will see me from where she is hiding and come. She always does." "Is she in the way of hiding, then?" "Yes, when my mother is well." "Good-bye," said Richard. "But where shall I find you tomorrow?" They arranged their meeting and parted. The next day they found a better place for their meal. Richard thought it better not to go quite home with Arthur, but, having learned from him where Alice worked, and at what hour she left, went the following night to wait for her not far from the shop. At last she came along, looking very thin and pale, but she shone up when she saw him, and joined him without the least hesitation. "How do you think Arthur is?" he asked. "I've not seen him so well for ever so long," she answered. "But that's not saying much," she added with a sigh. They walked along together. With a taste of happiness, say, once a week, Alice would have been a merry girl. She was so content to be with Richard that she never heeded where he was taking her. But when she found him going into a shop with a ham in the window, she drew back. "No, Richard," she said, "I can't let you feed me and Arthur too. Indeed I can't. It would be downright robbery." "Nonsense," returned Richard. "I want some supper, and you must keep me company." "You must excuse me," she insisted. "It's all right for Arthur. He's ill. But for me, I couldn't look myself in the face in the glass if I let you feed me. A strong girl, fit for anything." "Now look here," said Richard. "I must come to the point, and you must be reasonable. Ain't you my sister, and don't I know you haven't enough to eat?" "Who told you that?" "No one. Any fool could see it with half an eye." "Auntie has been telling tales." "Not one. Just listen to me. I earn so much a week now, and after paying for everything, have something over to spend as I please. If you refuse me for a brother, say so, and I will leave you alone. Why should a man tear his heart out looking on where he can't help?" She stood motionless, and made him no answer. "Look here," he said. "There is money for our supper. If you will not go with me and eat it, I will throw it in the street." With her ingrained feeling of the preciousness of money, Alice did not believe him. "Oh, no, Richard, you would never do that," she said. The same instant the coins rang faintly from the middle of the street, and a cab passed over them. Alice gave a cry as of bodily pain, and started to pick them up. Richard held her fast. "It's your supper, Richard!" she almost shrieked, and struggled to get away after the money. "Yes," he answered, "and yours goes after it, except you come in and share it with me." As he spoke, he showed her his hand with shillings in it. She turned and entered the shop. Richard ordered a good meal. Alice stopped in the middle of her supper, laid down her knife and fork, and burst out crying. "What is the matter?" said Richard, alarmed. "I can't bear to think of that money. I must go and look for it," sobbed Alice. Richard laughed, the first time for days. "Alice," he said, "the money was well spent. I got my own way with it." As she ate and drank, a little colour rose in her face, and on Richard fell a shadow of the joy of his Creator, beholding his work and seeing it good. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 44. A Door Opened in Heaven. Some men hunt their fellows to prey upon them and fill their own greedy maws. Richard hunted and caught his brother and sister, that he might feed them with the labour of his hands. I fear there was, therefore, a little more for the mother to guzzle, but it is of small consequence whether those that go down the hill arrive at the foot a week sooner or later. To Arthur and Alice, their new-found brother, strong and loving, was as an angel from high heaven. It was no fault in Richard that he did not find a correspondent comfort in them. It did, in truth, comfort him to see them improve in looks and strength, but they had not many thoughts to share with him, had little coin for spiritual commerce. Even their religion, like that of most who claim any, had little shape or colour. What there was of it was genuine, which made it infinitely precious, but it was much too weak to pass over to the help of another. Divine aid, however, of a different sort, was waiting for him. Hitherto he had heard little or no music. The little was from the church organ, and his not unjustifiable prejudice against its surroundings had disinclined him to listen when it spoke. The intellect of the youth had come to the front, and the higher powers to which art is ministrant had remained much undeveloped, shut in darkened palace rooms, where a ray of genial impulse not often entered. For the highest of those powers, the imagination, without which no discovery of any grandeur is made, even in the realms of science, dwells in the halls of aspiration, outlook, desire, and hope, and round the windows and filling the air of these hung the dry dust-cloud of Richard's negation. But when love, with her attendant sorrow, came, they opened wide all the doors and windows of them to what might enter. Hitherto all his poetry, even what he produced, had come to Richard at second hand, that is, from the inspiration of books. Its flowers were of the moon, not of the sun. They sprang under the pale reflex light of other souls. For genuine life of any and every sort, the immediate inspiration of the Almighty is the one essential, and for that sorrow and love now made a way. First of all, the lower winds and sidelong rays of art, all from the Father of Lights, crept in, able now to work for his perfect will. For when a man has once begun to live, then have the thoughts and feelings of other men, and every art in which those thoughts or feelings are embodied by them, a sevenfold power for the strengthening and rousing of the divine nature in him. And as the divine nature is roused, the diviner nature, the immediate God, enters to possess it. A gentleman who employed Richard happened one day, in conversation with him as he pursued his work, to start the subject of music, and made a remark which, notwithstanding Richard's ignorance, found sufficient way into his mind to make him think over what little experience he had had of sweet sounds, ere he made his reply. When made, it revealed in truth his ignorance, but his modesty as well, and his capacity for understanding, with the result that the gentleman, who was not only a lover of music but a believer in it, said to him in return things which roused in him such a desire to put them to the test for verification or disapproval, that he went, the next Monday night, to the popular concert at St. James's Hall. In the crowd that waited more than an hour at the door of the orchestra to secure a shilling place, there was not one that knew so little of music as he, but there had never been in it one whose ignorance was more worthy of destruction. The first throbbing flash of the violins cleft his soul, as lightning cleaves a dark cloud, and set his body shivering as with its thunder, and lo, a door was opened in heaven, and, like the writhings of a cloud in the grasp of a heavenly wind, all the discords of spirit pain were breaking up, changing and solving themselves into the songs of the violins. After that he went every Monday night to the same concert-room. It was his church, the mount of his ascension, the place whence he soared, no, but was lifted up to what was as yet his highest consciousness of being. All that was best and simplest in him came wide awake as he sat and listened. What fact did the music prove? None whatever. Yet would not the logic of all science have persuaded Richard that the sea of mood and mystic response, tossing his soul hither and thither on its radiant waters. As deep unto deep it answered the marching array of life waves, fashioned one by one out of the still air, marshalled and ranked and driven on in symmetric relation and order by those strange creative powers with their curious symbols, throned at their godlike labour. That the answer of his soul, I say, was but an illusion, the babble of a sleeping child in reply to a question never put. If it was an illusion, how came it that such an illusion was possible? If an illusion, whence its peculiar bliss? A bliss aroused by law imperative that ruled its factors, yet bore scant resemblance to the bliss. What he felt, he knew that he felt, and knew that he had never caused it, never commanded its presence, never foreseen its arrival, never known of its possible existence. The feeling was in him, but had been waked by some power beyond him, for he was not himself even present at its origin. The voice of that power was a voice all sweetness and persuading, yet a voice of creation, calling up a world of splendour and delight, the beams of whose chambers were indeed laid upon the waters, but had there a foundation the less lively earth could not afford. For the very essence of the creative voice, working wildest delirium of content, was law that could not be broken, the very law of the thought of God himself. Law is life, for God is law, and God is life. Law is the root and the stalk of life. Beauty is the flower of life, and joy its odour, but life itself is love. The flower and its odour are given unto men. The root and the stalk they may search into if they will. The giver of life they must know, or they cannot live with his life. They cannot share in the life eternal. One night, after many another such, he sat entranced, listening to the song of a violin, alone and perfect, soaring and sailing in the empyrean unconvoyed, and Barbara, in his heart, was listening with him. He had given up hope of seeing her again in this world, but not all hope of seeing her again somewhere, and her image had not grown less dear, I should rather say less precious to him. The song, like a heavenly lark, folded its wings while yet high in the air, and ceased. Its nest was somewhere up in the blue. Should I say rather that one after one the singing birds flitted from the strings, those telegraph wires betwixt the seen and the unseen, and now the last lingerer was gone? All was over, and the world was still. But the face of Barbara kept shining from the depths of Richard's soul, as if she stood behind him, and her face looked up, reflected from its ethereal ocean. All at once he was aware that his bodily eyes were resting on the bodily face of Barbara. It was as if his strong imagining of her had made her be. His heart gave a great bound, and stood still, as if for eternity. But the blood surged back to his brain, and he knew that together they had been listening to the same enchanting spell, had been aloft together in the same aether of delight. Heaven is high and deep, and its lower air is music. In the upper regions the music may pass, who knows, merging unlost into something endlessly better. He had felt, without knowing it, the power of her presence. It had been ruling his thoughts. He gazed and gazed, never taking his eyes from her, but for the joy of seeing her afresh, for the comfort of their return to their home. She was so far off that he could gaze at will, and thus distance was a blessing. Not seldom does removal bring the parted nearer. It is not death alone that makes far distant images draw nigh, but distance itself is an angel of God, mediating the propinquity of souls. As he gazed, he became aware that she saw him, and that she knew that he saw her. How he knew it, he could not have told. There was no change in her face, no sign of recognition, but he knew that she saw and knew. In his modesty he neither perceived nor imagined more. His heart received no thrill from the pleasure that throbbed in the heart of the lovely lady at the sight of the poor, sorrowful workman. Neither did she, in her modesty, perceive on what a throne of gems she sat in his heart. She saw that his cheek was pale and thin, that his eyes were larger and brighter. She little thought how the fierce sun of agony had ripened his soul since they parted. For the rest of the concert the music had sunk to a soft delight, and took the second place. The delight of seeing dulled his delight in hearing. All the rainbow claspings and weavings of strange accords, All the wing wafts of out-dreaming melody seemed to him to come flickering and floating from one creative centre, the face, and specifically the eyes, of Barbara. Yet the music and Barbara seemed one. The form of it that entered by his eyes met that which entered by his ears, and they were one ere he noted a difference. Barbara was the music, and the music was Barbara. He saw her with his ears, he heard her with his eyes. But as the last sonata sank to its death, suddenly the face and the tones parted company, and he knew that his eyes and her face must part next, and the same moment her face was already far away. She had left him, she was looking for her fan, and was preparing to go. He was not far from the door. He hurried softly out, plunged into the open air as into a great cool river, went round the house and took his stand at one of the doors, where he waited like one watching the flow of a river of gravel for the shine of a diamond. The flow sank to threads and drops, and the diamond never shone. He walked home, nevertheless, as if he had seen an end of sorrow. How much had been given him that night, for ever to have and to hold! Such an hour went far to redeem the hateful thing, life. A much worse world would be more than endurable, with its black and grey, once or twice in a century crossed by such a band of gold. Who would not plunge through ages of vapour for one flash of such a star? Who would not dig to the centre for one glimpse of a gem of such exhaustless fire? But alas! How many for whom no golden threads are woven into the web of life, he said to himself, as he thought of Alice and Arthur, but straightway answered himself, saying, Who dares assert it? The secret of a man's life is with himself. Who can speak for another? He had himself been miserable, and was now content. Oh, how much more than content, that he had been miserable. He was even strong to be miserable again. What might not fall to the lot of the rest, every one of them, ere God, if there were a God, had done with them? Who invented music? Someone must have made the delight of it possible. With his own share in its joy he had nothing to do. Was chance its grand inventor, its great engineer? Why or how should chance love loveliness that was not, and make it be that others might love it? Could it be a deaf God, or a being that did not care and would not listen, that invented music? No, music did not come of itself, neither could the source of it be devoid of music. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 45. The Carriage. Before the next Monday, he had learned the outlets of the hall, and the relations of its divisions to its doors. But he fared no better, for whether again he mistook the door or not, he did not see Barbara come out. He had been with her, however, through all the concert. There was reason to hope she would be often present, and every time there would be a chance of his getting near her. The following Monday, nevertheless, she was not in the house. Had she been, he said to himself, his eyes would of themselves have found her. A fortnight passed, and Richard had not again seen Barbara. He began to think she must have gone home. A gentleman was with her the first night, whom he took for her father. The second, Arthur Lestrange, was by her side. Neither of them had he seen since. Then the thought suggested itself that she might have come to London to prepare for her marriage with Mr. Lestrange. She must of course be married some day. He had always taken that for granted, but now, for the first time somehow, the thought came near enough to burn. He did not attempt to analyze his feelings. He was too miserable to care for his feelings. The thought was as terrible as if it had been quite new. It was not a live thought before. Now it was alive, and until now he had not known misery. That Barbara should die seemed nothing beside it. Death was no evil. Whether there was a world beyond it or not, it was the one friend of the race. In death at last, outworn, tortured humanity would find repose, or if not, what followed could not, at worst, be worse than what went before. It must be better, for the one misery of miseries would be to live in the same world with Barbara married. She was out of sight of him, far as princess or queen, or angel, if there were such a being, but the thought that she should marry a common, outside man, who knew no more what things were precious than the lowest fellow in the slums, was a pain he could neither stifle nor endure. Could a woman like Barbara for an instant entertain the notion? If she loved a man worthy of her, then, he thought, as so many have for a moment thought, he could bear the torture of it. But for such patience in prospect men are generally indebted to the fact that the man is not likely to appear, or at least has not yet come in sight. In vain he persuaded himself that Barbara would no more listen to such a suitor than a man could ever show himself on the level of her love. That Barbara would marry Lestrange grew more and more likely as he regarded the idea. Moat Grange and Wylder Hall were conveniently near, and he had heard his grandfather suppose that Barbara must one day inherit the latter. The thought was a growing torment. His heart sank into a draw-well of misery, out of which the rope of thinking could draw up nothing but suicide. But as often as the bucket rose thus laden, Richard cast its content from him. It was cowardly to hide one's head in the sand of death. So long as he was able to stand, why should he lie down? If a morrow was on the way, why not see what the morrow would bring? Why not look the apparition in the face, though for him it brought no dawn? Once more the loud complaint against life awoke and raged. What an evil, what a wrong was life! Who had dared force the thing upon him? What being, potent in ill, had presumed to call him from the blessed regions of negation, the solemn quiet of being and knowing nothing, and compel him to live without, nay, against his will, in misery such as only an imagination keen to look upon suffering could have embodied or even invented? Alas, there was no help! If he lifted his hand against the life he hated, he might but rush into a region of torture more exquisite. For might not the life-compelling tyrant, offended that he should desire to cease, fix him in eternal beholding of his love and his hate folded in one, to sicken yet never faint, in aeonian pain, such as life essential only could feel? He rebelled against the highest, as if the highest were the lowest, as if the power that could create a heart for bliss might gloat in its sufferings. Again and again he would take the side of God against himself, but always there was the undeniable, the inexplicable misery. Whence came it? It could not come from himself, for he hated it, and if God did not cause, yet he could not prevent it. Then he remembered how blessed he had been but a few days before, how ready to justify God, how willing to believe he had reason in all he did. Alas for his nature, for his humanity! Clothed in his own joy, he was generous to trust God with the bliss of others. The cold blast of the world once again swept over him, and he stood complaining against him more bitterly than ever. It is a notable argument, surely, against the existence of God, that they who believe in him so wretchedly. So many carry themselves to him like peevish children. Richard half believed in God, only to complain of him altogether. Were it not better to deny him altogether, saying that such things being, he cannot be, than to murmur and rebel, as against one high and hard? But I bethink me, is it not better to complain, if one but complain to God himself? Does he not then draw nigh to God with what truth is in him? And will he not then fare as Job, to whom God drew nigh in return, and set his heart at rest? For him who complains and comes near, who shall plead? The Son of the Father, saying, They know not what they do. He began to wonder whether even an almighty and all-good God would be able to contrive such a world as no somebody in it would ever complain of. What if he had plans too large for the vision of men to take in, and they were uncomfortable to their own blame, because, not seeing them, they would trust him for nothing? He knew unworthy men full of complaint against an economy that would not let them live like demons and be blessed as seraphs. Why should not a man at least wait and see what the possible being was about to do with him, perhaps for him, before he accused or denied him? At worst he would be no worse for the waiting. His thinking was stopped by a sudden flood of self-contempt. Was Barbara to live alone, that he might think of her in peace? He was a selfish, disgraceful, degraded animal, deserving all he suffered and 10 times more. What did it matter whether he was happy or not, if it was well with her? Was he a man, and could he not endure? Here was a possible nobility, here a whole world wherein to be divine. A man was free to sacrifice his happiness. For him he had nothing but his crowned sorrow. He would sacrifice that. Had anyone ever sacrificed his sorrow to love? Would it not be a new and strange sacrifice? To know that he suffered would make her a little unhappy. For her sake he would not be unhappy. He would at least for her sake fight with his grief. He would live to love her still, if never more to look on her face. In after eternal years, if ever once more they met, he would tell her how for her sake he had lived in peace, and neither died nor gone mad. Yea, for her sake he would still seek her God, if haply he might find him. Was there not a possible hope that he would justify to him, even in his heart, his ways with men, and his ways with himself among his fellows? What if there was a way so much higher than ours, as to include all the seeming right and seeming wrong in one radiance of righteousness? The idea was scarce conceivable. It was not one he could illustrate to himself, but as a thought transcending flesh and blood, better and truer than what we are able to think of as truth, he would try to hold by it. Things that we are right in thinking bad must be bad to God as well as to us, but may there not be things so far above us that we cannot take them in, and they seem bad because they are so far above us in goodness that we see them partially and untruly? There must be room in his wisdom for us to mistake. He would try to trust. He would say, "If thou art my father, be my father, and comfort thy child. Perhaps thou hast some way. Perhaps things are not as thou wouldst have them, and thou art doing what can be done to set them right. If thou art indeed true to thy own, it were hard not to be believed, hard that one of thine own should not trust thee, should not give thee time to make things clear, should behave to thee as if thou wouldst not explain, when it is that we are unable to understand." He was thinking with himself thus as he walked home, late one Monday night, from the concert, to which had come none of the singing birds of his own forests to meet and make merry with the song-birds of the violins. Like a chaos of music without form and void, the sweet sounds had stormed and billowed against him, and he had left the door of his late paradise hardly in better mood than if it had been the church of the Reverend Theodore Gosport, who, for the traditions of men, made the word of God of small effect. He was walking westward, with his eyes on the ground, along the broad pavement on the house-side of Piccadilly, lost half in misery, half in thought, when he was stopped by a little crowd about an awning that stretched across the footway. The same instant rose a murmur of admiration, and down the steps from the door came tripping, the very Allegra of motion, the same Barbara to whose mould his being seemed to have shaped itself. He stood silent as death, but something made her cast a look on him, and she saw the large eyes of his suffering fixed on her. She gave a short musical cry, and turning, darted through the crowd, leaving her escort at the foot of the steps. "Richard!" she cried, and catching hold of his hand, laid her other hand on his shoulder, then suddenly became aware of the gazing faces, not all pleasant to look upon, that came crowding closer about them. She pulled him toward a brougham that stood at the curbstone. "Jump in," she whispered. Then turning to the gentleman, who in a bewildered way fancied that she had caught a prodigal brother in the crowd. "Good night, Mr. Cleveland," she said. "Thank you." One moment Richard hesitated, but he saw that neither place nor time allowed anything but obedience, and when she turned again he was already seated. "Home," she said to the coachman as she got in, for she had no attendant. "I must talk fast," she began, "and so must you, for we have not far to go together. Why did you not write to me?" "I did write." "Did you?" exclaimed Barbara.
"I did indeed."
"Then what could you think of me?"
"I thought nothing that you would not like me to think. I was sure there was an explanation."
"That, of course. You knew that. But how ill you look!"
"It is from not seeing you any more at the concerts," answered Richard.
"Tell me your address, and I will write to you. But do not write to me. When shall you be at the Hall again?"
"Next Monday. I am there every Monday."
"I shall be there, and will take your answer from your hand in the crush as I come out by the Regent Street door." She pulled the coachman's string. "Now you must go," she said. "Thank God I have seen you. Tell me when you write if you know anything of Alice." She gave him her hand. He got out, closed the door, took off his hat, and stood for minutes, uncovered in the cold, clear night, hardly sure whether he had indeed been side by side with Barbara, or in a heavenly trance. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Holly Rushik. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 46. Richard's Dilemma. He turned and walked home, but with a heart how different. The world was folded in winter and night, but in his heart the sun was shining, and it made a wonder and a warmth in the heart of every crystal of the frost that spangled and feathered and jewel-crusted rail and tree. The misty moon was dreaming of spring and almond blossoms and nightingales. But did Barbara know about him? Had Alice told this terrible secret? If she knew and did not withdraw her friendship, he could bear anything, almost anything. But he would be happy now, would keep happy as long as he could, and try to be happy when he could not. She was with him all the way home. Every step was a delight. Foot lingered behind foot as he came. Now each was eager to pass the other. He slept a happy sleep, and in the morning was better than for many a day, so much better that his mother, who had been watching him with uneasiness, and wondering whether she ought not to bring matters to a crisis, began to feel at rest about him. She had not a suspicion of what now troubled him the most. A little knowledge is not, but the largest half-knowledge is a dangerous thing. He knew who was his father, but he did not know who was not his mother. And from this half-knowledge rose the thickest of the cloud that yet overshadowed him. He had been proud that he came of such good people as his father and mother, but it was not the notion of shame to himself that greatly troubled him. It was the new feeling about his mother. He did not think of her as one to be blamed, but as one too trusting, and so deceived. He never felt unready to stand up for her. What troubled him was that she must always know that unspoken of something between her and her son, that his mother must feel shame before him. He could not bear to think of it. If only she would say something to him, that he might tell her she was his own precious mother, whatever had befallen her, that for her sake he could spurn the father that begot him. Already had come this good of Mrs. Mason's lie, that Richard felt far more the goodness of his mother to him, and loved her the better that he believed himself her shame. It is true that his love increased upon a false idea, but the growth gained by his character could not be lost, and so his love would not grow less, for no love that is loved, save God's, can clothe warm enough to being around whom it gathers. And when he learned the facts of the story, he would not find that he had given his aunt more love than she deserved at his heart. As soon as the next day's work was over, Richard sat down to write to Barbara. But he had no sooner taken the pen in his fingers than he became doubtful. What was he to say? He could not open his heart about any of the things that troubled him most. Putting aside the recurrent dread of her own marriage, how could he mention his mother's wrong and his own shame to a girl so young? She must be aware that such things were, but how was he, a huge common fellow, to draw near her loveliness with such a tale in his mouth? It would be a wrong to his own class, to his own education, for it would not show the tradesman or the artisan, whichever they called him, as coarse and unfit for the company of his social superiors. It would go to prove that in no sense could one of his nurture be regarded as a gentleman. And were there no such reason against it, how could he, even to Barbara, speak of his mother's hidden pain, of his mother's humiliation? It would be treachery. He would be as a spy that had hid himself in a holy place. The thing she could not tell him, how could he tell anyone? On the other hand, if he did not let her know the sad fact, would he not be receiving and cherishing Barbara's friendship on false pretenses? He was not what he now seemed to her, and to be other to Barbara than he seemed was too terrible. Still and again he was bound to do her the justice of believing that she would not regard him differently because of what he could not help, and would justify his silence for his mother's sake. She would, in her great righteousness, be the first to cry out upon the social rule that visited the sins of the fathers on the mothers and the children, and not on the fathers themselves. If, then, disclosure would make no difference to Barbara, he might, he concluded, let the thing rest, for a time at least, assured of her sisterly sympathy. And with what he bethought him that she had asked news of Alice, and it seemed to him strange. For Alice had not told him that, unable to keep the money she sent from falling into the hands of her mother and going in drink, unwilling to expose her mother, and incapable of letting Barbara spend her money so, she had contrived to have her remittances returned, as if they had changed their dwelling, and their new address was unknown. He wrote, therefore, what he thought would set her at ease about them, and then, after thinking and thinking, yielded to the dread lest his heart should make him say things he ought not, and ended with a little poem that had come to him a night or two before. This was the poem. If there lie a still pure sorrow at the heart of everything, if never shall dawn a morrow with healing upon its wing, then down I kneel to my sorrow and say, Thou art my king. From old pale joy I borrow a withered song to sing, and with heart entire and thorough to a calm despair I cling, and freedman of old King Sorrow, away hope's fetters fling. That was all, and not much, either as poetry or as consolation to one that loved him, but sometimes, like that ghastly shroud of Icelandic fable, the poem will rise up and wrap itself around the poet. As Richard closed his envelope, he remembered with a pang of self-reproach that the hour of his usual meeting with Alice was past, and that Arthur, too, was in danger of going to bed hungry, for his custom was to put her brother's supper in Alice's handbag. He set out at once for Clerkenwell, on foot notwithstanding his haste, for he was hoarding every penny to get new clothes for Arthur, who was not only much in want of them for warmth, but in risk of losing his situation because of his shabby appearance. His anxiety to reach the house before the mother came in spurred him to his best speed. He halted 2 minutes on the way to buy some slices of ham and some rolls, and ran on again. It was a frosty night, but by the time he reached Elverilda Street, he was far from cold. He was rewarded by finding his brother and sister at home alone and not too hungry. He had just time to empty his pockets and receive a kiss from Alice in return, when they heard the uncertain step of their mother coming up the stair, stopping now and then, and again resuming the ascent. Alice went to watch which door she would turn to when she reached the top, that Richard might go out by the other, for the 2 rooms communicated. But just as she was entering Arthur's room, Mrs. Mason changed her mind and turned to the other door, so that Richard was caught in the very act of making his exit. She flew at him, seized him by the hair, and began to pull and cuff him, abusing him as the true son of his father, who did everything on the sly, and never looked an honest woman in the face. Richard said never a word, but let her tug and revile till there was no more strength in her, when she let him go and dropped into a chair. The 3 went halfway down the stair together. "Don't mind her," said Alice with a great sob. "I hope she didn't hurt you much, Richard?" "Not a bit," answered Richard. "Poor mother," sighed Arthur. "She is not in her right mind. We're in constant terror lest she drop down dead." "She is not a very good mother to you," said Richard. "No, but that has nothing to do with loving her," answered Alice. "And to think of her dying like that, and going straight to the bad place. Oh, Richard, what shall I do? It turns me crazy to think of it." The door above them opened, and the fierce voice of the mother fell upon them. But it was broken by a fit of hiccuping, and she went in again, slamming the door behind her. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Holly Ruschick. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 47. The Doors of Harmony and Death. That night Richard could not rest. His brain wrought unceasingly. He had caught a cold and was feverish. After his hot haste to reach his brother and sister, he had stood on the stair till his temperature sank low. When at length he slept, he kept starting awake from troublous dreams, and this went on through the night. In the morning he felt better and rose and set to his work, shivering occasionally. All the week he was unwell and coughed, but thought the attack an ordinary cold. When Sunday came, he kept his bed in hope of getting rid of it, but the next day he was worse. He insisted on getting up, however. He must not seem to be ill, for he was determined, if he could stand, to go to the concert. What with weariness and shortness of breath and sleepiness, however, it was all he could do to stick to his work. But he held on till evening, when, watching his opportunity, he slipped from the house and made his way, with the help of an omnibus, to the hall. It was dire work waiting till the door to the orchestra was opened. The air was cold, his lungs heavily oppressed, and his languor almost overpowering. But paradise was within that closed door, and he was passing through the pains of death to enter into bliss. When at length it seemed to yield to his prayers, he almost fell in the rush, but the good-humored crowd itself succored the pale youth, and helped him in. To look at him was to see that he was ill. The moment the music began, he forgot every discomfort. For, with the first chord of the violins, as if ushered in and accompanied by the angels themselves of the sweet sounds, Barbara came flitting down the center of the wide space toward her usual seat. The rows of faces that filled the area were but the waves on which floated the presence of Barbara. The music was the natural element of her being. It flowed from her as from its fountain, radiated from her like odor. It fashioned around her a nimbus of sound, like that made by the light issuing from the blessed ones, as beheld by Dante, which revealed their presence but hid them in its radiance, as the moth hid in the silk of its cocoon. Richard felt entirely well. The warmth entered into the room and met the warmth generated in him. All was peace and hope and bliss, quaintest mingling of expectation and fruition. Even Arthur Lestrange beside Barbara could not blast his joy. He saw him occasionally offer some small attention. He saw her carelessly accept or refuse it. Barbara gazed at him anxiously, he thought, but he did not know he looked ill. He had forgotten himself. When the concert was over, he hastened from the orchestra. The moment he issued, the cold wind seized and threatened to strangle him, but he conquered in the struggle, and reached the human torrent debauching in Regent Street. Against it he made gradual way, until he stood near the inner door of the hall. In a minute or two he saw her come, slowly with the crowd, her hand on Arthur's arm, her eyes anxiously searching for Richard. The moment they found him, her course took a drift toward him, and her face grew white as his, for she saw more plainly that he was ill. They edged nearer and nearer. Their hands met through the crowd. Their letters were exchanged, and without a word they parted. As Barbara reached the door, she turned one moment to look for him, and he saw a depth of care angelic in her eyes. Arthur turned too and saw him, but Richard was so changed he did not recognize him, and thought the suffering look of a stranger had roused the sympathy of his companion. How he got home, Richard could not have told. Ere he reached the house, he was too ill to know anything except that he had something precious in his possession. He managed to get to bed, not to leave it for weeks. A severe attack of pneumonia had prostrated him, and he knew nothing of his condition or surroundings. He had not even opened his letter. He remembered at intervals that he had a precious thing somewhere, but could not recall what it was. When he came to himself after many days, it was with a wonderful delight of possession, though whether the object possessed was a thing, or a thought, or a feeling, or a person, he could not distinguish. "Where is it?" he said, nor knew that he spoke till he heard his own voice. "Under your pillow," answered his mother. He turned his eyes and saw her face as he had never seen it before, pale, and full of yearning love and anxious joy. There was a gentleness and depth in its expression that was new to him. The divine motherhood had come nearer the surface in her boy's illness. Partly from her anxiety about what she had done and what she had yet to do, the show of her love had, as the boy grew up, gradually retired. Her love burned more and shone less. If Jane Tuke had been able to let her love appear in such forms as suited its strength, I doubt whether the teaching of his father would have much power upon Richard. Certainly he would have been otherwise impressed by the faith of his mother. He would have been prejudiced in favor of the God she believed in, and would have sought hard to account for the ways attributed to him. None the less, would it have been through much denial and much suffering that he arrived at anything worth calling faith, while the danger would have been great of his drifting about in such indifference as does not care that God should be righteous, and is ready to call anything just which men in office declare God does, without certain whether it be right or wrong, or whether he really does it or not, without concern indeed about anything at all that is God's. He would have had phantoms innumerable against him. He would have supposed the Bible said things about God which it does not say, things which, if it did say them, ought to be enough to make any honest man reject the notion of its authority as an indivisible whole. He would have had to encounter all the wrong notions of God, dropped on the highway of the universe by the nations that went before in the march of humanity. He would have found it much harder to work out his salvation, to force his freedom from the false forms given to truth by interpreters of little faith, for they would have seemed born in him because loved into him. "What did you say, dear mother?" he returned, all astray, seeming to have once known several things, but now to know nothing at all. "It is under your pillow, Richard," she said again, very tenderly. "What is it, mother? Something seems strange. I don't know what to ask you. Tell me what it means." "You have been very ill, my boy. That is what it means." "Have I been out of my mind?" "You have been wandering with fever, nothing more." "I have been thinking so many things. They all seemed real. And you have been nursing me all this long time?" "Who should have been nursing you, Richard? Do you think I would let anyone else nurse my own child? Didn't I nurse the—" She stopped. She had been on the point of saying, "the mother that bore you." Her love of her dead sister was one with her love of that sister's living child. He lay silent for a time, thinking, or rather trying to think, for he felt like one vainly endeavoring to get the focus of a stereoscopic picture. His mind kept going away from him. He knew himself able to think, yet he could not think. It was a revelation to him of our helplessness with our own being, of our absolute ignorance of the modes in which our nature works, of what it is, and what we can and cannot do with it. "Shall I get it for you, dear?" said his mother. The morning after the concert, he had taken Barbara's letter from under his pillow and would not let it out of his hand. His mother, fearing he would wear it to pieces, once and again tried to remove it, but the moment she touched it, he would cry out and strike, and when in his restless turning he dropped it, he showed himself so miserable that he could not put it in his hand again, when he would lie perfectly quiet for a while. Dreaming of Barbara, however, I fancy, he at length forgot her letter, and his mother again put it under his pillow. With the Lord, we shall forget even the Gospel of John. She drew out the crumpled, frayed envelope and gave it to him. The moment he touched it, everything came back to him. "Now I remember, mother," he cried. "Thank you, mother. I will try to be a better boy to you. I am sorry I ever vexed you." "You never vexed me, Richard," said the mother heart. "Or, if you ever did, I've forgotten it. And now that God has given you back to us, we must see whether we can't do something better for you." Richard was so weary that he did not care to ask what she meant, and in a moment was asleep with the letter in his hand. When at length he was able to read it, it caused him not a little pleasure and some dismay. He read that her father was determined she should marry Mr. Lestrange, but her mother was against it, and there was much dissension at home as ever. She believed Lady Anne had talked her father into it, for he had not always favored the idea. There was indeed greater reason now why both Lady Anne and her father should desire it, for there was every likelihood of her being left sole heir to the property, as her brother could not, the doctors said, live many months. She was sure her mother was trying to do right, and she herself did all she could to please her father, but nothing less than her consent to his plans for what he called her settlement in life would satisfy him, and that she could not give. She hoped Richard was not forgetting the things they had such talks about in the old days. If it were not for those things, she could not now bear life, or rightly take her part in it. She was almost never alone, and now in constant danger of interruption, so that he must not wonder if her letter broke off abruptly, for she might be wanted any moment. She was leading, or rather being led, a busy life of nothing at all, a life not worth living. Her father, set on, she had no doubt, by Lady Anne, had brought her up to town, while yet her mother was unable to accompany them. So she had to go where and do what Lady Anne pleased. But her mother had at last, exerting herself even beyond her strength, come up to stand by her girl, as she said. She would have no Lady Anne interfering with her. She had herself married a man she had not learned to respect, and she was determined her girl should make her own choice, or keep as she was if she pleased. She was not going to hold her child down for them to bury in money. And with this the letter broke off. Barbara's openness about her parents was in harmony with her simplicity and straightforwardness. She was proud of her mother and the way she put things, therefore told all to Richard. He had a bad night with delirious dreams, and for some days made little progress. His anxiety to be well, that he might see Barbara and learn how things were going with her, also that he might again see Alice and Arthur, for whom he feared much, retarded his recovery. If the woman is drinking herself to death, he said to himself, I wish she would be quick about it. In this world she is doing no good to herself, and much harm to others. But it would be the ruin, he said to himself, of all hope in the care and love of God, to believe that she could be allowed to live a moment longer than it was well she should live. Then he thought how wise must be a God who, to work out his intent, would take all the conduct, good and bad, all the endeavors of all his children, in all their contraries, and out of them bring the right thing. If he knew such a God, one to trust in absolutely, he would lie still without one movement of fear. He would go to sleep without one throb of anxiety about any he loved. The perfect love would not fail because one of his children was sick. He would try to be quiet, if only in the hope that there was such a perfect heart of hearts, thinking love and into and about all its creatures. If there was such a splendor, he would either make him well and send him out again to do for Alice and Arthur what he could, or he would let him die and go where all he loved would come after him, where he might perhaps help to prepare a place for them. If manner be all, then must all illness be blinding. If spirit be the deeper and be the causer, then some sicknesses may well be openers of windows into the unseen. It is true that in one mood we are ready to doubt the conclusions of another mood, but there is a power of judging between the moods themselves, with a perception of their character and nature, and their comparative clarity of insight in each, and he who is able to judge the moods may well judge the judgment of the moods. One of the benefits of illness is that either from general weakness or from the brain's being cast into quiescence, habits are broken for a time, and more simple, childlike, and natural modes of thought and feeling, modes more approximate to primary and original modes, come into action, whereby the right thing has a better chance. A man's self-stereotyped thinking is unfavorable to revelation, whether through his fellows or direct from the divine. If there be a divine quarter, those must be opener to its influences, who are not frozen in their own dullness, cased in their own habits, bound by their own pride to foregone conclusions, or shut up in the completeness of human error, theorizing beyond their knowledge and power. Having thus, in a measure, given himself up, Richard began to grow better. It is a joy to think that a man may, while anything but sure about God, yet come into correlation with him. How else should we be saved at all? For God alone is our salvation. To know him is salvation. He is in us all the time, else we could never move to seek him. It is true that only by perfect faith in him can we be saved, for nothing but perfect faith in him is salvation. There is no good but him, and not to be won with that good by perfect obedience is to be unsaved. But one better thought concerning him. The poorest desire to draw near him is an approach to him. Very unsure of him we may be. How should we be sure of what we do not yet know? But the unsureness does not nullify the approach. A man may not be sure that the sun is risen, may be sure that the sun will ever rise, yet he has the good of what light there is. Richard was fed from the heart of God without knowing that he was indeed partaking of the Spirit of God. He had been partaking of the body of God all his life. The world had been feeding him with its beauty and essential truth, with the sweetness of its air, and the vastness of its vault of freedom. But now he had begun, in the words of St. Peter, to be a partaker of the divine nature. It was a long time before he was strong again. In fact, he never would be so strong again in this world. His mother took him to the seaside, where, in a warm, secluded bay on the south coast, he was wrapped closer, shall I not say, in the garments of the creating and reviving God. He was again a child, and drew nearer to the heart of his mother than he had ever drawn before. Believing he knew her sad secret, he set himself to meet her every wish, which was always some form of anxiety about himself. He spoke so gently to her that she felt she had never until now had him her very child. How little men think, alas, of the duty that lies in tone. But Richard was started on a voyage of self-discovery. He had begun to learn that regions he had thought wholesome, productive portions of his world, were a terra incognita of swamps and sandy hills, haunted with creeping and stinging things. When a man finds he is not what he thought, that he has been talking fine things, and but imagining he belonged to their world, he is on the way to discover that he is not up to his duty in the smallest thing. When, for very despair, it seems impossible to go on, then he begins to know that he needs more than himself, that there is none good but God, that if he can gain no help from the perfect source of his being, that being ought not to have been given him, and that if he does not cry for help to the Father of his spirit, the more pleasant existence is, the less he deserves it and should continue. Richard was beginning to feel in his deepest nature, where alone it can be felt, his need of God, not merely to comfort him in his sorrows, and so render life possible and worth living, but to make him such that he could bear to regard himself, to make him such that he could righteously consent to be. The only thing that can reassure a man in respect of the mere fact of his existence is to know himself started on the way to grow better, with the hope of help from the source of his being. How should he by himself better that which he was powerless to create? All betterment must be radical. Of the roots of his being he knows nothing. His existence is God's. His betterment must be God's too. God's through honest exercise by man of that which is the highest in man, his own will, God's best handiwork. By actively willing the will of God, and doing what of it lies to his doing, the man takes the share offered him in his own making, in his own becoming. In willing actively and operatively to be that which he was made in order to be, he becomes creative, so far as man may. In this kind also he becomes like his Father in heaven. If a reader say Richard was too young to think thus, it only proves that he could not think so at Richard's age, and goes for little. I may be interpreting, and rendering more definite the thoughts and feelings that pass through him. It does not follow that I misrepresent. Many thoughts must be made more definite in expression, else they could not be expressed at all. Many feelings are as hazy as real, and some of them must be left to music. He grew in graciousness and in favor with God and his mother. Often did she meditate whether the hour was not come for the telling of her secret. But now one thing, now another, deterred her. One time she feared the excitement of the present state of his health. Another, she judged it unfair to the husband who had behaved with such generosity, to yield him no part in the pleasure of the communication. Once, to comfort him when he seemed depressed, she ventured to say, "Would you like better to go to Oxford or Cambridge, Richard?" He looked up with a smile. "What makes you ask that, mammy?" he rejoined. "Perhaps it could be managed," she answered, leaving him to suppose his father might send him. "Is it because you think I shall never be able to work again? Look at that," he returned, extending an arm on which the muscle had begun to put in an appearance. "It's not for your strength," she answered. "For that you could do well enough. But think of the dust. It is so irritating to the lungs. And then there's the stooping all day long." "Never mind, mother. I'm quite able for it, dust and all. Or at least I shall soon be. We mustn't be anxious about others any more than about ourselves. Doesn't the God you believe in tell you so?" "Don't you believe in him then, Richard?" said his mother sadly. "I think I do a little, in a sort of way, believe in God. But I hope to believe in him 10,000 times more." His mother gave a sigh. "What more would you have, dear mother?" said Richard. "A man cannot be a saint all at once." "No, indeed, or a woman either," she answered. "I've been a believer all these years, and I'm no nearer a saint than ever." "But you're trying to be one, ain't you, mammy?" She made him no reply, and presently reverted to their former topic, perhaps took refuge in it. "I think it might be managed, some day," she said. "You could go on with your trade after, if you liked. Why shouldn't a college man be a tradesman? Why shouldn't a tradesman know as much as a gentleman?" "Why, indeed, mother, if I thought it wouldn't be too much for father and you, there are not many things I should like better than going to Oxford. You are good to me, like God himself." "Richard," said his mother, shocked. She thought she served God by going to church, not by being like him in every word and look of love she gave her boy. The mere idea of going to college, and thus taking a step nearer to Barbara, began immediately to better his health. It gave him many a happy thought, many a cottage and castle in the air, with more of a foundation than he knew. But his mother did not revert to it. And one day, suddenly, the thought came to Richard that perhaps she meant to apply to Sir Wilton for the means of sending him. Castle and cottage fell in silent ruin. His soul recoiled from the idea with loathing, as much for his mother's sake as his own. Having married his reputed father, she must have no more relation, for good any more than for bad, with Sir Wilton, least of all for his sake. To her he was dead, and ought to be as dead as disregard could make him. So at least thought Richard. He was sorry he had confessed he should like to go to Oxford. If his mother again alluded to the thing, he would tell her he had changed his mind, and would not interrupt the exercise of his profession as surgeon to old books. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Holly Rushik. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 48. Death and the Deliverer. The spring advanced, the days grew a little warmer, and at length, partly from economic considerations, it was determined they should go home. When they reached London, they found a great difference in the weather. It cannot be said she owes her salubrity to her climate. Fog and drizzle, frost and fog, were the embodiment of its unvarying mutability. At once Richard was worse, and dared not think for his mother's sake that the labor she had spent upon him, of going to the next popular concert, if indeed those delights had not ceased for the season. But he ought to try, for he could do that in the middle of the day, or at least to get news of Arthur Manson. He dreaded hearing that he was no more in this world. The cold, wintry weather, and the return to poor and spare nourishment caused by Richard's illness, must have been hard upon him. It was a continual sorrow for Richard that he had not been able to get him his new clothes before he was taken ill. So, the first morning he felt it possible, he took his way to the city. He learned that the company had dispensed with Arthur's services because his attendance had been so irregular. "You see, sir," said the porter, "the governors, they don't think no more of a man than they do of a horse. So long as he can hold the shafts up and lean agin the collar, he's money. But when he ain't no longer, he's dirt. Sad at heart, Richard set out for Clerkenwell. He was ill able for the journey, but Arthur was dying. He would brave the mother for the sake of the son. He got into an omnibus, which took him a good part of the way, and walked the rest. When at length he looked up at the dreary house, he saw the blinds of the windows drawn down. A pang of fear went through his heart, and an infilial murmur awoke in his brain. Why was he, on whom those poor lives almost depended, made feeble as themselves, and incapable of helping them? After all his hoping and trusting, could there be a God in the earth, and things go like that? The look of things seemed the truth of things. The seen denied the unseen. Cold and hunger and desertion, ugly, mocking failure, heartless comfort, and hopeless misery made up the law of life. Moody and wretched, he went up the stair to the darkened floor. When he knocked at the front room, that in which Alice slept with her mother, it was opened by Alice, looking more small and forlorn than he had yet seen her, with hollower cheeks and larger eyes, and a smile to make an angel weep. "Richard!" she cried, with a voice in which the very gladness sounded like pain. A pink flush rose in her poor wasted cheeks, and she lay still in his arms, as if she had gone to live there. He could not, for pity, speak one word. "How ill you look!" she murmured. "I knew you must be ill. I thought you might be dead. Oh, God is good to leave you to us." Then, bursting into tears, "How wicked of me," she sobbed, "to feel anything like gladness, with my mother lying there, and me not able to do anything for her, and not knowing what's become of her, or how things are going with her. We shall never see her again." "Don't say that, Alice. Never say never about anything except it be bad. You can't be sure, you know. You can't be sure of anything that's not in your very mouth, and then sometimes you can't swallow it. But how's Arthur?" "He'll know all about it soon," she answered with a touch of bitterness. "If he had been left me, we should have got along somehow. He would have lain in bed, and I would have worked beside him. How I could have worked for him! But he's past hope now. He'll never get up again." "Oh, God!" cried Richard in his heart, where an agony of will wrestled with doubt. "If thou art, thou wilt hear me, and take pity on her, and on us all. I dare not pray, Alice," he went on aloud, "that he may live, but I will pray God to be with him. It would be poor kindness to want him left with us, if he is taking him where he will be well. May I go and see him?" "Surely, Richard, but mayn't I let him know first? The surprise might be too much for him." Their talk had waked him, however, and he knew his brother's voice. "Richard, Richard!" he cried so loud that it startled Alice. He had not spoken above a whisper for days. Richard opened his door and went in, but when he saw Arthur, he could scarcely recognize him. He was so wasted. His eyes stood out like balls from his sunken cheeks, and the smile with which he greeted him was all teeth, like the helpless smile of a skull. Overcome with tenderness, the stronger that he would have passed him in the street as one unknown, Richard stooped and kissed his forehead, then stood speechless, holding the thin leaf of a hand that strained his. Arthur tried to speak, but his cough came on, and his brother begged him to be silent. "I will go to the next room with Alice," he said, "and come to you again. I shall see you often now, I hope. I've been ill, or I should have been here 50 times." In the next room lay the motionless form of the unmotherly mother. A certain something of human grace had returned to her countenance. Richard did not like looking at her. He felt that, not loving her, he had no right to let his eyes rest on her. But she had been sinned against, like his own mother. He must not fail her with what sympathy she might claim. "Don't think hard things of her," said Alice, as if she knew what he was thinking. "She had not the strength of some people. I believe myself she could not help it. She had been used to everything she wanted." "I pity her heartily," answered Richard. She threw her arms round his neck and clung to him as if she would never let him go. "But what am I to do?" she said, releasing him. "If I stay home to nurse Arthur, We must both die of hunger. If I go away, there is nobody to do anything for him." "I wish I could stay with him," returned Richard, "but I've been so long ill that I have no money, and I don't know when I shall have any. I have just 1 shilling in my possession. Take it, dear." "I can't take your last shilling, Richard." "There's no fear of me," he said. "I shall have everything I want. It makes me ashamed to think of it. You must creep on for a while as best you can, while I think what to do. Only there's the funeral." Alice gave a cry choked by a sob. "There is no help," she said in a voice of despair. "The parish is all that is left us." "It don't matter much," rejoined Richard. "For my part, I don't care a paring what becomes of my old clothes when I've done with them. You needn't think, whether she be anywhere or nowhere, that she cares how her body gets put under the earth. Don't trouble about it, Alice. It really is nothing. I would come to the funeral, but I don't see how I can. I don't know now what I shall say to my mother. Tell Arthur I hope to see him again soon. I must not stop now. I won't forget you, Alice. Not for an hour, I think. Beg someone in the house to go in to him now and then while you're away. I shall soon do something to cheer him up. Good night, dear." With a heavy heart, Richard went. It was all he could do to get home before dark, having to walk all the way. His mother was much distressed to see him so exhausted, but he managed not to tell her what he had been about. He had some tea and went to bed, and there remained all the next day. And while he was in bed, it came to him clear and plain what he must do. It was certain that for a long time he could do nothing for Arthur and Alice out of his own pocket. Even if he got to work at once, he could not take his wages as before, seeing his parents had spent upon him almost all they saved. But there was one who ought to help them. Especially in such sore need, they had a right to the saving help of their own father. He would go to his father and their father, and as the words rose in his mind, he wondered where he had heard something like them before. The next day he begged his father and mother to let him spend a week or 2 with his grandfather. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by George Emerson. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 49. The Cave in the Fire. The day after, well wrapped from the cold, he took his place in a slow train, and at the station was heartily welcomed by his grandfather, who had come with his pony cart to take him home. Settled in the room once occupied by Alice, he felt like a usurper, a robber of the helpless. He had left her in misery and wretchedness, and was in the heart of the comfort that had once been hers. He had to tell himself that it was foolish, that he was there for her sake. He took his grandfather at once into his confidence, begging him not to let his mother know. And Simon, who had in former days experienced something of the hardness of his true-hearted daughter, entered into the thing with a brooding kind of smile. He saw no reason why Richard should not make the attempt, but shook his head at the prospect of success. Doubtless the baronet thought he had done all that could be required of him. He would have Richard rest a day before encountering him, but when he heard in what condition he had left Alice and her brother, he said no more, but the next morning had his trap ready to drive him to Mortgrange. Richard's heart beat fast as he entered the lodge gate and walked up to the front door. After a moment's bewilderment, the servant who answered his ring recognized him and expressed concern that he looked so ill. When he asked to see Sir Wilton, the man, thinking he came to resume the work so suddenly abandoned, said he was in the library having his morning cigar. "Then I'll just step in," said Richard, and the footman gave way as to a member of the household. Sir Wilton, now an elderly and broken man, sat in the same chair, and in the same attitude as when Richard, a new-born and ugly child, had, in the arms of his aunt, his first interview with him. nearly 1 in 20 years before. The relation between them had not developed a hair's breadth since that moment, and Richard, partly from the state of his health, could not, with all the courage he could gather, help quailing a little before the expected encounter. But he remained outwardly quiet and seemingly cool. The sun was not shining into the room, and it was rather dark. Sir Wilton sat with his back to the one large bay window, and Richard received its light on his face as he entered. He stood an instant, hesitating. His father did not speak, but sat looking straight at him, staring indeed as at something portentous, much as when first he saw the ugly apparition of his infant heir. Richard's illness had brought out, in the pallor and emaciation of his countenance, what likeness there was in him to his mother, and, strange to say, at the moment when the door opened to admit him, Sir Wilton was thinking of the monstrous baby his wife had left him, and wondering if the creature was still alive, and as hideous as 20 years before. It was not very strange, however. Sir Wilton had been annoyed with his wife that morning, and it was yet a bitterer thing not to be able to hurt her in return, which, because of her cold imperturbability, was impossible, say what he might. As often, therefore, as he sat in silent irritation with her, the thought of his lost child never failed to present itself. What a power over her ladyship would he not possess? What a plough and harrow for her frozen equanimity! If only he knew where the heir to Mortgrange was. He was damned ugly, but the uglier the better. If he but had him, he swore he would have a merry time, with his lady's pride on its marrow bones. After so many years, the poor lad might, ugly as he was, turn out presentable, and if so, then, by heaven, that smooth-faced gentleman Arthur should shift for himself. Suddenly appeared Richard, with his mother in his face, and before his father had time to settle what the deuce it could mean, the apparition spoke. "I am very sorry to intrude upon you, Sir Wilton," he said, "but—" Here he paused. "But you've got something to tell me, eh?" suggested Sir Wilton. He was on the point of adding, "If it be where you got those eyes, I may have to ask you to sit down." But he checked himself and said only, "You'd better make haste then, for the devil is at the door in the shape of my damned gout." "I came to tell you, Sir Wilton," replied Richard, plunging at once into the middle of things, which was indeed the best way with Sir Wilton, "about a son of yours." "What?" cried Sir Wilton, putting his hands on the arms of his chair and leaning forward as if on the point of rising to his feet. "Where the devil is he? What do you know about him?" "He is lying at the point of death, dying of hunger, I may say." "Rubbish," cried the baronet contemptuously. "You want to get money out of me, but you shan't, not a damned penny." "I do want to get money from you, sir," said Richard. "I kept the poor fellow alive, kept him in dinners at least, him and his sister, till I fell ill and couldn't work." At the word sister, the baronet grew calmer. It was nothing about the lost heir. The other sort did not matter. They were no use against the enemy. Richard paused. The baronet stared. "I haven't a penny to call my own, or I should not have come to you," resumed Richard. "I thought so. That's your orthodox style. But you've come to the wrong man," returned Sir Wilton. "I never give anything to beggars." He did not in the least doubt what he heard, but he scarcely knew what he answered, wondering where he had seen the fellow, and how he came to be so like his wife. The remembered ugliness of her infant prevented all suggestion that this handsome fellow might be the same. "You are the last man, Sir Wilton, from whom I would ask anything for myself," said Richard. "Why so?" Richard hesitated. To let him suspect the same claim in himself would be fatal. "I swear to you, Sir Wilton," he said, "by all that men count sacred, I came only to tell you that Arthur and Alice Manson, your son and daughter, are in dire want. Your son may be dead. He'd looked like it 3 days ago, and had no one to attend to him. His sister had to leave him to earn their next day's food. Their mother lay a corpse in the other of their 2 rooms.
Oh, she's gone, is she? That alters the case. But what became of all the money I gave her? It was more than her body was worth. Soul she never had any.
She lost it somehow, and her son and daughter starved themselves to keep her in plenty, so that by the time she died they were all but dead themselves.
A pair of fools.
A good son and daughter, sir.
Attached to the young woman, eh?
Asked the baronet, looking hard at him. Very much, but hardly more than to her brother, answered Richard. God knows if I had but my strength, he cried, almost in despair, and suddenly shooting out his long thin arms, with his 2 hands, wasted white at the ends of them. I would work myself to the bone for them, and not ask you for a penny.
I provided for their mother. Why didn't they look after the money? I'm not accountable for them.
Aren't you accountable for giving the poor things a mother like that, sir?
By Jove, you have me there. She was a bad lot, a damned liar. Young fellow, I don't know who you are, but I like your pluck. There ain't many I'd let standing talking at me like that. I'll give you something for the poor creatures. That is, mind you, if you've told me the truth about their mother. You're sure she's dead? Not a penny they shall have if she's alive. I saw her dead, sir, with my own eyes. You're sure she wasn't shamming? She couldn't have shammed anything so peaceful. The baronet laughed. Believe me, sir, said Richard, she's dead, and by this time buried by the parish. God bless my soul. Well, it's none of my fault.
She ate and drank her own children, said Richard with a groan, for his strength was failing him. He sank into a chair.
I will give you a check,
said Sir Wilton, rising and going to a writing-table in the window.
I will give you £20 for them in the meantime, and then we'll see. We'll see, that is, he added, turning to Richard, if you swear by God that you have told me nothing but the truth.
I swear, said Richard solemnly, by all my hopes in God the Saviour of men, that I have not wittingly uttered a word that is untrue or incorrect.
That's enough. I'll give you the check.
He turned again to the table, sat down, searched for his keys, unlocked and drew out a drawer, took from it a checkbook, and settled himself to write with deliberation, thinking all the time. When he had done,
"Have the goodness to come and fetch your money," he said tartly.
"With pleasure," answered Richard, and went up to the table. Sir Wilton turned on his seat and looked him in the face, full in the eyes. Richard steadily encountered his gaze.
"What is your name?" said Sir Wilton at length. "I must make the cheque payable to you."
"Richard Tuke, sir," answered Richard.
"What are you?"
"A bookbinder. I was here all the summer, sir, repairing your library."
"Oh, bless my soul, yes, that's what it was. I thought I had seen you somewhere. Why didn't you tell me so at first?"
"It had nothing to do with my coming now, and I did not imagine it of any interest to you, sir."
"It would have saved me the trouble of trying to remember where I had seen you."
Then suddenly a light flashed across his face.
"By heaven," he muttered, "I understand it now. They saw it. That look on his face. By Jove, but no, she never saw her. She must have heard something about him then. They didn't treat you well, I believe," he said. "Turned you away at a moment's notice. I hope they took that into consideration when they paid you."
"I made no complaint, sir. I never asked why I was dismissed."
"But they made it up to you, didn't they?"
"I don't submit to ill usage, sir."
"That's right. I'm glad you made them pay for it."
"To take money for ill usage is to submit to it, it seems to me," said Richard.
"By Jove, there are not many would call money ill usage."
"Well, it wasn't right, and I'll have nothing to do with it. Here," he went on, wheeling round to the table and drawing his cheque-book toward him.
I will give you another cheque for yourself."
"I beg your pardon, sir," said Richard, "but I can take nothing for myself. Don't you see, sir? As soon as I was gone, you would think I had, after all, come for my own sake."
"I won't, I promise you. I think you a very honest fellow."
"Then, sir, please continue to think me so, and don't offer me money."
"Lest you should be tempted to take it?"
"No, lest I should annoy you by the use I made of it."
"Tut, tut. I don't care what you do with it. You can't annoy me."
He wrote a second cheque, blotted it, then finished the other, and held out both to Richard.
"I can't give you so much as the other poor beggars. You haven't the same claim upon me," he said.
Richard took the cheques, looked at them, put the larger in his pocket, walked to the fire, and placed the other in the hottest cavern of it.
"By Jove!"
cried the baronet, and again stared at him. He had seen his mother do precisely the same thing, with the same action, to the very turn of her hand, and with the same choice of the central gulf of fire. Richard turned to Sir Wilton, and would have thanked him again on behalf of Alice and Arthur, but something got up in his throat, and, with a grateful look and a bend of the head, he made for the door, speechless.
I say, my lad,"
cried Sir Wilton, and Richard stopped.
"There's something in this," the baronet went on, "more than I understand. I would give a big cheque to know what is in your mind. What does it all mean?"
Richard looked at him, but said nothing. He was, in some sort, fascinated by the old man's gaze.
"Suppose now," said Sir Wilton, "I were to tell you I would do whatever you asked me, so far as it was in my power. What would you say?"
"That I would ask you for nothing," answered Richard.
"I make the promise. I say solemnly that I will give you whatever you ask of me, provided I can do it honestly," said the baronet. "What a damned fool I am," he thought with himself. "The devil is in me to let the fellow walk over me like this. But I must know what it all means. I shall find some way out of it."
For one moment, the books around him seemed to Richard to rush upon his brain like troops to the assault of a citadel. But the next he said, "I can ask you for nothing whatever, sir. But I thank you from my heart for my poor friends, your children. Believe me, I am grateful." With a lingering look at his father, he left the room. End of chapter 49. This recording by George Emerson. Chapter 50 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by George Emerson. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 50. Duck Fists. The godless old man was strangely moved. He rose, but instead of ringing the bell, hobbled after Richard to the door. As he opened it, however, he heard the hall door close. He went to it, but by the time he reached it, the bookbinder had turned a corner of the house to go by a back way to the spot where his grandfather was waiting for him. He found him in his cart, immovably expectant, his pony eating the grass at the edge of the road. Before he got his head pulled up, Richard was in the cart beside him. "Drive on, grandfather," he panted in triumph. "I've got it."
"Got what, lad?"
returned the old man, with a flash in his eyes and a forward strain of his neck. "What I wanted. Money. £20.
"Bah! £20,
returned Simon with contempt, and a jerk of his head the other way. He had himself noted Richard's likeness to his daughter, and imagined it impossible Sir Wilton should not also see it.
"But of course,"
he went on,
£20 will be a large sum to them, and give them time to look about and see what can be done. And now I'll tell you what, lad, if the young man is fit to be moved when you go back, you just bring him down here, to the cottage I mean, and it shan't cost him a halfpenny. I have a bit of a nest egg as ain't chock nor yet china, and Jessie's going to be well married. And who knows but the place may suit him as did his sister. You look to it when you get home.
I will indeed, grandfather. You're a good man, grandfather. The poor things are no blood of yours.
Where's the odds of that? Grunted Simon. I reckon it was your God and mine as made 'em.
Richard felt in his soul that, little reason as he had to be proud of his descent, he had at least one noble grandfather. You're a good man, grandfather, he repeated, meditatively.
Middlin', returned the old man, laughing. I'm not so good by a long chalk as my Maker meant me, and I'm not so bad as the devil would have me. But if I were the powers that be, I wouldn't leave things as they are. I'd have 'em a bit straightened out afore I died.
That shows where you came from, Mr. Wingfold would say, for that is just what God is always doing.
I know the man. I know your Mr. Wingfold. Since you went, he's been more than once or twice to the smithy to ask after you. He's one of the right sort, he is. He's a man, he is, not an old woman in breeches. My soul, why don't they walk and talk and look like men? Most on 'em as I've seen are no more like men than if they was drawn on the wall with a coal. If they was all like your Mr. Wingfold now, why, the devil wouldn't have a chance. I've a soft heart for the clergy, always had, though every now and then they do turn me sick.
They were spinning along the road, halfway home, behind the little four-legged business in the shafts, when they became aware of a quick, sharp trot behind them. Neither looked around. The blacksmith was minding his pony and the clergy, and the £20 in Richard's heart were making it sing a new song. What a thing is money even, with God in it. The horseman came alongside the cart and slackened his pace. "Sir Wilton wants to see Mr. Tuke again," he said. "He made a mistake in the cheque he gave him." An arrow of fear shot through Richard's heart. What did it mean? Was the precious thing going to be taken from him? Was his hope to be destroyed and his heart left desolate? He took the cheque from his pocket and examined it. Simon had pulled up his pony, and they were standing in the middle of the highway, the old man waiting his grandson's decision. Richard was not unaccustomed to cheques in payment of his work, and he could see nothing amiss with the baronet's. It was made payable to bearer and not crossed. Alice could take it to the bank and get the money for it. The next moment, however, he noted that it was payable at a branch bank in the town of Barset, near Mortgrange. The baronet, he concluded, had, with more care than he would have expected of him, thought of this, and that it would cause trouble, so had sent his man to bring him back, that he might replace the cheque with one payable in London. His heart warmed toward his father. "I see," he said. "I'm sorry to give you the trouble, grandfather, but I'm afraid we must go." Simon turned the pony's head without a word, and they went trotting briskly back to Mortgrange. Richard explained the matter as it seemed to him. "I'm glad to find him so considerate," said the old man. "It's a bad cheese that don't improve with age. Old men ain't cheeses. If only I'd brought up my girls better," he went on reflectively. But Richard interrupted him. "You ain't going to hit my mother, grandfather," said Richard. No, lad. I learned my manners better than that. Whatever I was going to say, I was thinking of my own faults and no one else's. But it's not possible we should be wise at the outset, and I trust the Maker will remember it. He'll be considerate, lad. The Bible would call it merciful, but I don't care for parson words. I like things that are true to sound true, just as any common honest man would say them. The moment he saw that Richard was indeed gone, the baronet swore to himself that the fellow was his own son. He was his mother all over. Anything but ugly, and far fitter to represent the family than the smooth-faced ape lady Anne had presented him with. But a doubt came. His late wife had a sister somewhere, and a son of hers might have stolen a likeness to his lady aunt. The tradesman fellow knew of the connection, and pretended to himself not to think much of it.
"What are we coming to, by Jove?" muttered the baronet. "The pride of the lower classes is growing portentous. No, the fellow is none of mine," he concluded with a sigh.
Alas for his grip on Lady Anne! The pincers had melted in his grasp, and she was gone. It was a pity. If he had been a better husband to poor Ruby, he would have taken better care of her child, ugly as he was, and would have had him now to plague Lady Anne. But stop! There was something odd about the child, something more than mere ugliness, something his nurse had shown him in that very room. By Jove, what was it? It had something to do with ducks, or geese, or swans, or pelicans. He had mentioned the thing to his wife, he knew, and she was sure to have remembered it. But he was not going to ask her. Very likely she had known the fellow by it, and therefore sent him out of the house. Yes, by Jove, that was it. He had webs between his fingers and toes. He might have got rid of them, no doubt, but he must see his hands. All of this passed swiftly through Sir Wilton's mind. He rang the library bell furiously, and sent a groom after the bookbinder. They drove in at the gate, but stopped a little way from the house. Richard ran to the great door, found it open, and went straight to the library. There sat the baronet, as at first.
"I bethought me," said Sir Wilton the moment he entered, "that I had given you a cheque on the branch at Barset, when it would probably suit you better to have one on headquarters in London."
"It was very kind of you to think of it, sir," answered Richard.
"Kind? I don't know about that. I'm not often accused of that weakness," returned Sir Wilton, rising with a grin, in which, however, there was more of humour than ill nature. He went to the table in the window, sat down, unlocked a drawer, took out a cheque-book, and began to write a cheque. "What did you say was your name?" he asked. "These cheques are all made to order, and I should prefer your drawing the money."
Richard gave him again the name he had always been known by.
"Tuke! What a beast of a name," said the baronet. "How do you spell it?"
Richard's face flushed, but he would not willingly show anger with one who had granted the prayer of his sorest need. He spelled the name to him as unconcernedly as he could, but the baronet had a keen ear.
"Oh, you needn't be crusty," he said. "I meant no harm. One has fancies about names, you know. What did they call your mother before she was married?"
Richard hesitated. He did not want Sir Wilton to know who he was. He felt that the relation between them, known by both, he must behave to his father in a way he would not like. But he must, nevertheless, speak the truth. Wherever he had not spoken the truth, he had repented and been ashamed, and had now come to see that to tell a lie was to step out of the march of the ages led by the great will. "Her name, sir, was Armor," he said.
"Hey!"
cried the baronet with a start. Yet he had all but expected it. "Yes, sir, Jane Armour."
"Jane,"
said his father with an accent of scorn.
"Not a bit of it. Jane," he repeated, and muttered to himself, "What motive could there be for misinforming the boy as to the Christian name of his mother?"
For the moment he saw the youth again, the spell was upon him afresh, and he felt all but certain he was his own. Richard stood perplexed. Sir Wilton had taken his mother's name oddly for any supposition. He had said Mrs. Manson was a liar. Might not her assertion of a relation between them be as groundless as it was spiteful? He had at once acknowledged the Mansons, but showed no recognition of himself on hearing his mother's name. There might be nothing in Mrs. Manson's story. He might, after all, be the son of John as well as of Jane Tuke. Only, alas, then, Alice and Arthur would not be his sister and brother. They would be God's children all the same, though, and he God's child. They would still be his brother and sister, to love and to keep.
"Here, put your name on the back there," said the baronet, having blotted the cheque. "I have made it payable to your order, and without your name it is worth nothing."
"It will be safer to endorse it at the bank, sir," returned Richard.
"I see you know what you're about," grinned Sir Wilton, saying to himself, however, "The rascal will be too many for me." "But," he continued, "I see, too, you don't know how to sign your own name. I had better alter it to Bearer with my initials. Damn it, your paltry cheque has given me more trouble than if it had been for 10,000. Sit down there, will you, and write your name on that sheet of paper."
Richard knew the story of Talleyrand, how, giving his autograph to a lady, he wrote it at the top left-hand corner of the sheet, so that she could write above or before it, neither an order for money nor a promise of marriage. Yielding to an absurd impulse, he did the same. The baronet burst into loud laughter, which, however, ceased abruptly. He had not gained his end.
"What comical duck-fists you've got," he cried, risking the throw. "I once knew a man whose fingers and toes, too, were tied together that way. He swam like a duck."
"My feet are more that way than my hands," replied Richard. "Only some of my fingers have got the web between them. My mother made me promise to put up with the monstrosity till I came of age. She seemed to think some luck lay in it."
"Your mother,"
murmured the baronet, and kept eyeing him.
"By Jove," he said aloud, "your mother. Who is your mother?"
"As I told you, sir, my mother's name is Jane Tuke."
"Born Armour?"
"Yes, sir."
"By heaven," said the baronet to himself, "I see it all now. That terrible nurse was one of the family, and carried him away because she didn't like the look of my lady. Don't I wish I had had half her insight? Perhaps she was cousin to Robina, perhaps her own sister. Simon, the villain, will know all about it."
He sat silent for a moment.
Now tell me, you young rascal," he said, "why didn't you put in a claim for yourself instead of those confounded Mansons?"
"Why should I, sir? I didn't want anything. I have all I desire, except a little more strength to work, and that is coming." The baronet kept gazing at him with the strangest look on his wicked, handsome old face.
"There is something you should have asked me for," he said at length in a gentler tone.
"What is that, sir?"
"Your rights. You have a claim upon me before anyone else in the whole world. I, like you too," he went on in a yet gentler tone, with a touch of mockery in it. Apparently he still hesitated to commit himself. "I must do something for you."
His son could contain himself no longer. "I would ask nothing. I would take nothing," he said, as calmly as he could, though his voice trembled, and his heart throbbed with the beginnings of love. "From a man who had wronged my mother."
"Damn the rascal! I never wronged his mother. Who said I wronged your mother, you scoundrel? I'll take my oath she never did. Answer me directly who told you so."
His voice had risen to a roar of anger. His son could do the dead no wrong by speaking the truth. "Mrs. Manson told me," he began, but was not allowed to finish the sentence.
"Damned liar she always was,"
cried the baronet, with such a fierceness in his growl as made Richard call to mind a certain bear in the zoological gardens.
"Then it was she that had you stolen. The beast ought to have died on the gallows, not in her bed. Ah, she was the one to plot, the snake. In this whole curse of a world, she was the meanest devil I ever came across, and I've known more than a few."
"I know nothing about her, sir, except as the mother of Arthur, my schoolfellow. She seemed to hate me. She said I belonged to you, and had no right to be better off than her own children."
"How did she know you?"
"I can't tell, sir."
"You are like your mother, but the snake never can have set eyes on her. Give me that check. Her fry shan't have a farthing. Let them rot alive with their dead dam."
He held out his hand. The second check lay on the table, and Richard had the former still in his possession. He did not move, nor did Sir Wilton urge his demand.
"Did I not tell you?" he resumed. "Did I not say she was a liar? I never did your mother a wrong, nor you neither, though I did swear at you a bit, you were so damned ugly. I don't blame you. You couldn't help it. Lord, what a display the woman made of your fingers and toes, as if the webs were something to be proud of, and atoned for the face. Can you swim?"
"Fairly well, sir," answered Richard carelessly.
"Your mother swam like a naiad, was it? Or nereid? I forget, damn it."
"I don't know the difference in their swimming."
"Nor any other difference, I dare say."
"I know the one was a nymph of the sea, the other of a river."
"Oh, you know Greek, then?"
"I wish I did, sir. I was not long enough at school. I had to learn a trade and be independent."
"By Jove, I wish I knew a trade and was independent. But you shall learn Greek, my boy. There will be some good in teaching you. I never learned anything. But how the deuce do you know about naiads and nereids and all that bosh if you don't know Greek?"
"I know my Keats, sir. I had to plough with his heifer, though. Use my lempriere, I mean."
"Good heavens,"
said the baronet, who knew as little of Keats as any lap.
"I wish I had been content to take you with all your ugliness and bring you up myself instead of marrying Lot's widow."
Richard fancied he preferred the bringing up he had had, but he said nothing. Indeed, he could make nothing of the whole business. How was it that, if Sir Wilton had done his mother no wrong, his mother was the wife of John Tuke? He was bewildered.
"You wouldn't like to learn Greek, then?" said his father.
"Yes, sir, indeed I should."
"Why don't you say so, then? I never saw such a block. I say you shall learn Greek. Why do you stand there looking like a dead oyster?"
"I beg your pardon, sir. May I have the other check?"
"What other check?"
"The check there for my brother and sister, sir," answered Richard, pointing to it where the baronet had laid it, on the other side of him.
"Brother and sister?"
"The Mansons, sir," persisted Richard.
"Oh, give them the check and be damned to them. But remember they're no brother and sister of yours, and must never be alluded to as such, or as persons you have any knowledge of. When you've given them that," he pointed to the check which still lay beside him, "you drop their acquaintance."
"That I cannot do, sir."
"There's a good beginning now, but I might have expected it. You tell me to my face you won't do what I order you?"
"I can't, sir. It wouldn't be right."
"Fiddlesticks! Wouldn't be right. What's that to you? It's my business. You've got to do what I tell you."
"I must go by my conscience, sir."
"Oh, damn your conscience. Will you promise, or will you not? You're to have nothing to say to those young persons."
"I will not promise."
"Not if I promise to look after them?"
"No, sir." His father was silent for a moment, regarding him, not all in anger.
"Well, you're a good plucked one, I allow. But you're the greatest fool, the dullest young ass out, notwithstanding. You won't suit me, though you are web-footed. Why, damn it, boy? Don't you understand yet that I'm your father?"
Mrs. Manson told me so, sir.
Oh, rot, Mrs. Manson. She told you a damned lie. She told you I wronged your mother. I tell you I married her. What a blockhead you are. Look there with your miserable tradesman eyes. All those books will be yours one day, to put in the fire if you like, or mend at from morning to night, just as you choose. You fool! Ain't you my son, heir to Mortgrange, and whatever I may choose to give you besides?
Richard's heart gave a bound as if it would leap to heaven. It was not the land, it was not the money, it was not the books, it was not even Barbara. It was Arthur and Alice that made it bound. But the voice of his father went on. You know now, you idiot, it said, why you can have nothing more to do with that cursed litter of Mansons. Richard's heart rose to meet the heartlessness of his father. They are my brother and sister, sir, he said.
And what the devil does it matter to you if they are? It's my business that, not yours. You had nothing to do with it. You didn't make the Mansons.
No, sir, but God made us all, and says we are to love our brethren.
Now don't you come the pious over me. It won't pay here. Mind you, nobody heard me acknowledge you. By the mighty heavens, I will deny knowing anything about you. You'll have to prove to the court of chancery that you're my son, born in wedlock, and kidnapped in infancy. By Jove, you'll find it stiff. Who'll advance you the money to carry it there? You can't do it without money. Nobody. The property's not entailed, and who cares whether it be Sir Richard or Sir Arthur? What's the title without the property? But don't imagine I should mind telling a lie to keep the two together. I'm not a nice man. I don't mind lying. I'm a bad man. That I know better than you or anyone else, and you'll find it uncomfortable to differ and deal with me both at once.
I will not deny my own flesh and blood, said Richard.
Then I will deny mine, and you may go rot with them.
I will work for them, and myself, said Richard. Sir Wilton glared at him. Richard made a stride to the table. The baronet caught up the cheque. Richard darted forward to seize it. Was his truth to his friends to be the death of him? He would have the money. It was his. He had told him to take it. What might have followed, I dare not think. Richard's hands were out to lay hold on his father, when happily he remembered that he had not given him back the former cheque. And Barset was quite within reach of his grandfather's pony. He turned and made for the door. Sir Wilton read his thought.
Give me that cheque,
he cried, and hobbled to the bell. Richard glanced at the lock of the door. There was no key in it. Besides, there were 2 more doors to the room. He darted out. There was the man, far off down the passage, coming to answer the bell. He hastened to meet him. Jacob, he said, Sir Wilton rang for you. Just run down with me to the gate and give the woman there a message for me. He hurried to the door, and the man, nothing doubting, followed him. Tell her, said Richard as they went, if she should see Mr. Wingfold pass, to ask him to call at old Armour's smithy. She does not seem to remember me. Good day, I'm in a hurry. He leaped into the pony cart. Barset, he cried, and the same moment they were off at speed, for Simon saw something fresh was up. Drive like Jehu, panted Richard. Let's see what the blessed pony can do. Every instant is precious. Never asking the cause of his haste, old Simon did drive like Jehu, and never had the pony gone with a better will. Evidently he believed speed was wanted, and knew he had it to give. No hooves came clamping on the road behind them. They reached the town in safety, and Richard cashed his cheque, the more easily that Simon, a well-known man in Barset, was seen waiting for him in his trap outside. The eager, anxious look of Richard, and the way he clutched at the notes, might otherwise have waked suspicion. As it was, it only waked curiosity. When the man whom Richard had decoyed appeared at length before his master, whose repeated ringing had brought the butler first, and when Sir Wilton, after much swearing on this, and bewilderment on the man's part, made out the trick played on him, his wrath began to evaporate in amusement. He was outwitted and outmaneuvered, but by his own son, and even in the face of such an early outbreak of hostilities, he could not help being proud of him. He burst into a half-cynical laugh, and dismissed the men, to vain speculation on the meaning of the affair. Simon would have had Richard send the banknotes by post and stay with him a week or two, but Richard must take them himself. No other way seemed safe, nor could he possibly rest until he had seen his mother and told her all. He said nothing to his grandfather of his recognition by Sir Wilton, and what followed. He feared he might take the thing in his own hands and go to Sir Wilton. Questioning his grandfather, he learned that Barbara was at home, but that he had seen her only once. She had one day appeared suddenly at the smithy door with Miss Brown all in a foam. She asked about Richard, wheeled her mare, and was off homeward, straight as an arrow, for he went to the corner and looked after her. They were near a station at Barset, and a train was almost due. Simon drove him there straight from the bank, and before he was home, Richard was halfway to London. Short as was his visit, he had got from it not merely all he had hoped, but almost all he needed. His weakness had left him. He had £20 for his brother and sister, and his mother was cleared, though he could not yet tell how. Was he not also a little step nearer to Barbara? True, he was disowned, but he had lived without his father hitherto, and could very well go on to live without such a father. As long as he did what was right, the right was on his side. As long as he gave others their rights, he could waive his own. A fellow was not bound, he said, to insist on his rights. At least, he had not met with any he was bound to insist upon. Borne swiftly back to London, his heart seemed rushing in the might of its gladness to console the heaven-laden hearts of Alice and Arthur. £20 was a great sum to carry them. He could indeed himself earn such a sum in a little while, but how long would it not take him to save as much? Here it was, whole and free, present and potent, ready to be turned at once into food and warmth and hope. End of chapter 50. This recording by George Emerson.
Chapter 51 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 51, Baronet and Blacksmith. The more Sir Wilton's anger subsided, the more his heart turned to Richard, and the more he regretted that he had begun quarrelling with him. Sir Wilton loved his ease, and was not a quarrelsome man. He could dislike intensely, he could hate heartily, but he seldom quarrelled. And if he could have foreseen how his son would take the demand he made upon him, he would not, at the outset, have risked it. He liked Richard's looks and carriage. He liked also his spirit and determination. Though his first experience of them he could have wished different. He felt also that very little would make of him a man fit to show to the world and be proud of as his son. To his satisfaction on these grounds was added besides a peculiar pleasure in the discovery of him, which he could ask no one to share, that it was to him as a lump of dynamite under his wife's lounge, of which no one knew but himself, and which he could at any instant explode. It was sweet to know what he could do, to be aware, and alone aware, of the fool's paradise in which my lady and her brood lived, and already, Through his own precipitation, his precious secret was in peril. The fact gave him not a little uneasiness. His thought was, at the ripest moment of her frosty indifference, to make her palace of ice fly in flinders about her. Then the delight of her perturbation, and he had opened his hand and let his bird fly. His father did not know Richard's prudence. Like the fool every man of the world is, he judged from Richard's greatness of heart and his refusal to forsake his friends that he was a careless, happy-go-lucky sort of fellow who would bluster and protest. As to the march he had stolen upon him on behalf of the Mansons, he nowise resented that. When pressed by no selfish necessity, he did not care much about money, and his son's promptitude greatly pleased him. "The fellow shall go to college," he said to himself, "and I won't give my lady even a hint before I have him the finest gentleman and best scholar in the country. He shall be both. I will teach him billiards myself, by Jove. It is more of a pleasure than at my years I had a right to expect. To think of an old sinner like me being blessed with such a victory over his worst enemy! It is more than I could deserve if I lived to the age of Mephistopheles. I shouldn't like to live so long. They're so little worth remembering. I wish forgetting things wiped them out. There are things I hardly know whether I did or only wanted to do. Damn it! It may be all over Barset by this time, that the heir to Sir Wilton's property has turned up." He rang the bell and ordered his carriage. "I must see the old fellow, the rascal's grandfather," he kept on to himself. "I haven't exchanged a word with him for years, and now I think of it, I take poor Rowina's father for a very decent sort of fellow. If he had but once hinted what he was, every soul in the parish would have known it. I must find out whether he's in my secret. I can't prove it yet, but perhaps he can." Simon Armour was not astonished to see the Lestrange carriage stop at the smithy. He thought Sir Walton had come about the cheque. He went out and stood in hairy arms and leather apron at the carriage door. "Well, Armour, how are you?" said the baronet. "Well and hearty, sir, I thank you," answered Simon. "I want a word with you," said Sir Wilton. "Shall I tell the coachman to drive round to the cottage, sir?" "No, I'll get out and walk there with you." Simon opened the carriage door, and the baronet got out. "That grandson of yours," he began, the moment they were in Simon's little parlour. Simon started. "The old wretch knows," he said to himself. "Has been too much for me," continued Sir Wilton. "He got a cheque out of me, whether I would or not." "And got the money for it, sir," answered the smith. "He seemed to think the money better than the cheque. I don't blame him, by Jove. There's decision in the fellow. They say his father's a bookbinder in London." "Yes, sir." "You know better. I don't want humbug, Armour. I'm not fond of it." "You told me people said his father was a bookbinder, and I said yes, sir." "You know as well as I do it's a damned lie. The boy is mine. He belongs neither to bookbinder nor blacksmith." "You'll allow me a small share in him, I hope. I've done more for him than you, sir." "That's not my fault." "Perhaps not, but I've done more for him than you ever will, sir." "How do you make that out?" "I've made him as good a shoesmith as ever drove a nail. I don't say he's up to his grandfather at the anvil yet, but an accomplishment no doubt, but not exactly necessary to a gentleman." "It's better than dicing or card-playing," said the blacksmith. "You're right there. I hope he has learned neither. I want to teach him those things myself. He's not an ill-looking fellow." "There's not a better lad in England, sir. If you had brought him up as he is, you might ha' been proud o' your work." "He seems proud of somebody's work. Prouder of himself than his prospects, by Jove," said Sir Wilton, feeling his way. "You should have taught him not to quarrel with his bread and butter." "I never saw any call to teach him that. He never quarrelled with anything at my table, sir. A man who has earned his own bread and butter ever since he left school is not likely to quarrel with it. You don't say he has done so? I do, and can prove it. Did you tell him, sir, you were his father? Of course I did, and before I said another word, there we were quarrelling, just as it was with me and my father. He never told me, said Simon, half to himself, and ready to feel hurt. He didn't tell you? No, sir. Where is he? Gone to London with your bounty. Now, Simon Armour, began the baronet with some truculence. Now, Sir Wilton Lestrange, interrupted Simon. What's the matter? Please to remember you are in my house. Tut, tut, all I want to say is that you will spoil everything if you encourage the rascal to keep low company. You mean? Those Mansons are your children low company, sir. Yes, I am sorry, but I must admit it. Their mother was low company. She was in it at least when she was in yours. Had all but escaped Simon's lips, but he caught the bird by the tail. The children are not the mother, he said. I know the girl, and she is anything but low company. She lay ill in my house here for 6 weeks or more. Ask Miss Wylder. If you want to be on good terms with your son, don't say a word, sir, against your daughter or her brother. I like that. On good terms with my son. Ha, ha, ha! Remember, sir, he is independent of his father. Independent, a beggarly bookbinder. Excuse me, sir, but an honest trade is the only independence. You are dependent on your money and your land. Where would you be without them? And you made neither. They're yours only in a way. We, my grandson and I, have means of our own, said the blacksmith, and held out his 2 brawny hands. The thing that is beggarly, he resumed, is to take all and give nothing. If your ancestors got the land by any good they did, you did not get it by any good you did, and having got it, what have you done in return? By Jove, I didn't know you were such a radical, returned the baronet, laughing. It is such as you, sir, that make what you call radicals. If the landlords had used what was given them to good ends, there would be no radicals, or not many, in the country. The landlords that look to their land and those that are on it earn their bread as hardly as the man that ploughs it. But when you call it yours and do nothing for it, I am radical enough to think no wrong would be done if you were deprived of it. What? Are you taking to the highway at your age? No, sir. I have a trade I like better, and I have no call to lighten you of anything, however ill you may use it. But there are those that think they have a right and a call to take the land from landlords like you, and I would no more leave my work to prevent them than I would to help them. Well, well, I didn't come to talk politics. I came to ask a favor of you. What I can do for you, sir, I shall be glad to do. It is merely this, that you will for the present say nothing about the heir having turned up. I could have laid my hand on him any moment this 20 years, and I can tell you where to find the parish book with his baptism in it. That I've not spoken proves I can hold my tongue, but I will give no pledge. When the time comes, I will speak. Are you aware I could have you severely punished for concealing the thing? Fire away, I'll take my chance, but I would advise you not to allow the thing come into court. Words might be spoken that would hurt. I know nothing myself, but there is one that could and would speak. Better let sleeping dogs lie. Oh, damn it, I don't want to wake 'em. Most old stories are best forgotten, but what do you think? Will the boy, what's his name? My father's, sir, Richard. Will Richard then, as you have taken upon you to call him? His mother gave him the name. What I want to know is, whether you think he will go and spread the thing, or leave it to we to publish when I please. Did you tell him to hold his tongue? No, he didn't give me time. That's a pity. He would have done whatever you asked him. Oh, would he? He would, so long as it was a right thing. And who was to judge of that? Why, the man who had to do it or leave it, of course. But if he didn't tell me, he's not likely to go blazing it abroad. You said he would go to his mother first. His mother is nowhere. So say some, so say not I. Never mind that. Who is it he calls his mother? The woman that brought him up, and a good mother she's been to him. But who is she? You haven't told me who she is, cried the baronet, beginning to grow impatient, and impatience and anger were never far apart with him. No, sir, I haven't told you, and I don't mean to tell you till I see fit. And when, pray, will that be? When I have your promise in writing that you will give her no trouble about what is past and gone. I will give you that promise, always provided she can prove that what was past and gone is come again. I shall insist upon that. Most properly, sir. You shall not have to wait for it. And now, if you will take me to the post office, I will send a telegram to Richard, warning him to hold his tongue. Good, come. They walked to the carriage, and Simon, displacing the footman, got up beside the coachman. He was careful, however, to be set down before they got within sight of the post office. The message he sent was, I know all, and will write. Say nothing but to your mother. End of chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Holly Rushik. There and Back by George MacDonald. Chapter 52. Uncle Father and Aunt Mother. When Richard reached London, he went straight to Clerkenwell. There he found Arthur in bed and unattended, but covered up and warm. Except one number of the Family Herald, he had nothing to read. The room was tidy, but very dreary. Richard asked him why he did not move into the front room. Arthur did not explain, but Richard understood that the mother had left so many phantasms behind her that he preferred his own dark chamber. When Richard told him what he had done and the success he had had, he thanked him with such a shining face that Richard saw in it the birth of saving hope. And now, Arthur, he said, you must get better as fast as you can, and the first minute you are able to be moved, we'll ship you off to my grandfather's, where Alice was. Away from Alice? Yes, but you must remember there will be so much more for her to eat, and so much more money to get things comfortable with by the time you come back. Besides, you will grow well faster, and then perhaps we shall find some fitter work for you than that hideous clerking. The flush of joy on Arthur's cheek was a divine reward to Richard for what he had done and suffered and sacrificed for the sake of his brother. He made a fire, and having set on the kettle, went to buy some things, that he might have a nice supper ready for Alice when she came home. Next, he found 2 clean towels, and covered the little table, forgetting all his troubles in the gladness of ministration, and the new life that hope gives. If only we believed in God, how we should hope. And what would not hope do to reveal the new heavens and the new earth? That is, to show us the real, true, and gracious aspect of those heavens and that earth in which we now live so sadly, and are not at home, because we do not see them as they are, do not recognize in them the beginning of the inheritance we long for. When Alice came in, she heard Arthur cough, and hurried up. But before she reached the top of the second stair, she heard a laugh which, though feeble, was of such merry enjoyment that it filled her with wonder and gladness. Had the fairy godmother appeared at last? What could have come to make Arthur laugh like that? She opened the door, and all was explained. There sat the one joy of their life, their brother Richard, looking much like himself again. What a healer, what a strength-giver is joy! Will not holy joy at last drive out every disease in the world? Will it not be the elixir of life and drive out death? She sprang upon him and burst out weeping. "Come and have supper," he said. "I've been out to buy it, and haven't much time to help you eat it. My father and mother don't know where I am." Then he told her what he had been about. It was with a happy heart he made his way home, for he left happy hearts behind him. He wondered that his mother was not surprised to see him. Wondered, too, why she looked so troubled. "What does this telegram mean?" she asked. "I don't know, Mother," he replied. "Won't you give me a kiss first?" She threw her arms about him. "You won't give up saying mother to me, will you?" she pleaded, fighting with her emotion. "It will be a bad day for me when I do," he answered. "My mother you are and shall be. But I don't understand it." The telegram let him know that Sir Wilton and his grandfather had been in communication, and gave him hope that things might be accommodated between him and his father. "You've got your real father now, Richard," said his mother. But she saw an expression on his face that made her add, "You must respect your father, Richard. Now you know him for your father." "I can't respect him, Mother. He is not a good man. I can only love him." "You have no right to find fault with him. He was not to blame that I carried you away when your mother died. I was terrified at your stepmother." "I don't wonder at that, Mother. Ah, now I begin to understand it all. But, Mother, if my father had been a good man, I don't believe that you would have carried me away from him." "Very likely not, my boy, though he did make me that angry by calling you ugly. And I don't believe I should have taken you at all if that woman hadn't sent me away for no reason but to have a nurse of her own choosing. How could I leave my sister's child in the power of such a woman? Day and night, Richard, was I haunted with the sight of her cold face hanging over you. I was certain the devil might have his way with her when he chose. There was no love in her to prevent him. In my dreams I saw her giving you poison, or with a penknife in her hand, and her eyes shining like ice. I could not bear it. I should have gone mad to leave you there. I knew I was committing a crime in the eyes of the law, but I felt a stronger law compelling me, and I said to myself, I will be hanged for my child. Rather than my child should be murdered, I will not leave him with that woman. So I took you, Richard." "Thank you, Mother, 1,000 times. I am sure it was right, and every way the best for me. Oh, how much I owe you and my uncle. I must call you Mother still, but I'm afraid I shall have to call my father Uncle." "It won't hurt him, Richard. He has been a good uncle to you, but I don't think he would have taught you the things he did if you had been his very own child." "He has done me no harm, Mother, nothing but good," said Richard. "And so you are my own mother's sister?" "Yes, and a good mother she would have been to you. You must not think of her as a grim old woman like me. She was but 26 when you were born, and she died. She was the most beautiful woman I ever saw, Richard. Never another woman's hand has touched your body but hers and mine, Richard." He took her hand and kissed it. Jane Tuke had never had her hand kissed before, and would have drawn it away. The lady within was ashamed of her rough gloves, not knowing they had won her ladyhood. In the real world, there are no ladies but true women. Also, they only are beautiful. All there show what they are, and all the others are all more or less deformed. Oh, what lovely ladies will walk into the next world out of the rough cocoon of their hard-wrought bodies, not because they have been working women, but because they have been true women. Among working women, as among countesses, there are last that shall be first, and first that shall be last. What kind of woman will be the question? Alas for those, whether high or low or in the middle, whose business in life has been to be ladies. What poor, mean, draggled, unangelic things will come crawling out of the husk they are leaving behind them, which yet perhaps will show a glimmer in the whiteness of death of what they were meant to be, if only they had lived, had been, had put forth the power that was in them as their birthright. Not a few, I know, will crawl out such, except they awake from the dead and cry for life. Perhaps one and another in the next world will say to me, "You meant me. I know now why you were always saying such things." For I suspect the next world will more plainly be a going on with this than most people think. Only it will be much better for some, and much worse for others, as the Lord has taught us in the parable of the rich man and the beggar. "No, Richard," resumed his aunt, "your father was not a good man, but he may be better now, and perhaps you will help him to be better still." "It's doubtful if I ever have the chance," returned Richard. "We've had a pretty fair quarrel already." "He can't take your birthright from you," she cried. "That may be, but what is my birthright? He told me the land was not entailed. He can leave it to anybody he likes. But I'm not going to do what he would have me do. That is, if it be wrong," added Richard, not willing to start the question about the Mansons. "To be a sneak would be a fine beginning. If that's to be a gentleman, I will be no gentleman." "Right you are, my son," said Tuke, who at that moment came in. "Oh, uncle," cried Richard, starting to his feet. "Uncle? Ho, ho! What's up now?" "Nothing's up, but all's out, father," answered Richard, putting his hand in that of the bookbinder. "You knew, and now I know. How shall I ever thank you for what you have done for me, and been to me, and given me?" "Precious little, anyway, my boy. I wish it had been a great deal more." "Shall I tell you what you have done for me? You made a man of me, first of all, by giving me a trade and making me independent. Then again, by that trade you taught me to love the very shape of a book, baronet or no baronet." "What do you mean?" "My father threatens to disown me." "He can't take your rank from you. We'll have your Sir Richard anyhow, and I'll let him see that a true baronet—" "Is just a true man, uncle," interposed Richard, "and that you've helped to make me. It's being independent and helping others, not being a baronet, that will make a gentleman of me. That's how it goes in the true world, anyhow." "The true world? Where's that?" rejoined Tuke, with what would have been a sneer, had there been ill nature in it. "And that reminds me of another precious thing you've given me," Richard went on. "You've taught me to think for myself." "Think for yourself, indeed, and talk of any world but the world we've got." "If you hadn't taught me," returned Richard, "to think for myself, I should have thought just as you did. But I've been thinking for myself a great deal, and I say now that, if there be no more of it after we die, then the whole thing is such a sell as even the dumb, deaf, blind, heartless, headless God you seem to believe in could not have been guilty of." "Ho, ho! That's the good my teaching has done you? Well, we'll have it out by and by. In the meantime, tell us how it all came about. How you came to know, I mean. You're a good sort, whatever you believe or don't believe, and I wish you were ours in reality." "It's just in reality that I am yours," protested Richard, but his mother broke in. "Would you dare, John," she cried, "to wish him ours to his loss?" "No, no, Jane. You know me. It was but a touch of what you call the old Adam, and the old John. We've got to take care of each other. We're all agreed about that." "And you do it, father, and that's before any agreeing about it." "Come, and let us have our tea," said the mother, "and Richard shall tell us how it worked round that the old gentleman knew him. I remember him young enough to be no bad match for your mother, and that's enough to say for any man. As to looks, I mean only. There wasn't a more beautiful woman than my sister Robina in all England, and I'm bold to say it. Not that it wants much boldness to say the truth." "It wants nearly as much at this moment as I have got," returned Richard, for his narrative required, as an essential part of it, that he should tell what made him go to his father. He had not begun when a black cloud rose on his mother's face, and she almost started from her seat. "I told you, Richard, you were to have nothing to do with those creatures," she cried. "Mother," answered Richard, "was it God or the devil told me I must be neighbor to my own brother and sister? Hasn't my father done them wrong enough that you should side with him and want me to carry on the wrong? I heard the same voice that made you run away with me. You were ready to be hanged for me. I was ready to lose my father for them. He, too, said I must have done with them, and I told him I wouldn't. That is why I got you to put me on a journeyman's wages, uncle. They were starving, and I had nothing to give them. What am I in the world for, if not to set right, as far as I may, what my father has set wrong? You see, I have learned something of you, uncle." "I don't see what," returned Tuke. He had been listening with a grave face, for he had his pride, and did not relish his nephew's being hand in glove with his base-born brother and sister. "Don't you, father? Where's your socialism? I'm only trying to carry it out." "Out and away, my boy, as Samson did the gates in my mother's old Bible," answered John. "If a man's socialism don't apply to his own flesh and blood," resumed Richard, "where on earth is it to begin? Must you hate your own flesh and go to Russia or China for somebody to be fair with? Ain't your own got as good a right to fair play as any, and ain't they the readiest to begin with? Is it selfish to help your own? It ain't the way you've done by me, uncle." "You mustn't forget," said John, "that a grave wrong is done the nation when marriage is treated with disrespect." "It was my father did it. Was it Alice and Arthur that broke the marriage law by being born out of wedlock?" "If you treat them like other people, you slight that law." "If Sir Wilton Lestrange were to come into the room this minute, you would offer him a chair. His children you would order out of the house." "I wouldn't do that," said Mrs. Tuke. "Mother, you turned them out of this house. I beg your pardon, mother, but you know it was the same thing. You visited the sins of the father on the children." "Bravo!" cried his uncle. "I thought you couldn't mean that rot." "What rot, father?" "That rot about God you flung at me first thing." "Father, it would take the life out of me to believe there was no God. But the God I hope in is a very different person from the God my mother's clergy have taught her to believe in." "Father, do you know Jesus Christ?" "I know the person you mean, my boy." "I know what kind of person he is. And he said God was just like him. And in the God like him, if I can find him, I will believe with all my heart and soul. And so would you, father, if you knew him. You will say, perhaps, he ain't nowhere to know, but you haven't a right to say that until you've been everywhere to look, for such a God is no absurdity. It's nothing ridiculous to look for him. I beg your pardon, both of you, but I'm bound to speak. Jesus Christ said we must leave father and mother for him, because he is true, and I must speak for him what is true, even if my own father and mother should think me rude." He had spoken eagerly, and a man or woman who does not put truth first may think he ought to have held his tongue. But neither father nor mother took offense. The mother, unspeakably relieved by what had taken place, was even ready to allow that her favorite preacher might perhaps dwell too much upon the terrors of the law. End of chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of There and Back. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 53. Morning. The next post brought a letter from Simon Armour, saying, after his own peculiar fashion, that it was time the thing were properly understood between the parties concerned. But that done, they must attend to the baronet's wish, and disclose nothing yet. He believed Sir Wilton had his reasons. They must therefore, as soon as possible, make it clear to him that there was no break in the chain of their proof of Richard's identity. He proposed, therefore, that his daughter should pay her father a visit, and bring Richard. The suggestion seemed good to all concerned. Criminal as she knew herself, Jane Tuke did not shrink from again facing Sir Wilton, with the nephew by her side, whom 21 years before she had carried in her arms to meet his unfatherly gaze. To her surprise, she found that she almost enjoyed the idea. Richard cashed the post-office order the old man sent them, and they set out for his cottage. The same day, Simon went to Mortgrange and saw the baronet, who agreed at once to go to the cottage to meet his sister-in-law. The moment he entered the little parlour where they waited to receive him, he made Mrs. Tuke a polite bow, and held out his hand. "You are the sister of my late wife, I am told," he said. Jane made him a dignified courtesy, her resentment, after the lapse of 20 years, rising fresh at sight of the man who had behaved so badly to her sister. "It was you that carried off the child?" said the baronet. "Yes, sir," answered Jane. "I am glad I did not know where to look for him. You did me the greatest possible favour. What these 20 years would have been like with him in the house I dare not think." "It was for the child's sake I did it," said Jane. "I am perfectly aware it was not for mine," returned Sir Wilton. "Ha ha! You looked as if you had come to stab me that day you brought the little object to the library, and gave me such a scare. You presented his fingers and toes to me as if, by Jove, I was the devil, and had made them so on purpose. I tell you, Richard, if that's your name, you rascal, you have as little idea what a preposterously ugly creature you were, as I had that you would ever grow to be, well, half fit to look at. I was appalled at the sight of you, and a good thing it was. If I had taken to you and brought you up at home, it would scarcely have been to your advantage. You would have been worth less than you are, however little that may be. But it doesn't follow you're the least fit to be owned to. You're a tradesman, every inch of you. No more like a gentleman than— well, not half so like a gentleman as your grandfather there. By heaven, the anvil must be some sort of education. Why wasn't I bound apprentice to my old friend Simon there? But, Richard, you don't look a gentleman, though your aunt looks as if she would eat me for saying it. Now listen to me, all of you. It's no use your saying I've acknowledged him. If I choose to say I know nothing about him, then, as I told the rascal himself the other day, you'll have to prove your case, and that will take money. And when you've proved it, you get nothing but the title and much good that will do you. So you had better make up all your minds to do as I tell you. That is, not to say one word about the affair, but just hold your tongues. Now, none of that looking at one another as if I meant to do you. I'm not going to have people say my son shows the tradesman in him. I'm not going to have the Lestranges knock under to the armours. I'm going to have the rascal the gentleman I can make him. You're to go to college directly, sir, and I don't want to hear of or from you till you have taken your degree. You shall have 200 a year and pay your own fees. Not a penny more if you go on your marrow bones for it, you understand? You're not to attempt communicating with me. If there's anything I ought to know, let your grandfather come to me. I will see him when he pleases, or go to him if he prefers it, and I'm not too gouty. Only mind, I make no promises. If I should leave all I have to the other lot, you will have no right to complain. With the education I will give you and the independence your uncle has given you, and the good sense you have on your own hook, you're provided for. You can be a doctor or a parson, you know. There's more than one living in my gift. The Reverend Sir Richard Lestrange. It don't sound amiss. I'm sorry I shan't hear it. I shall be gone where they crop one of everything. Even of his good works, the parsons say, but I shan't be much the bearer for that. It's hard, confounded hard, though, when they're all a fellow has got. Now don't say a word, I don't like being contradicted. Not at all. It sends one round on the other tack, I tell you. And there's my gout coming. Only mind this, if once you say who you are as long as you're at college, or before I give you leave, I have done with you. I won't have any little plan of mine forestalled for your vanity. Don't any of you say who he is. It will be better for him, much. If it be but hinted who he is, he'll be courted and flattered, and then he'll be stuck up and take to spending money. But sure as hell, if he goes beyond his allowance, well, I'll pay it, but it shall be his last day at Oxford. He shall go at once into the navy, or the excise, by George. This expression of the baronet's will, if not quite to the satisfaction of everyone concerned, was altogether delightful to Richard. "May I say one word, sir?" he asked. "Yes, if it's not arguing." "I've not read a page of Latin since I left school, and I never knew any Greek." I forgot that predicament. "You must have a tutor to prepare you. But you shall go to Oxford with him. I will not have you loafing about here. You may remain with your grandfather till I find one, but you're not to come near Mortgrange." "I may go to London with my mother, may I not?" said Richard. "I see nothing against that. It will be the better way." "If you please, Sir Wilton," said Mrs. Tuke, "I left evidence at Mortgrange of what I should have to say." "What sort of evidence?" "Things that belong to the child and myself." "Where?" "Hid in the nursery." "My lady had everything moved, and the room fresh papered after you left. I remember that distinctly." "Did she say nothing about finding anything?" "Nothing, of course she wouldn't." "I left a box of my own with— you'll never see it again. The things the child always wore when he went out were under the wardrobe." "Oblige me by saying nothing about them. I am perfectly satisfied and believe every word you say. I believe Richard there the child of your sister Rowena and myself, and it shall not be my fault if he don't have his rights. At the same time I promise nothing, and will manage things as I see best." "At your pleasure, sir," answered Mrs. Tuke. "Should you mind, sir, if I went to see Mr. Wingfold before I go?" asked Richard. "Who's he?" "The clergyman of the next parish, sir." "I don't know him. Don't want to know him. What have you got to do with him?" "He was kind to me when I was down here before." "I don't care you should have much to do with the clergy." "You said, sir, I might go into the church." "That's another thing quite. You would have the thing in your own hands then." Richard was silent. There was no point to argue. The moment Sir Wilton was gone, Simon turned to his grandson. "It was a pity you asked him about Mr. Wingfold. The only thing is, you mustn't let out his secret. As to seeing Mr. Wingfold, or Miss Wylder either, just do as you please." "No, grandfather. If I had not asked him, perhaps I might. But to ask him and then not do what he told me would be a sneaking shame." "You're right, my boy. Hold on that way, and you'll never be ashamed. Or make your people ashamed either." For the meantime, then, Richard went to London with his mother, and so anxious was old Simon, stimulated in part by the faithfulness of his grandson, to do nothing that might thwart the pleasure of the tyrant, that when first Wingfold asked after Richard, he told him he was at home, and the next time that he was at work in the country. Richard went on helping his uncle, and going often to see his brother and sister. When Arthur was able for the journey, both he and Alice went with him. At the station they were met by Simon, with an old post-chaise he had to mend up. Having seen Arthur comfortably settled, his brother and sister went back to London together. Alice to go into a single room and betake herself once more to her work, but with new courage and hope. Richard to the book-binding, till his father should have found a tutor for him. The Tukes were slowly becoming used, if not reconciled, to his care of the Mansons. His mother, indignant for her deceased sister, stood out the stiffest. The bookbinder could not fail to see that the youth was but putting in practice the socialistic theories he had himself sought to teach him. True, the thing came straight from the heart of Richard, and went much farther than his uncle's theories, but his uncle counted it the result of his own training, and woke at last to the fact that his theories were better than he had himself known. With the help of the head of the college to which Sir Wilton had resolved to send his son, a tutor was at length found, happily for Richard, one of the right sort. They went together to Oxford and set to work at once. It would be hard to say which of the two reaped the more pleasure from the relation, or which, in the duplex process of teaching and learning, gained the most. For the tutor had in Richard a pupil of practised brain yet fresh, a live soul ready, for its own need and nourishment, to use every truth it came near. His penetrative habit made not a few regard him as a bore. Their feeble vitality was troubled by the energy of his. He could not let a thing go in which he descried a principle. He must see it close. To the more experienced, he was one who had not yet learned, wisely fearful of the trampling hoof, to carry aside his oyster with its possible pearl before he opened it. In earnest about everything, he must work out his liberty before he could gamble. A slave will amuse himself in his dungeon. A free man must file through his chains and dig through his prison walls before he can frolic. Sunlight and air came through his open windows enough to keep Richard alive and strong, but not enough yet to make him merry. He was too solemn thus for most of those he met, but happily not for his tutor. Finding Richard knew 10 times as much of English literature as himself, he became in this department his pupil's pupil, and listening to his occasional utterance of a religious difficulty, had new regions of thought opened in him, to the deepening and verifying of his nature. The result for the tutor was that he sought ordination, in the hope of giving to others what had at length become real to himself. Richard gained little distinction at his examinations. He did well enough, but was too eager after real knowledge to care about appearing to know. He made friends, but not many familiar friends. He sorely missed ministration. It had grown a necessity of his nature. It was well that the habit should be broken for a time, for, laden with consciousness, and not full of God, The soul will delight in itself as a benefactor, a regnant giver, the centre of thanks and obligation, and will thus, with a rampart mound of self-satisfaction, dam out the original creative life of its being, the recognition of which is life eternal. But it grew upon Richard that if there be a God, it is the one business of a man to find him, and that if he would find him, he must obey the voice of his conscience. As to the outward show of the man, Richard's carriage was improving. Level intercourse with men of his own age, but more at home in what is called society, influenced his manners both with and without his will, while all the time he was gathering the confidence of experience. His rowing, and the daily run to and from the boats, with other exercises prescribed by his tutor, strengthened the shoulders whose early stoop had threatened to return with much reading. He was fast growing more than presentable. With the men of his year, his character more than his faculty had influence. Old Simon was doing his best for Arthur. He would not hear of his going back to London, or attempting anything in the way of work beyond a little in the garden. He was indeed nowise fit for more. The blacksmith himself was making progress. The best parts of him were growing fast. Age was turning the strength into channels and mill streams, which before, wild foaming, had flooded the meadows. End of chapter 53.